with us via Zoom, so we do have a majority. We have a quorum, so we are going to get started with Day 3 of the Joint Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice Oversight. Today, we are going to start off with and have the pleasure of having our Secretary of Corrections, Jeff Zamota, here. But before he gets started, we do have an update that we received from KBI as a result of our discussion yesterday. So Lindsay Archer has that information for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Brooklyn from the KBI, Brooklyn Graves, who spoke yesterday about the offender registry, she was asked for the numbers, how many people were added to the violent offender registry over the past 5 years. She went back to 2017, and the number in 2017 was 505. The number in 2018 was 625. The number in 2019 was 521. The number in 2020 was 280. The number in 2021 was 345. And the number in 2022 is 390 so far.
Thank you so much. Please share with her our appreciation for getting that information for us. I'm sorry. Representative Hoffman?
That was the number added, or that was the number that was on the list?
Yes, the specific question asked of Brooklyn was how many were added.
So that's how many we added per year. Okay. Any other questions, committee? Seeing none, Secretary, thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear before you today to talk about some issues impacting our agency. See if we got. So my agenda today will be, I'm going to talk quite a little bit about workforce retention and some of our initiatives, budget enhancements and capital improvements, federal COVID funds received by our agency, provide you with some juvenile and adult updates, and then talk about some potential legislative initiatives. So I'll talk a little bit about workforce retention and initiatives. We know that staffing is a national challenge. Hiring new correctional staff and retaining existing staff burdened by the impact of vacancies is not unique to KDOC. Nearly every correctional system in the country is experiencing unprecedented difficulty both in recruiting new staff and retaining existing staff. In August, I attended a conference held by the Correctional Leaders Association. That's an association made up of secretaries, directors, commissioners from corrections throughout the country. And a big topic of conversation at that conference, a focus, was workforce challenges. A couple of states, California and Nebraska, are having some greater success than others. California historically has, their pay and benefits have been pretty much on that top end, so they've really been able to recruit and retain. And then recently, Nebraska dedicated themselves to being among, if not the highest paying correctional organizations in the country, and they've seen some improvement in their numbers. Some little bit of information about Colorado and Nebraska on the slide there, and you can see when you look at the information about Nebraska since October 2022, their vacancies have been reduced from 427 to 119, with 270 new hires relocating from one of 39 other states. They did that primarily through pay. They moved their pay out pretty far. KDOC entry pay for a correctional officer is $18.26 an hour, plus there's two differentials as provided by the legislature and the governor of $1.50 and $2, which would bring the total to $21.76. Later in the presentation, I'm going to talk about potential policy items for the next legislative session. But under Kansas law today, bonuses for new hire retention commuting to work sites, or relocation are tools that we currently don't have. Legislature and the governor authorized a 24/7 facility pay plan for facilities, and we're grateful for that. As a brief recap from last session, the 24/7 facility pay plan, again, was recommended and approved. The plan addressed the needs of multiple state agencies to include KDOC, and for us, it was targeted at our uniform staff, our unit team staff, and our parole officers. Those staff received adjustments to their base pay, and new juvenile and adult corrections officers became eligible for periodic increases in pay over the first 12 months of employment. A little bit more about those pay differentials, just as a reminder for those of you that were here. In addition to the base pay, there's those differentials. Differential 1, each employee assigned to a correctional facility as their official work location receive an additional $1.50 an hour. Differential 2, all uniform security staff, counselors, and unit team at facilities receive another $2 per hour. Differential 3 primarily affected other agencies such as KDADS because it's mostly focused on nursing and medical staff. KDOC does have one person that applies to, and that's an additional $4.50 per hour. All other KDOC medical staff work for our contractor Centurion. And then finally, differential 4, each employee is eligible, who's eligible for differential 1, and their assigned facility has a 25% or greater vacancy rate, receives another $2.50 an hour. So KDOC staff who are eligible for differentials 1, 2, and 4 receive a total additional $6 per hour on top of their base pay. Today, that would include staff at 5 facilities within the organization. Our facility at El Dorado, Ellsworth, Lansing, Norton, and the Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex. The differentials are approved and budgeted as temporary through fiscal year 2023. Just talk on this slide about expenditures from the pay plan. Funding for FY22 was provided from the Spark Committee with approval from the Finance Council. We received $18.3 million. To continue the facility pay plan for FY 2023, $33.9 million was approved. So what's the impact? This graphic illustrates our vacancy trend in the months before and after the 24/7 facility pay plan was approved. The blue columns are uniformed officer vacancies each week, and the gold dotted line is the trend line from July of 2021 through December of 2021 when the pay plan was implemented. And then that line continues on and illustrates had no pay plan been approved, we may have seen up to 800 vacancies by November of this year. Our current vacancies for uniform staff are 386, and our highest number for uniform vacancies was in January of 21, where we had 475. Our feedback from our staff is that the 24/7 facility pay plan has helped them stay with us as they are earning a good wage. Clearly for me, what the pay plan has done is it's helped us retain our current staff. What it's not done is helped us recruit others to come in. We're struggling to bring new people into the organization. Again, vacancies as of November 14th, the average uniform vacancy rate of adult facilities is 21%. 4 adult vacancies are above 25%. Parole vacancies, which was another classification that was impacted, is at 10%, and KJCC, our juvenile facility, has a uniform vacancy rate of 38%. So the difficulty in hiring and retaining folks is not just our correctional facility staff. While uniform and non-uniform vacancies in our facilities are our greatest have our greatest number and greatest impact, the impact of the labor market is felt nearly every job application classification across the Department of Corrections. After multiple pay plans, the 24/7 and the additional 5% that was granted to state employees, our parole staff continue to be paid less than their peers working in court services as court services officers in the judicial branch. As a comparison, parole starting pay is $22.16 per hour, and correctional court services officers, their pay is $25.46 per hour. So there's a difference of over $3 an hour there, doing essentially the same job. Turnover in our parole officer ranks is at a historic high of 29%. Typically, the average is about 23. Additionally, we have a number of job openings in all disciplines in our job classifications, whether that be maintenance, legal, admin support, fiscal, you name it. And in too many instances, the applicants that we receive do not meet minimum qualifications, or we're just not able to lure them with the salary we're able to provide. It's probably a little hard to see this map, but this is a map that the Department of Labor puts together by county, and it reflects folks that have applied for and are receiving payment for unemployment. And we use this map to gauge how many people are out there looking for a job that are in counties near our facilities. And what's increasingly clear is we have to become an employer who can draw new employees from a current job, not somebody that needs a job. As an example, at our 4 adult facilities with the highest vacancy rates, we see very few persons receiving these benefits, these unemployment benefits, who live in the county where our facilities are located. Our Ellsworth facility has 52 total vacancies, and there's 2 individual claimants who receive payments the week of November 6th through the 12th. Not a lot of people drawing unemployment. Norton has 58 total vacancies, and 1 individual claimant received payments. Lansing, 101 total vacancies, and only 57 individuals in the county receive payments. And El Dorado has 108 total vacancies, and there are only 39 individuals receiving payments that week of November 6th through the 12th. So again, we're having to draw people from a job they're already in. A little bit tougher. This is what we've done to try to find folks to fill our vacancies, and it consumes our day as it should. We've engaged our leaders statewide and staff from all levels of our agency and borrowed ideas from other organizations to connect with persons seeking employment. We continue to welcome and explore potential solutions to our retention and recruitment challenges. And we're considering utilizing a consultant as a next step who has knowledge and experience related to staffing of correctional agencies. Another thing we've done to improve our ability to attract and capture potential candidates is to streamline the application process. If somebody's interested in us giving us a shot, a consideration, we need to capture them quickly as they may be out hunting another job, and we don't want to lose them. 8 of our 9 facilities have launched specific recruiting web pages where a potential applicant can learn about the facility and apply by submitting their name and contact info. Our human resources staff then reach out to that individual. In some cases, they will go to them rather than have them come to us, meet with them next day, and guide them through the next steps of an interview and obtaining the required applicant information. This process allows us to extend conditional offers pending clearance of a background check and a drug test, and within a few days have that person submitting an application and offering a conditional hire. And we've had some success with that, streamlining the process. Oftentimes, that process can take weeks, up to 2 months. As part of retention, we also need to increase our focus on employee wellness. In corrections, increasingly, research is helping us better understand the effects our work environment has on our employees. This slide reflects a few examples of how this work does impact our staff. Across the country, corrections and law enforcement are placing a greater emphasis on employee wellness. Employee wellness really leads to organizational wellness. We need to provide employees with the training and resources to help them with the effects of the trauma and stress, the overtime, burnout that it has on them personally and in our workplace. Again, we believe that employee wellness, not only is it good for our employees and their families, but eventually it leads to retention. Talk a little bit about budget enhancements and capital improvements. We included multiple budget enhancements in our request, which fall into the categories listed on the slide. Some contracted services include cost escalators from year to year, or simply have not been included in our base budget. Those fixed costs in our healthcare contract and for the development of our Athena data system must be included in our budget, or those contractors go away. The legislature and budget staff have requested us to develop and implement a replacement schedule for safety equipment, cars, office equipment, etc. But those costs have not been included in our base budget, requiring an enhancement request every year. And we're very thankful for the funding we've received the previous 3 years to help us with vehicles, safety equipment, and other enhancements. Been much needed, and it's helping. So we're going to continue that. Last year I raised the issue, and I'm raising it again this year, about appropriations for repair and rehabilitation projects. Our fund for that was legislatively set in 1996 as 10% of no more than $50 million transferred from the state gaming revenue fund to the Correctional Industries Building Fund annually. After nearly 30 years, that fund has not increased. I think it remains at about $4.8 million. And of course, inflation has eaten into that over the years, and we're just not able, with that same amount of money, to properly maintain our facilities. We've proposed some enhancements in the budget for some additional staff for the Prisoner Review Board, to ease that workload. They have an increased workload, and for hearings when a person is being considered for revocation back to prison, and expanding, another enhancement request, expanding batterers intervention program in our parole offices to improve public safety. The need for the batterers intervention program far exceeds our capacity to deliver it, so we want to get that more out there. Some capital improvement projects, FY 2024 and 25. We need to demolish old units and buildings at the Lansing Correctional Facility. If you'll recall, we built a new facility in Lansing and opened it, I believe, in the spring of 2020. That facility, much appreciated that we have that facility, is much needed. It's working well for us. But we have the old existing structure that's just sitting there. We need to do something with that. We've reached out to historical societies, other government entities, people that might be interested in repurposing that facility, and just haven't had much interest in that. So we probably need to demolish most of that, maybe maintain part of that for historical purposes, but that's what that request is about. Construct a new behavioral health medical support building at Topeka. The facility that was there was designed to meet the needs of half of what we have in the population there today. It's overcrowded. It's not the right design. It doesn't meet the needs of our female population there at Topeka. Construct a new minimum unit at Hutchinson. The minimum unit that we want to replace there was built, I believe, in the late 80s or early 90s, and it was built as a temporary type housing and built with residential type construction, and is just is just not holding up to the wear and tear. Like to construct a vocational building at our juvenile facility, KJCC, to help prepare those youth leaving, give them some work training skills that they can use when they return back to the community, and then construct a new laundry at our Topeka facility. Today we're doing laundry at our juvenile facility and having to truck it back and forth, and it's just not very efficient. Then in 2025, we have on the list, construct a new facility to replace Hutchinson. Our Hutchinson facility is old. It has some real limitations. Modern correctional practices in a facility that old are hard to accomplish, and we're just struggling to keep up with that. It's a great facility, but it's had its useful life. I'd like to build a statewide development center, train all our staff under one roof, get them all the same message on the same page. Today we're a little bit fragmented. Construct a work release center for women at our Topeka facility. Work release beds are some of the best beds we can have in the adult system. It gets that population that's about to return to the community out working for an employer, maybe tying them to an employer, allowing them to earn money, pay their fines, fees, restitution, have a savings account, and better prepare for release. Again, construct a work release center for men in Douglas County or Northeast Kansas. Today we have one work release center, and it's in Wichita, and that's for our men only. We've done a little work release spotted here and there, but we really need to do that. And then some seed money for our career campus, and I think I'm going to talk about the career campus a little later, but that is our vision for education, vocational workforce training for our population, and we really have an opportunity with the Pell dollars coming into corrections for that. A little bit about federal funds.
Mr.
COVID
Secretary,
funds? Yes, ma'am.
Let's go ahead and have some questions. We'll start with
I'm sorry to
Representative
interrupt
Smith.
you. So under your capital improvement projects, I see that in 2022, we added $12.7 million in capital improvement, including reconstruction projects involving a 200-bed substance abuse treatment center at Lansing. Can you talk about that, where we're at with that? Because I see for fiscal year 2023, we have another 104 full-time positions that you're expecting there.
Yes, Madam Chair, Representative, if I could, we have two projects, and I'm going to speak to those. I'm going to cover those in my presentation just a little bit later, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have Senator Dahl and then Senator Fauskado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to bounce back to the salaries just a little bit. When you have you get a sign-on bonus, $4,000, I believe what the sign-on bonus was, and you have employees that have been employed 1 or 2 years, and they don't get that sign-on bonus. You know, it takes a long time for them to make up that $4,000. Then I see you have the merit pay deal. Who determines that merit pay? It seemed we did this in some of the jobs I had. You had to suck up to administration in order to get that merit pay. They held you over their head. What percentage of your workers qualify for merit pay? The $3,500.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Senator. So we have the $3,500 that we're allowed annually per employee, in theory, to put out in terms of a bonus, and it's a merit, and it has to be based on something they've done. It's typically not a lot of folks that are tied to that, although as part of the 24/7 pay plan, bonuses were tied into the plan for people that were in an exempt capacity. So at a certain level in the organization, you're not earning an hourly rate. And so they were given a bonus in lieu of an hourly base pay increase. That's when I've seen it used the most. Typically, you would use it if you have someone working on a project or they come forward with a great idea and you would acknowledge that and reward it. I don't know what the percentage is. It's relatively low. It might be in a normal year. It might be 10% of our employees, something like that. And that's just a guess.
Follow up?
So do you feel, thank you, Madam Chair, do you feel like the retention rate of your 1 through 5 workers, when the new ones got $4,000 bump and they're not getting a increased, place I've been at, I've seen a lot of people leave their job to go find a job that they get to sign-on bonus. Do you find that at all?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Senator, I think there needs to be some consideration for those existing employees. And so I don't know what everybody's doing, but what some states are doing, and I think it's wise, is they're using those bonuses, those sign-on bonuses or recruiting bonuses. They're allowing their staff, if they bring somebody on board, they're allowing them to be rewarded in a like manner. So for instance, if I'm an employee at Lansing Correctional Facility and I bring somebody on board and they're going to get a $4,000 bonus over the period, that's probably spread over a period of 2 to 4 years incrementally. As long as they're staying, I would get the same bonus. Our staff are our best recruiters. They are our best recruiters. So if there's a means to do that, I think that can take some of the sting out of that.
I agree when you spread the bonus out and you're giving it to the retention people like that, because as an employee and not an employer, that was very upsetting to see people getting bonuses and you didn't.
Agree.
Thank you.
I agree.
Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary, for being here today.
Thank you.
In regards to retaining or hiring new guards, so is the funding that you spent on commercials, let's say for Hutchison, that I've seen televised, so has that not helped?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Senator, yeah, it has helped. And Hutchinson is one of our better staffed facilities. I think there's a workforce in that general area, and I think we have a really good reputation there. That's my sense of it. And those commercials have helped. We still lose a fair amount of people, but that's helped us get people in to backfill those vacancies.
Okay, and Madam Chair, also with the new facility, and I know you had to at one time send some of our inmates to other states because of the crowded facilities. So are you saying that you still don't have enough room, and how many of those inmates were you able to bring back?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Senator, so in the fall, late summer, early fall of 2019, I believe we moved 120 or 125 men to a facility in Arizona. It was operated by Core Civic, which is a private operator. I believe we were able to bring them back in about 13, 14 months. We brought them back before Christmas of the next year because our population started dropping when COVID hit. We saw our population start to drop, probably for a number of different reasons. So we were able to bring them back, and we don't have anybody out of state today.
But you're saying you still need more bed space? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Senator, and I think I cover it later in my presentation here, but we have a lot of vacant beds today. Our population is still down. What we don't have is the staff to operate all those beds, and I do believe I have a slide where I'll talk about that. There's an operational capacity, which is the number of beds, and then we've got a term staffing capacity. Here's what we're able to staff. So. Oh. My staff advised me when I'm talking about the Hutchinson Correctional Facility, we're talking about replacing the facility, not an expansion at the facility. So when I talk about that capital improvement, I'm not talking about expanding at Hutch. I'm talking about moving out of the old facility, somewhat like we did at Lansing, build a new facility there. Thank you, Randy. Thanks for keeping me on.
So when you were talking about the Juvenile Correction Center constructing a vocational building, is that a new building or is that renovating an existing building that's there on that campus?
Yeah, Madam Chair, there is a building there that could potentially be renovated. I think we believe a new building would be a better investment. The right space, the right design could help us with that. I do believe there's a building on site that could potentially be renovated. It's not as large, is that correct, Megan? It's not as large and probably not as desirable.
Okay. Representative Heiberger?
Now, I'll just back up a second, too, to the facilities. You indicated you're going to possibility building a new unit at Hutchinson and also replacing the facility. I assume that the new unit you would be building would be incorporated into the new facility if it was built. Is that accurate?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative, that is accurate. That new unit that I talk about replacing in the one budget year I think it's the east unit, it might be the south unit, but it's a separate standalone minimum type security unit. And when I talk about replacing Hutchinson itself, I'm really talking about the central, larger facility. So they're both under the Hutchinson umbrella, but separate buildings.
Representative Hoffman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you mentioned that you weren't going to build a more capacity in Hutchinson if you build a new building. Wouldn't it be better to maybe add a little bit more capacity? I mean, since we're going to build a new building?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative, let me clarify. I think what Randy was trying to get me to point out is we're not talking, when we talk about the capital improvement in Hutchinson, we're not talking about just adding another housing unit there. We're talking about replacing the facility. When we replace that facility, I believe we would increase the beds there a little bit, principally based on the fact that we believe there's a workforce in that area to staff those beds. I think that's to your point.
Yes, yeah,
Yes.
that is. Yeah, I understood you would tear down the old one. I think it was built just about the same time the old Lansing one was.
Just, it's a little bit newer, but not by much.
Lincoln was president or something like that.
Not by much. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So let's go to a couple of other issues, and let's talk specifically about the old Lansing units. So last year, when this committee met, we did tour Lansing. We saw the new units. We also walked through the old portions. One was the health facility that actually wasn't that old. I believe it had been, the ribbon cutting on the plaque was Governor Parkinson had participated. And so we're not talking that long ago on that. But the oldest portion, one of the things that we did discuss after that tour was what work had been done by the Department of Corrections to determine what that cost might be. And was there any way that some of what would be demolished could be repurposed, resold, such as the stone and things like that? So do you feel that you have an accurate assessment of what that cost of demolition would be?
Well, Madam Chair, we've put a number to it. Let me ask Keith. I want to make sure I give you the right number. Is it 90? Demolition at Lansing? 90? 9.9? Right, Keith's going to grab the number for me. If we do demolish that, so the committee walked the main old buildings, and then there's some old buildings up on the hill as well, okay, where we're going to renovate that one building to create the substance abuse. But some of those other buildings they're not. You can't put any more money into them. They're beyond that. So the plan would be to demolish all that and include in the RFP for that that contractor would. The salvage of the stone, the metal, and whatnot. And we've seen some success with that. I'm going to talk a little bit later about we're demolishing the 2 honor camps. Funding was provided for that this past year. And one of the vendors came in substantially less than we thought because he's going to repurpose a building there, and he felt like that was advantageous. So the cost we've put to it, we have an in-house architect who reaches out to other consultants, gives us a best guess estimate, then we'll put it out for an RFP and see what it is. But we would include those salvage costs in that. Not 9.9 million for that
Okay.
there.
Okay, and that's important to know, and that's why we have the value of some folks that are on those committees as far as budgeting, because we need to make sure that we address that. Yesterday, we received information that we have 442 folks that are in your facilities specifically because of registry violations. So the judge has determined, because they have not, on that quarterly basis, gone in and updated their registry. So do you have a sense of where those individuals are dispersed throughout the state in your facilities? Do we have a large portion that might be in Lansing or El Dorado, or do you know where those folks are?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I do not, but we could gather that information for you and report it back to the committee.
Okay, because the interesting thing was, what was shared is that number's gone up 65% in just the last 5 years. And it seems to me, while on the one hand, there is the proposal to demolish old units that absolutely can't be used, but to construct new facilities, it does seem appropriate that we ought to be looking at those that are being incarcerated on technical violations. I think that what was shared with us yesterday is the cost per individual is right at about $35,000 per year.
It's about 37, Madam Chair. I have a slide that talks about that here a little bit later, I believe.
Okay, so it would be helpful for us, I think, as we move into legislative session, because I know that we are looking specifically at changes to the registry process, and if there is a means to then address those that are being incarcerated now. 442 is a significant number of individuals.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So because they are in for that registry violation, and, you know, it took me a little time over the evening to think about this, and wasn't ready to ask the question, obviously, yesterday when it was presented. But what is the average duration of an individual that is being incarcerated now because of that registry violation? Are we looking at it's a 6-month, a 1 year, or multiple years? Do you know?
I do not know, Madam Chair, but again, we can research that and provide that back to the committee.
Well, and the reason I ask that is because, let's say it's a 1 year. Then that individual would need to immediately, if that were to be reversed as far as incarceration, or once the term was over, then they are put into that reintegration program to prepare them to go back out and to be, hopefully, perhaps, work ready. So that's an additional cost, an additional service that the Department of Corrections needs to provide.
That's correct.
That they weren't providing prior to the violation of the registry, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Committee, any other questions? Okay, if you.
All right, thank you,
move
Madam
forward.
Chair. Thank you for the questions. So we were asked to talk a little bit about the federal funding that was appropriated to our agency. You can see under the coronavirus relief funds, we had about $3.9 million for the COVID response. About $25 million was provided to us to offset state general funds for salaries. Under the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, $18.3 million for the 24/7 facility pay plan. About $2 million to offset state general funds for the offender management system that I referenced earlier, our Athena project, And then about 6.6 million for our pathways for success. And that's an investment in our population for education and workforce training. I think I'll talk about that a little bit later. And then the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Fund, we had about 1.7 allocated to us to operate the South Unit at Larned. And that South Unit is the former juvenile facility that had been closed at Larned. We reopened that and are utilizing that. Again, under the Pathways to Success, that and I'll talk about later, but that's funding for a Wi-Fi network for residents in our facilities to help with education, expand access to the welding program, and then establish a commercial driver's license, a CDL training, which is much needed out there in the business community. A little bit on our juvenile and adult updates. Again, back to our staffing, I referenced earlier, staffed versus physical capacity in our facilities. Historically, we've only talked about, when we've talked about capacity, we've only talked about the number of physical beds available to house them. Today, we can't operate all of our physical beds. We do not have enough staff, so we've had to close a number of housing units, collapse our footprint, if you will, at our facilities due to our staffing and to make the most out of the staff that we had. With our recent population fluctuating in the mid 8,400s, I think it was 8,451 yesterday, and it's been as high as 10,100 in my time since July of 19. But based upon our available staff, we're at about 96% of our staffed capacity. So we've got about 4% capacity left. We are seeing an uptick in our population. It's slowly creeping up every month. I think that's at least in part attributable to the courts getting back up and operating fully. We have a game-changing opportunity, in my terms, for education through second chance Pell dollars. Years and years and years ago, Pell dollars were available in corrections for the incarcerated population. Then that was prohibited for a number of years, and just recently Congress decided to make those available again. So in 2019, we could see that coming and got to work and formed the Kansas Consortium of Corrections Higher Education to provide some real quality post-secondary education and workforce training. We have 9 college partners. We have great partners throughout the state of Kansas. 7 of whom were identified in April of 20 as official Pell experimental site initiatives. The remaining 2 college partners recently were accepted into the 3rd round of that. Kansas now has Pell-eligible college programming in all correctional facilities. Since we started this initiative, we've seen a 50% increase in participation in post-secondary programs in the past year. The majority of our folks were able to access Pell Grants. And I'm going to talk a little bit here in a little bit, what's the benefit of having them get that education and training. So this is just a snapshot illustrating the impact of Second Chance Pell in Kansas. Past 20 years, on average, 37 residents per year earned a degree or certificate. In the past 2 years, the average has been 173 per year. As Pell funding becomes more accessible and available to our residents, we anticipate more funding coming into our facilities for our population. But our challenges will be the ability to have enough instructors and enough of the space and the right space to deliver that education programming. And I referenced that career campus vision a little bit earlier, and I'll talk about it a little bit later. So it's really, really, really excited about that initiative. And again, I hope I can illustrate in a slide a little later what the benefit of all that is. So one strategy to address the need for that classroom space is that career campus. It's envisioned based upon passage of House Bill 2401 during last year's, the 2021 legislative session. The bill provides KDOC the authority to establish a nonprofit 501c3 corporation that allows us to partner with private entities to raise funds to build the career campus. Since that bill became law, our staff have completed requirements of the process, and we've been approved by the Internal Revenue Service to establish our 501c3. Our current work is focused on identifying possible donors and developing a plan for a fundraising campaign. Our partner in that effort, we have a vendor, Hartsook. They're based in the Kansas City area. They have an expertise in this area. They're helping us develop a plan and assessing how much interest there would be in contributing to such a fundraising effort. Feedback we're hearing is that donors may be reluctant to contribute unless the state of Kansas makes a sizable investment as well. Based upon that, we're going to propose in our 5-year improvement plan a contribution to the career campus by the state, kind of a matching dollars.
Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Secretary, I'm sorry to jump back a little bit on you. Last year when we toured Lansing, soon after that, we had a horrific accident with a female guard that got beat up or got jumped.
Seriously.
To be honest with you, when I was walking through there, it was a little bit intimidating. So how has that been addressed so we don't have that situation happening again? I mean, I guess we're back to that.
Yeah.
I think that that's appropriate for this conversation at this time because we're looking at a number of things. You just talked about Pell. So if you're going to have folks from community colleges and technical colleges coming in to teach, and you're going to have that public government partnership, if you're going to have folks make donations for funding, you know, I think it could be argued that the state is contributing significantly toward the Department of Corrections. But I think the hesitation of folks to donate is it a cool, positive thing to make sizable donations to the Department of Corrections? And the number one issue is always going to be what's going to be the safety for the individuals that go in there to train. And likewise, as a kind of a carryover from the discussion yesterday when we had the panel discussion of the workforce ready, part of the hesitation of employers to bring someone in with that felony conviction in their background is it going to be safe? So talk to us about what measures have been put in place because we're not talking, the attack didn't occur in one of the training areas, the welding training area. No. The attack occurred there in one of the areas where the inmates were actually residing. So I think it's appropriate to discuss that at this time.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Senator. So that assault occurred in one of our housing units in the new Lansing facility, and it was a very serious and horrific incident. Officer Bindle was beaten severely, sustained some pretty severe injuries that she's still recovering from months later. To make it worse, there was no rhyme or reason for the attack. It was not, I don't believe there was an issue between the resident that attacked her and Officer Bindle. I just believe she was the officer on the tier at the time. We haven't found a motive directly linked to her. But a bad outcome, and we're hoping that she fully recovers here. So I can't guarantee that won't happen again. That potential is always there every day, and I guess I would use this as just take just a few seconds. It illustrates what I talked about earlier, the environment that our staff are in. That is real. That is a real potential event, whether it's a maximum custody facility or a minimum custody facility. If one of our incarcerated population is having a bad day, or there's something else going on that we're not aware of, they can take it out on our staff. And incidents less serious than what happened to Officer Bindle occur weekly in our facilities. Staff get assaulted, they get liquids thrown on them, they're in a hostile environment. It's the nature of our population and who we deal with. So when we talk about caring for our staff and pay for our staff and having a good workforce and rewarding them appropriately, that they deserve it. I say that. But so I cannot guarantee that won't happen again. A couple things that we're doing. So that during that incident, that tier has one officer assigned to it. That was what was in the staffing plan when that facility was designed and built. We'd like to see that augmented. And so we have some staffing issues at a number of facilities. So we've issued an RFP. We have a vendor that's doing a staffing analysis at each of our facilities to see if we are adequately staffed, maybe overstaffed in some areas, understaffed in others. One of the facilities that's first being assessed is our Lansing facility to say, look, do we have the right number of staff on that tier based on what they see on a national level and national standards? So hopefully that will help us. And then shrinking our footprint to try to make sure we have enough staff to respond in the event we have those incidents. It was the residents on the tier that first came to the aid of Officer Bindle. They notified staff and they helped pull the guy off her and came to her aid. They don't want to see that type thing happened either. But it took a minute or two for our staff to get there, a little while for our staff to get there. So we've shrunk our footprint, tried to make it so we have more staff available to respond. But it's an everyday challenge. Particularly at Lansing, two higher custody facilities, Lansing and El Dorado, we're really short-staffed, and we've shrunk to, I think we can't shrink any farther there. Those staff at those two facilities, uniformed staff at those two facilities, have been on 12-hour shifts for about almost a year and a half. And working a 12-hour shift and then sometimes having to work over because you're not staffed, making that a 16-hour day. I think any of us could do that once in a while, maybe short term, but 18 months, it's taken a toll on those folks. So we've got to find some staffing solutions. That's our best way to get there. And then in managing the population and trying to bring down that level, it's really those opportunities for them to, whether it's education, work opportunities, whether it's recreation, worship, making sure they have enough opportunities to do other things than just sit on the tier and be focused on how unhappy they are or how bad things are, and then decide, well, now I'm going to take it out on this individual that just came on shift. So that's what we're trying to do.
Senator Dahl, follow up.
And I think that's what's important about this. I wanted to ask about that earlier, but the Pell Grant and that sort of thing and the adjustments. So the adjustments that were made to that situation, because I know you did everything you could to prevent that from happening, but the adjustments so it doesn't happen again, something like this. But Pell Grants, when I was assistant at Porty State, Pell Grant was so important for us.
Yeah.
So I'm sure for your population, it would be critical.
Yeah.
So.
I appreciate that. Well, I want to make, we weren't able to add more staff to that tier. I want to make sure I made that clear. We just don't have enough staff. But what we've tried to do, I think since that assault, we've drawn down a couple more housing pods at Lansing to try to help with the staffing. I think we're more stable there today than we were at the time, but we're still not in a good, I wouldn't characterize it as being in a good place.
Any other questions? Senator or Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So going back to this particular, the Lansing Career Campus, $30 to $35 million. And I remember when we were there, I think it was mentioned, we talked about it a little bit. My only concern is that's just one facility. And you know, we've got Ellenwood and
Yeah, Ellsworth.
Yeah, Ellsworth and
Yep.
and El Dorado. So it seems like a lot of money to just put into one facility instead of maybe having something in each of the facilities. Or is this something that can only be done in one? And then what about the other ones?
Yeah, yeah, Madam Chair, Representative, that's a great question. So the long-term vision is to have it at every one of our correctional facilities, probably a different scale, you know, depending on the size of the facility. And I believe that if we do when we get to the point where we're able to do the career campus, start construction there, we'll probably do that in phases. What I'd like to do is get one established, get it going, let people see it, and I think that will inspire a lot more folks to partner with us and help grow. I think people will see the benefit of that. And the reason Lansing is selected is when the new facility was built, and there's a lot of advantages to that new facility, and I'm grateful that we have it. There's not a lot of programming space. Our capacity, the need for programming, whether it be education or treatment programming, outside is beyond our capability in terms of space. We just don't have enough of the right space. I know it's a lot of money. It's the grand vision there, the full meal deal. It probably would get phased in, and then to your point, the long-term vision is to have it at each and every one of our correctional facilities.
Okay, and if I may,
You absolutely may. Continue.
going back to that then, you've got the facility that, if I remember rightly, the old infirmary that the chairman talked about wasn't, I mean, it's right in that area. Is it not, are you not able to utilize it, repurpose it inside for some of this training?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative, so a couple things. That's quite a distance from the main unit.
Okay.
It's on the property, but the logistics of getting folks to and fro, and then you're still going to need a fence. You know, we talked in the demolition of Lansing, those walls, those stone walls are probably coming down, so you'd have to erect some kind of a walkway fence. And then that facility has some structural issues. I don't know if you recall when we walked through it, there's cracks and it's splitting apart, and you know, there's old coal mines under there, shafts and stuff, and I just don't think it's a relatively new building, but I don't think it's feasible going forward. I think.
Okay. All right. Well, I didn't remember that there were cracks. I knew that the one that's right next to it, a lot of the pillars are not in good shape, but I didn't remember that on that one. So, all right. Thank you, Matt. One other thing, if I might. On the back one more, I think it was, on the, well, two more, or maybe more. On the federal funding, you'd mentioned the $6.6 million for Pathways of Success. I thought, and it's in our deal, that we did that with SGF money, that wasn't federal money for the Pathways of Success. Am I wrong on that?
I think,
Okay, it was just,
Initially, it was SGF, and then at the end of session, that got changed, right, Keith? Okay.
and that was for the equipment.
That was for the equipment to do the Wi-Fi, I think some laptops,
Okay.
things like that.
Okay, because we have it in here that it was SGF, so.
it was SGF. We recommended Spark, but it did end
I
up
thought
being
that's right,
SGF.
too.
So Keith says the Spark Committee ended up approving it, and the SGF was lapsed, and it became that funding. We can verify that if you'd like us to do so.
Could you, and I know that Meredith is listening on, and Legislative Research put this together.
Okay.
Let's find out.
Okay. Okay.
We might have an extra 6 point some million
Well-
sitting. which we would love to know about.
Yeah, that would be
All of
nice
us
to know.
would.
Be great seed money for that career campus.
Right.
Well, and on that point, we had talked about yesterday, did that cover what you needed for those upgrades?
I think we, Madam Chair, Representative, I think we had some additional funding from some other sources that help us with that Wi-Fi and infrastructure. Is that right, Keith? And I think we may not be all the way there, but we're certainly a long way there.
Okay.
Pretty close, don't you think? Yeah.
So talk to us a little
Thank you,
bit
Madam Chair.
about the Pell requirements, because a recent article indicated it might be a little bit of a problem for Kansas because we wait to provide career tech education until it's that sweet spot of 2 years or so before release time. And we have a lot of folks that are there sitting and waiting.
Yeah.
And Pell wants them, when they're eligible, to start that learning experience regardless of when their release time is. So how do we feel within our state we've got a workaround for that?
Well, Madam Chair, the issue is our capacity to deliver.
Okay.
So whether it's treatment programs or education or what have you, when we're trying to meet the needs of that individual that's going to be a returning citizen and be back out in our communities, it really is triage because we don't have enough resources to meet the capacity. So I hear from our population fairly frequently when I'm out walking, somebody that's doing a lot of time and they're not eligible to get in a treatment program, but they have a drug and alcohol issue. They want that treatment early on so they can be practicing that lifestyle for years before they get out, which makes a lot of sense. Our dilemma is if we put that person in, and maybe they're in it for years, we have these people that are going to get out in the next couple of years, and we have an obligation from a public safety standpoint to deliver it to them. So it is a capacity. That's why we're trying to do this, the career campuses, expand our capacity, and be able to deliver it. Right now, it's a little bit limited. I think we're going to be in compliance with the requirements of Pell. We're not going to be outside of that, and our partners will help us with that. They know that super well, how that Pell works. And I think more and more, we're going to get more people enrolled in the program. If we could increase our capacity, we can expand that even further.
So are you anticipating that these would be certificate programs or degree programs? Like
Yeah,
associate degrees?
I think I have a slide a little later to articulate, but I think it'd be a combination of both. I'm not sure we'll have a lot of folks get a bachelor's, maybe not,
Right.
but associates and or some kind of a technical certification. Those would be very beneficial to our population.
They would. And I guess circling back to the question, why Lansing and why not others? I think the same question could be asked with regard to the women's facility here in Topeka, because you are absolutely tapped out of space in the women's facility. So do you anticipate that, and quite frankly, the 30 to 35 million, most of the community colleges as well as the technical colleges, they put in a career tech building, that's about the price tag. It just is.
Yeah.
So that's in keeping with what's happening in higher education in this state. But is there a plan for such a facility for the women's correctional facility? Because that seems to be the area that's most lacking in training opportunities, at least from our recent tours.
Yeah, Madam Chair, there's not a building, career campus building planned for any other facility today. Again, we wanted to get one off the ground, then people can see it, and I believe it'll create a certain amount of enthusiasm and energy for that when they see the benefit of it. But I think I have a slide later that'll talk about we have improved opportunities at the women's correctional facilities, some workforce training opportunities in our private industry program. I'm pretty excited about what's going on there. But certainly they could use a building just like Ellsworth and Norton and Hutch.
Shirley has information for us on that, on the SGF versus Spark money, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So in the appropriations report, it does state that the legislature added language to lapse the 6.7 SGF for the Pathways to Success if ARPA money was made available, which it was.
Okay. Okay. So that really should, over on the right-hand column, it should say that it was in fact the ARPA money. Okay. Thank you. It took 3 days to get us through that, but we figured that out now. All right, let's move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a little bit about the Pathways for Success appropriation. Again, it was $6.7 million for new investments in technical education equipment, Wi-Fi equipment, starting to get that equipment in. There's been some supply line. We believe we'll have the Wi-Fi operational the spring of next year. Once that equipment's delivered and installed, we plan to have 1,000 tablets and 1,000 laptops available for our residents to access. We're going to do the CDL, commercial driver's license simulators. They've not been ordered yet as we're working with our partners and private industry on the best locations for that. And then we've already ordered some virtual welders, probably going to order some more in the future. I don't know if you saw the virtual welders at our juvenile facility, but that's a pretty good training tool. So we're very thankful for those funds to move forward in that. Really going to help us.
At what point would they actually have that opportunity? Virtual is good. It's very good.
Yeah.
But with the CDL,
Yeah.
the virtual is not the same as being within the big rig.
Yeah.
So at what point would they ever have an opportunity to physically be in a semi-truck?
Yeah, Madam Chair, they would get that opportunity. It is that sequencing of events. You know, if someone needs, they don't have their high school diploma, let's get them that GED. Then they need some workforce training. And they want to be let's get a CDL, drive truck. Let's get them in that program. Let's do the virtual, and then they'd be at a facility where we can put them in a rig and let them practice, probably a minimum custody facility, and that's what we're trying to work out now. Where would that best be done?
All right, thank you.
So why do all that workforce training, all the employment, and why? Why other than our residents need it? We know that them, when they come back to the community, they're a returning citizen, that when they are able to obtain a job that pays a sustained livable wage, that's the cornerstone to their success. There's a lot of different factors that contribute to it, but really that job we found is number one. Those that achieve a livable wage employment upon release from prison are 1/3 less likely to come back to us. That's a pretty good return on investment, 1/3. That moves the needle. The job helps provide a number of stabilizing factors such as housing, transportation, allows them to pay their debts, their court obligations, their back child support, and then it meets the needs of their families. So we have a lot of focus on job training and jobs. Education and employment programs during their incarceration do make a difference. And you can see on the slide, the rate of obtaining that livable wage job increases by 6% if they get that GED, by 8% if they have a career technical education program, by 20% if they complete one college course, and by 25% if they hold a job with one of our private industry partners for 6 months or longer. And really what we'd like to do is stack those together to make it an even greater possibility. Those are the building blocks. The building blocks of their success are education, job training while they're incarcerated, and then those work opportunities both in private industry and on once they release back out in the community. When I first came to this role, I was just really excited about the number of private industry partnerships that we have here in Kansas. It's not common, the number that we have here, and it's a tribute to folks that came before that allowed for the establishment of that and that really developed that. We have a number of fantastic private industry partners that help us at each of our adult facilities. 40 private industry partners in addition to our traditional correctional industry programs, which is we have a welding program. We mix the paint for the highways, that type stuff in our traditional program. On the 1st of November, we had over 1,400 of our residents involved in the traditional and private industry program. That's 17% of our population. That's a pretty good number. Nationally, I've seen that number's around 12, 13%. Historically, we have about 1,240 in private industry, another 170 in traditional industries. And from July of 2019 to October of 2022, our private industry employment opportunities have increased by 33%. A good portion of that is at the Topeka Correctional Facility for women. When we toured that a couple years ago, I think we had about 10 to 12 private industry opportunities. Today, I believe we have over 200. We've really expanded it there, so we're really excited about that. So in fiscal year 2022, those residents earned $27.7 million, and that income pays for the following. 25% goes to room and board costs that go back to the Kansas Correctional Industries program that they use to reinvest in the program. And what that looks like is building more buildings so our private industry partners can come in behind the fences. We just recently built a building at Hutchinson Correctional Facility, and we have Koch brothers, a subsidiary of them, is coming into that to partner with us for the first time. We're excited about that. And then we've got on the drawing board to place a facility at Lansing. 10% goes to savings, so they have money upon release for they can have a place to live, access to transportation. Again, they pay off their court obligations, criminal cases, child support, and then contribute to the support of their families.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The 1,414 residents, you said 70%. Realistically, how many can you get to? Not if you had all the partners you needed, because I'm sure there's a certain population that probably just isn't ever going to fit into that. So realistic, what percent of the population could you get into a training program?
Madam Chair, Representative, I think it'd be over 50%. Here's the limiting factor. We're almost at our capacity for partnerships outside the fences. You have to have minimum custody people to have them working outside the fences. We're getting close to maxed out there. Got a little bit of room. Where the future is inside, behind the fences. We built that building at Hutchinson. That's inside the fences, so we can draw industry in. And there's a lot of untapped folks in there that would welcome the opportunity and could safely be working in those opportunities. So I would say it's beyond 50% as long as we have the buildings. And I think there's partners out there. More and more, given the workforce what it is, more and more we have folks reaching out to us wanting to partner with us. And really the limiting factor becomes the right space and can we provide enough of the right folks.
Okay, thank you.
So we have a couple of renovation projects underway to create housing for very specific uses, and we're excited about both of these, and they were referenced earlier in our funding. So the remodeling project at Winfield, that's taking 2 housing units that were joined by a walkway that used to be under Veterans Affairs that were underutilized, that were transferred to us, and we are renovating. The units at Winfield were designed as a nursing home for the veterans, so it's got that long-term care type of design. We're keeping that intact, and we plan to house our aging population. Those that have cognitive care issues, we're starting to see a little bit more of that, or those that have chronic care issues there. We're also going to have a relatively small, it's about 50, 60 folks segment, a little bit younger population. We'll do some alcohol and substance abuse treatment there with them. We don't quite have enough of the right aging population to fill that all up, and we need some help with them to help them get around, care for the facility. So we're going to put some treatment beds in there as well. So that's underway. We had some, there's also a kitchen and dining facility. Today, KDOC has residents go down to the veterans home to their kitchen to help prepare meals, and they're kind of intermixed down there in their facility. I think families of some of their residents have concerns about us having our population down there. Logistically, it's hard to truck all those meals back up to the facility. So the project was budgeted to create a new kitchen and dining facility for Winfield, which is much needed for the entire facility. Work's underway. Believe we'll be able to occupy the housing units probably in January, maybe February. The dining and the kitchen facility is a little bit behind because of some delays in the building. That's probably going to be April or May. And then we have a remodeling project at Lansing. One of the buildings is up on the hill, what they used to call the East Unit. I believe it was built in the late 80s or early 90s and still in fairly decent shape and could be remodeled. So we need some more substance abuse beds, some more capacity to deliver substance abuse to our population, programming to our trains. So we're going to use about 200 beds there for that. And we'll also, our intent is to do some work release out of there. We don't have a work release presence on the east side of the state for men. I don't know how many that's going to be. It might be 30, it might be 50, maybe a little bit more. But maybe get those residents that are in their recovery and in that substance abuse, much like folks out in the real world, you go to work a day and you also work on your recovery and kind of acclimate them in that mind. We expect completion of that project in February. There's a little bit of weight on some of the materials. And I would tell you, one of the contingencies on opening that unit is our ability to staff it. Today, we would not be able to staff that unit unless we closed something else at Lansing and relocated those staff to that. And that's probably what we'll do if we're not able to staff it within a few months, because I don't want a brand new facility just sitting there. Excited about both those projects. I referenced earlier demolition of the honor camps at El Dorado and Toronto Lakes. Those were closed some time ago, and they've been sitting there, and they've become a public safety issue for us. So we're excited to be able to get those taken down and getting those sites cleaned up. They're actually, I believe, on federal property, and so we have to meet the requirements of the feds to come into compliance with that, which we'll certainly do. So we put that out for an RFP, and the one bidder I mentioned for the El Dorado is going to repurpose a metal building there, and it's going to save. It's going to bring our bid down. The next lowest bidder was about $269,000, and this vendor is going to do it for $92,000. So we'll see what we get if we get to a point where we do Lansing, but we might see some benefits of that. So those are coming down probably the spring. Certainly by early summer we should have those raised. Talk just a little bit about the behavior by our population. This slide reflects data collected by our adult facilities on acts of violence by our residents at those facilities. Incidents declined by 6.4% from calendar year 2018 to 2021. and by 25.3% from our highest year of incidents, which was 2019 to 2021. Calendar year 2022 that's reflected there is just year-to-date through October. If we project the final 2 months of the year at the same level as the first 10 months, we'll see about 3,800 incidents by year. That would be a 21.2% decline from 2018 to 2022 period, and a 37.1% decline from the highest year, 2019 through 2022. In the same period, we've had a 15.4% reduction in our average daily population. So the population's gone down about 15.5% during that time, and we've seen at least a 21% decline in serious incidents. Comparing 2018 to 2022, we're seeing a decline in most categories with increases in contraband cell phones and resident-on-resident serious assaults and battery. Obviously, those fights, those batteries, assaults, or violent acts that staff must react to for the safety of residents involved and for our staff, and that those are occurring. They're certainly there. I'm concerned about our high number of vacancies. The decline in dangerous contraband might reflect improved behavior by our residents, or it may reflect that staff cannot spend the amount of time identifying contraband in the facility. We classify escapes, if you will, in two different ways. If somebody leaves a minimum facility where they're able to be outside the fences and they take off, that we really classify that as a walkway because they're not scaling a secure facility fence on. Then we have the traditional escape from a more secure facility. Not all facilities have a secure perimeter fence. Most of our minimum custody facilities either don't have a fence or it's not much of a fence. And so those walkaways can be fairly frequent. We had two recently at our Lansing facility, and so we're looking at a way to try to address that there. We didn't have any for many, many, many months, and just within a month or so of each other, we had two, so that was a concern. Athena is our juvenile and adult data system, and we're thankful we got the funding for this. We have old systems. We've been working on this for years now, our multi-year transition from that decades-old information systems to a modern database built by Microsoft. It's progressing. Microsoft and our staff are currently working on improvements to phase one. There's some things that we need to fix and upgrade there. So we're working on that, have a plan. And then we have a bunch of our parole and other staff working on a schedule in the build out of phase two. Community corrections and parole use Athena 1 a lot, and then pretty much the rest of everybody in the system uses it, but they rely upon that a lot, and then everybody uses phase two quite a bit. Evidence-based program. This is the funds that are captured as a result of reform from the 2015 reform for juveniles. And I just want to talk about the terms. Sometimes there's a little confusion about that fund, and it can be pretty confusing. When Keith tries to explain the funding streams and how that works to me, my eyeballs bounce a little bit. But let me just walk through these quickly. Evidence-based means practices, policies, procedures, and programs that are demonstrated by research to produce reduction in the likelihood of reoffending. Oftentimes we have folks come forward with a program that feels good and sounds good, and those have value. Those have value. But really what that fund is supposed to be focused on is evidence-based. expenditures for the development and implementation of evidence-based community programs and practices for juvenile juveniles experiencing mental health crisis, and their families. I think the executive summary from the work group back in 2015 just really strongly referenced there weren't enough resources out in the communities, and I would echo that. There's still not enough out there today. So there's an emphasis placed on that. KDOC shall administer the fund, and all expenditures shall be made in accordance with the appropriation acts. We want to be in line with what the appropriation calls for. Funds shall be used for the purposes set forth and for no other governmental purpose. And then the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee monitors state expenditures that have been avoided to recommend to the governor and the legislature reinvestment and the plan from KDOC. So we have that Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee that's got representatives from virtually statewide and a number of different entities, local, state, the courts, and legislature. We have legislators on there, and then they make those recommendations. And really, we take those recommendations and bring those before you all, and then act on that. So here's how that process works. If you go top left down, over to the middle, and then up, and then over to the right and down, that's that flow chart. So this process has been implemented to operationalize the reinvestment of funds that are available because of avoided expenditure on out-of-home placements, and that's really the bulk of where that money comes from. Identification of a need may come from a JJOC member, the Juvenile Corrections Advisory Boards, agencies, it could be the judicial, KDOC, or other stakeholders. Those needs are often discussed by the JJOC Reinvestment Subcommittee. I'm a member of that subcommittee, who may put forth a recommendation to the full JJOC. The needs can also be presented directly to the full JJOC, who may or may not involve the subcommittee. JJOC, as a body, will then make the final recommendation to include an item in the evidence-based program fund budget. Items approved by JJOC are then added to the budget submitted by KDOC. Annually, the governor and the legislature take action on the KDOC budget to include that recommendation. KDOC then negotiates contract, including develop requests for proposals, post bids, award contracts, or develop a grant process. If it is a grant, some of those are to local government entities such as Juvenile Corrections Advisory Boards, or JCABs, who will administer a local grant process to decide which agencies receive the funds. After contract or grant is approved, evidence-based program begins, which often requires time to recruit, train, hire staff. And then there's, for example, we will allow up to 6 months in the future innovation grants that are about to begin in 2024 for them to kind of get started up. And then the delivery of services begins. So it's a process. Programs operating in 2023. The 22 individual evidence-based programs practices include provisions of the same service in each of the our 105 counties, and that includes functional family therapy, moral recognition therapy, aggression replacement training, and a parent project. That's in each of the counties. Some regional projects that are underway are Youth Advocate Program, Crossover Youth Practice Model, and statewide training and technical assistance and risk needs screening tools to be used statewide. The grant programs administered by KDOC and then contracted or subgranted by local unit government result in 20 JCAB grants funding operation of 36 programs and practices, 23 reinvestment and collaborative grants funding operation of 61 programs and practices. A core objective of juvenile justice reform, as I mentioned earlier, was to increase access to these evidence-based programs in the community. I believe that focus will continue. A little bit about the available funds, the balance, 63.5 million available. There's an approved budget of 18.1 million. So with the carry forward balance from FY22 and the new appropriation for FY23 that is required annually by Senate Bill 367, Kansas began the year with the $65 million in available funds. If you, let's go to the next slide. So reinvesting those available funds. FY 2023 is the 7th budget year for the existence of this fund, with 63.5 million available. JGOC has taken a thoughtful approach to responding to the need to reduce the balance by budgeting to spend more annually than is appropriated, which will reduce the available fund balance over a period of years. In FY 2030, available funds are projected to be 5.6 million. That's beyond what will already be funded in projects. So the projection is it will be spent down from a surplus of 63 to 5.6. Now, that's just a projection at this point. That allows those other programs to be funded and still have 5.6. In this graphic that you're looking at, the blue columns represent budgeted expenditures, and the green columns represent the projected fund balance. The green columns show how that balance is anticipated to decline in the years ahead. If you'll note on the FY 2024 budget expenditure, it increases by 15 million over the 2023 expenditure. That reflects the new innovations in juvenile justice grant that the JJOC has established. And we're obligating that money in FY 2024, that 15 million, but it will be distributed over a 5-year period. We needed a placeholder to make sure that money was earmarked and sitting there, and then over a 5-year period, 3 million increments, it will be distributed. That's why the anomaly's there just a little bit. So in managing the funds and the process, for decades we've done the grant programs, both juvenile justice and adult, through paper and spreadsheets, and it's been cumbersome. Well, this year we purchased and brought online a new grant management software, Amplifund, with the goal of reducing the administrative burdens for our staff and grantees. So we're excited about the opportunities there. Some benefits of that are it streamlines the process for the application and grant reviews, real-time viewing of expenditures, improved data on program progress and reporting of outcomes, and all reports in the system instead of separate Word and Excel files transmitted by mail. They'll all be under one heading. Let me talk a little bit about the JAG-K, Jobs for America graduates, which assists students with academic and employability skills. The cost at KJCC is $74,000 from the education budget there, not community-based when delivered at KJCC, so we did not use evidence-based program fund for this purpose, and we served 29 youth this semester with the JAG-K. Separately, the JJOC has budgeted $3.5 million to support Jobs for America graduates in Kansas, JAG-K, in 6 additional high schools in the state, with 174 kids being served thus far.
Can you repeat that JAG-K data again?
Yeah. So at our juvenile facility, we have $74,000 budgeted out of the KJ budget, the KJCC budget, and we're serving 29 youth this semester. Separately, JJOC has budgeted $3.5 million be out in the community to support Jobs for American graduates in Kansas in 6 additional high schools in the state, with 174 kids being served so far.
And how did you pick those 6 high schools? Do you know?
Madam Chair, I do not know. I can go back and determine that for you. Oh.
JAG-K makes that decision.
Oh, there you go. JAG-K makes that decision, apparently.
Okay, Senator Fusco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary, so those 174 youth that you've assisted, since when? The date, was that since our tour?
Just this semester, Senator.
This school year.
This school year, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Go back to the slide before where you show fiscal year 24, and you indicated, is it 15 million?
Yes, Madam Chair.
And that's going to be dispersed over the course of 5 years.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so it hasn't been earmarked which programs are receiving that, or has it been earmarked?
Madam Chair, I don't believe it has. It's a new initiative by the JJOC to expand grants out in the community. And when it was approved through the group, we felt like we needed to get that money earmarked, get it locked up for distribution over 5 years. But I don't believe the programs have been identified.
Okay.
I can verify that for sure, but I don't believe so.
Okay, so right now with the distribution of funds as grants, is that still going on an annual basis where there's a deadline and the application needs to get in and then it goes through the approval process, or are there any funds available on a rolling basis? That's something that we talked about
Yeah.
last year.
Yeah,
or the
Madam
year
Chair,
before.
I don't believe that today we've been doing rolling grants. However, the software that we purchased would help with that.
Okay.
Would help with that, and I think it's something that we can consider doing.
Okay. The reason I ask is we did have a presentation a couple weeks ago in the Child Welfare Oversight Committee, and I know that you recognize there's a lot of overlap as far as juvenile corrections and also what child welfare is trying to do. But it was specific to boys and girls clubs. And they were unaware of these funds, and so obviously had never applied. And so that's one of those things where folks, again, I think that we hear in our communities is didn't realize funds were available. We do have evidence-based programs. What's the deadline and how do we get into that loop? And I think that continues to be an ongoing process when you have not-for-profit organizations trying to work within their community and make sure services are provided or to expand services. I know that's something that Senator Fusco has spoken about at length for several years with regard to her community. How do these organizations expand if they don't know when they can jump on board to try and get access to some of these funds? And so I think that's one of the things that right now, if we were to poll this committee, none of us would have any idea what the JJOC deadline is for applying for any of that grant money. And we need to have a better sense of that. And throughout the state, there needs to be a better sense of that. And I don't think anyone, even from DCF, could speak to what those deadlines are as well. And it's not, I think, again, it gets to the heart of when funds are available, we want them to be utilized. Because the kids and the families and the communities need that support. We certainly have heard from law enforcement that when we're talking about juvenile issues, when we passed that legislation, I think it was 6 years ago, what do we do? Because the path before was we put juveniles in a correctional facility and just said, take care of it. That's not the process now. But again, how can communities support the needs of the kids and the families if they don't know how and when to access that? So can someone tell us what is the magic deadline for an application?
Madam Chair, I can't tell you the magic deadline. What I can tell you is the process needs to be communicated better. The committee has, JGOC has a subcommittee to enhance communication, get the word out more, because I think there's an acknowledgement that it's not getting out. They have to screen those to have them for us to include in our budget. So we'll get the deadline. We owe you some information anyway. We'll get the hard, fast deadline and get that to the committee. And then again, I'll carry back to the committee. Let's really continue that effort to communicate what funding's available and what the deadlines and the requirements are.
Well, and I think, and just to be clear, so you've approved the budget of $18 million. That's great, because what that means is $18 million is getting out in the communities. But we also see a balance of $45 million.
Right.
And that gets to, I know that part of the concern is, again, for our communities that are trying to serve the needs of kids and families. Not all communities, not all counties, not all cities have folks that can fill out that grant application. Yeah. They don't even know what type of thing would be an acceptable grant. And so when you have big fish that have very sophisticated built-in programs, which means they've got all kinds of administrative staff that can make it happen, the 18 million gets gobbled up and there are no crumbs available to jump in for those little fish. And what we do know is the little fish can be just as impactful in their particular community. So is there a way to have some smaller programs jump in there, again, that more on a rotating basis, and I'm glad you have software that will help with that, but where they can do a small program, create data that they can track, because really that is a part of what an evidence-based program is. It's going to be measurable. They're going to be able to tell you, last year we served no kids. This year we got this small grant, and this is how many kids we were able to serve. This is how many families were impacted. These are the changes we saw in our community. But we have to help those folks that don't even know this money is out there, don't know how to go about that process. And I have a feeling that if we were to have a map overlay of where that money's going and which areas it's impacting, we're probably going to see some deserts there within the state. And I always liken it to a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I want peanut butter spread throughout one slice and jelly on the other, spread throughout. And we want these funds to be spread throughout the state because we have kids and families of need throughout the state. But we know that we don't have a similar balance of capabilities within our counties and cities to fill out those applications. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I remember this discussion from last year, and I thought we had established that once we've appropriated the whole $45 million. It's not that you have to come to us every time for a grant. That money's been appropriated, so it's there to be used throughout the whole year. And I thought we had established last year in this meeting that we were wanting to have some revolving grants, and those grants be going throughout the whole year and not a set time and come to us every year and say, oh, we've got this many that we're going to do. So is that not what you understood, and is that not what you're doing?
Madam Chair, Representative, I don't believe that's what we're doing today. Again, now we have some software that can help us with that. We also have, we have a coordinator position and an admin support position that are dedicated now to the JJOC. That'll help us administer that. It'll also help us help those smaller entities if they're trying to apply, somebody that can help walk them through it and provide that assistance. So I hear you loud and clear, and we'll endeavor to make that happen.
Because, Madam Chair, I'll tell you, that 45 million is getting harder and harder every year to make sure it
Yeah,
stays in the budget.
yeah.
To power protect it. It's
Yeah.
difficult to protect
It
it.
is. It is.
And I look at it that tomorrow's December, which means we've got 8 months within the fiscal year. So that would be ample time for something to get started, for us to start that. Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary and Representative. I remember that conversation as well, and I believe that we even heard from Hope with the State Parole Board, and I said talking to Hope gave me hope, and so in my district, inner city, Wichita, 29th district. There was a town hall meeting with different organizations, and they were all mad at me because they didn't know how to apply for that funding. And so perhaps you could network with your county so that they could do some public service announcements, or they could put that information in the newsletters that our city council members and our county commissioner members, they send their newsletters out, and they provide any information that they have, and they put it on Facebook and social media. Maybe we could just do something like that to whereas those organizations would get that information to help their families. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments? So, to be clear, we appreciate the distribution. Our request is more, please.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Some information, juvenile crime data. One responsibility of the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee is to publish and distribute an annual report, a document that will be published today, and we will help distribute in December. As we enter 2023, it's been 7 years since Kansas enacted comprehensive juvenile justice reforms to protect the public, safety, and hold juvenile offenders accountable, contain taxpayer costs by focusing system resources on the most serious offenders, and improve outcomes for youth, families, and communities in Kansas. Overall, each data element shows less juvenile crime measured at multiple points of arrest by law enforcement, juveniles brought to local juvenile intake and assessment services programs, and filing of charges in district court. While Kansas is also experiencing a small number of children are waived to adult court for adult prosecution each year. That's a good thing. And while there's an increase from 10 to 16 this year, it is normally infrequent that a child takes the life of another person in Kansas. That is up this past year for some reason. Juveniles with a weapons violation are a fraction of all arrests at 2% of all juvenile arrests, and a decline in admissions of young adults to our adult correctional facilities. Now, it may or may not be a direct result of juvenile reforms, but shows that we are not pushing youth into the adult system. 3 years after release, and that's really the period for measuring the national standard for measuring recidivism. Somebody's released, and 3 years later, what does it look like for them? 3 years after release, 72.5%, nearly 3/4 of the youth released from Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex in calendar year 2018 have not returned to the juvenile justice system or been convicted of an adult crime that would send them to prison. That's a pretty great success rate. That's really good.
And I was going to ask about that. I'm assuming that that is higher than the national norm.
I believe it is. That's pretty high.
That is pretty high. Do you feel that some of what we saw last year when we toured that facility was there was so much that was being done with regard to the career and tech training, where the kids were really able to do hands-on work, where Washburn Tech was coming and actually teaching some of those courses. Do you think some of that can be attributed to that programming?
Yeah, Madam Chair, absolutely. Whether it's treatment or behavioral programming or education or vocational training programming, that all helps them, gives them some confidence, gives them some feeling like they have a future. But equal to that is the culture and the environment that has to be at the facility, that those staff are invested in their success and that they know that they're cared for by the people that are charged with caring for them. And I think we have that there as well. I think both factors coming together attribute to that success.
Thank you.
Getting close to the end here. I know I'm over my time and I apologize.
We've had many questions, and that's what this is about, so we're fine.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. A little bit about facility condition assessment, and I believe we provided a copy of an executive summary to staff to provide to you. We posted a request for proposal in 2021 seeking a qualified firm to do an assessment of our facilities to help inform us and the legislature on future needs for repair or, if necessary, to replace any of the 254 structures in our 8 adult facilities and our 1 juvenile facility. On-site assessments were conducted from June of 21 through May of 22. This work was performed by Carter Global Lee, and their completed reports were received in June of this year. With over 3.6 million square feet in those 254 buildings, and they were constructed between 1860, thank you, Representative, and 2015. Given the age of many of them, that assessment identified significant needs for repair or replacement, and that was not surprising to us. If you look at the table on page 4 of the executive summary, as you have an opportunity, the identified total capital investment exceeds $338 million, and much of that, $164 million, is recommended as immediate needs. Now, realistically, the legislature cannot fund and the Kansas Department of Corrections cannot manage that volume of projects immediately or even quickly. The report does make it clear, however, that we must begin to prioritize the needs that have been identified and develop a path forward. As I shared with you earlier in the presentation, some of those needs have been included in our current 5-year capital improvements plan and budget requests. In these initial requests, we really need an increase in the annual appropriations for repair and rehabilitation projects. Bless you. I referenced that fund earlier that has not been increased for about 30 years, and our ability to maintain our facilities appropriately has been diminished with that fund not increasing. Some initiatives. One is the name change at the Larned Correctional Mental Health Facility. That facility was originally named Larned Correctional Mental Health Facility when constructed in response to an '89 federal court order, which directed Kansas to meet the long-term needs of mentally ill residents. This facility was opened in January of 1992. In 2016, the mission changed to serve younger offenders aged 18 to 25, while services for persons with mental illness were moved primarily to Lansing and El Dorado. The mission changed again in 2019 to serving minimum and medium custody adult males of all ages, aligning with other facilities. Proposed new name for the facility has not been finalized and expected by early in the session. We'll propose something to you. It's confusing for folks, that mental health facility, and given that that KDADS has their facility in the same community, externally people get very confused between the two entities. So we'd like to withdraw that mental health component out of that. And then bonuses, and we talked a little bit about bonuses earlier. We've seen states like Nebraska have success in reducing their vacancies through highly competitive compensation rates. Nebraska has a starting pay of $28 per hour, which they claim is third highest in the nation, and by paying employee bonuses. Current law does not allow agencies to pay a bonus for a new hire or the retention of current staff. We believe it's clear that that would be of benefit to not only KDOC, but other agencies during these times of workforce shortages. That's my presentation for today, Madam Chair. I'd certainly stand for additional questions that your committee members may have.
We'll start with Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I certainly won't promise anything and say, oh, yeah, we'll fund whatever. But I will say that this year is probably a really good year to try to get some of that capital improvement funding, a large portion of it in, because I think most of us are, you know, it looks great, $3 billion, but I think most of us are pretty fearful about what's going to happen in the very near future, and that $3 billion may be gone within, you know, a year or two, just because of the economy. And so I think right now is the time to really make the ask, because you're probably got your best bet right now. So just my opinion on how I think things will go.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wanted to circle back on the juvenile crime data. Just looking at the KBI source that is on there for the increases in 16 juveniles arrested for murder compared to 10 in 2015, and then the weapons violations. And it doesn't, from what I can tell at a quick look at the statistics, it doesn't indicate a means. But then when you look at the State Child Death Review Board annual report tracking firearm deaths, in that same time period, the rate of firearm deaths in Kansas and children has doubled over the last 5 years. And in 2020, more children died by firearms than in motor vehicle crashes. And so I'm just wondering, is that something that KBI can track, or information you can get of the means of these weapons violations? And how are these young people accessing, getting their hands on firearms? Is this coming from, are they stealing them from vehicles? Are they purchasing them through private sales? I think that I would be interested in getting more information and finding ways that we can prevent guns getting into the hands of these young Kansans.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative, we can reach out to KBI and see if there's, mine the data a little further, see if they have information, and then we'll provide that with whatever they have, assuming they have it.
Okay, committee, other questions? You might give us a point of clarification, because this was a discussion item toward the end of our meeting yesterday, and that was with regard to, let me see if I can find it. Okay. The Department of Corrections employees to be included in the Kansas Public Employees Retirement Systems Corrections Plan. So last year when we toured the juvenile correctional facility, there was a request of the juvenile correctional officers to be put under the CAPERS retirement program. Is that correct?
Maybe, Madam Chair, maybe corrections capers.
So that's what we need some clarifications on. Would it be the corrections plan that was the request?
Yeah, Madam Chair, here's what I know. So we have corrections capers for
Right.
some of our staff, and my understanding is our juvenile correctional officers are not under that plan. They're in regular corrections, regular capers. Am I right on that? Yeah. So I know there were a little bit of talk last year about corrections capers and maybe moving them into that. There was also some talk about KPNF, Kansas Police and Fire, and maybe moving people to that. But at a minimum, I believe those juvenile correctional officers belong under corrections capers. I mean, they're doing essentially the same work as our officers in adult facilities. I mean, different population, same responsibilities.
Okay. Senator O'Shea is online, and she has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is, again, Senator Kristen O'Shea. You briefly mentioned at the very end about something about state law not allowing for signing bonuses. Can you briefly explain that a little more?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Senator, I believe the law is pretty specific that the bonuses can not exceed $3,500 in a calendar year. Can only be awarded based upon merit, so some act, if you will, some service. They cannot be pre-promised as something. So I think that's where it comes to sign-on or retention bonuses. You can't offer someone something saying, if you stay a year, we'll give you this kind of a bonus. It's prohibited by the law. It's very, very prescriptive as to how those bonuses can be awarded.
Thank you. I was just thinking that could be something that Commerce looks into. It might benefit more areas as well.
And Secretary, you had mentioned some initiatives that are occurring in other states. You used Nebraska as an example. And Nebraska always kind of sticks out to me because when one of their prisons was overtaken by the inmates, the findings was inexperienced staff, so new staff, and also it was understaffed, that combination. And I know that that's something that actually you have talked about throughout your presentation today about you have fairly new staff, and we have a staffing shortage in every one of our facilities. So does the state of Nebraska have something different with regard to bonuses?
Well, Madam Chair, they have the ability, they may be able to do more than this. What I know they're able to do is offer a sign-on bonus. And again, I think it's spread. They don't give someone $5,000 or whatever on the first day. That's spread over a period of time. And then I believe they have some retention bonuses built in there for folks that continue with them. And to that point of the inexperience, probably much like any business, it takes a couple years, certainly in corrections, it takes a couple years to get your feet under you and really understand and be truly effective. And there's a lot of value to someone who's been through a few incidents, been through a few experiences. And we have an aging workforce that, bless them, they are dedicated people. We have many, many, many people that have been with us 30, some 40 years. But we're aging out as a workforce in our agency, and I'm concerned about getting people in the pipeline and keeping them so we have that base of experience as people retire and leave.
I think that retention compensation would address exactly what Senator Dahl spoke to.
Yes.
Because it would be troublesome. I've been here for 3 years and someone gets a sign-on bonus, if you will. And retention compensation is very different from merit pay. Because as you presented, that merit pay is designed to be something above and beyond, came up with a new initiative or something like that. But retention compensation is something that I think you are truly speaking to, Senator.
And Madam Chair, if you don't mind, if I could add to that, again, when I'm out visiting and I try to listen to our staff because they're living it. Right. One of the things that I hear time and again from people that have been around a while is there was a built-in step increase for longevity and experience. It was an experience reward. And I don't remember if it was every 2 years or maybe it was every year, but up to a certain point, if you were on the job doing a good job, you could look forward. I want to say it was 2%. Is that about right? 2 to 2.5%. Well, those were eliminated at some point. And what I hear from our staff every time I go is if you could get those step increases back, that would help with retention. That way people know, well, I've got that 2.5% coming, and I'm going to stick it out another year, and I'm going to stay here. And it really does reward the experience. It's not just hanging around. It rewards that experience and knowledge that they have.
We have Representative Resman and then Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your retention bonuses, taxes are taking out. Does retirement come out of that? So it does apply towards retirement.
Sure, on the retirement. Maybe not retirement. Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative, maybe not the retirement, but taxes come out of it for sure.
I was thinking, you know, as you age and you work at a job for a pretty long time, retirement becomes very important. And I was just thinking pay versus retention. If you can raise the pay, when you finally retire, you would retire at a higher rate than you would just receiving these retention bonuses. I would think it would be kind of important to look at.
Madam Chair, Representative, I would agree that the staff that, because they're not salaried staff, the folks that received the $3,500 bonus in lieu of a base increase in the 24/7 facility pay plan, they were appreciative of that and it was helpful. But now we're a year down the road. They're not receiving another bonus, and the base pay stays the same for the others. So there's some inequities, and people always appreciate, even if it's a little less, they appreciate money on their base pay because it does go to retirement beyond your living needs. It goes to that retirement factor.
Absolutely.
And I have to agree with the steps. You know, when I was with the sheriff's office, we had several different pay systems, but we always had one that had steps in it. So you kind of knew that, and they weren't automatic. You had to earn those. At least you know where you were going to be maybe 2 years down the road, 3 years down the road. If I work hard, I could get there. It's an incentive to do your job and do it correctly.
I would agree with that.
Okay. Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nationally, and if you don't want to answer it, I'm okay with that. Suicide rates among law enforcement is high. I can't imagine in your world, the suicide rate must be higher than regular police officers, I would think. Do you have any percentage nationwide of what that might be? I mean, the stress that y'all do is just, I couldn't even envision it for a second.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Senator. Yeah, I don't have that with me. I'm sure we can find that. It tends to be higher. Just the collective trauma that many of our staff, not just uniformed staff, but many of our staff are subjected to. There's a cumulative effect on people. I mean, you see people change. It's real. It takes a toll on them. It's a tough job. Tough jobs.
Follow up.
Thank you. And there again, I appreciate so much what you guys do. What is the average of a guy being able to do this job? And, you know, like cops, I think they got 20 or 30 years and then they're out. You know, they're not the 85 and shouldn't be because of the type of job that they have. Is your retirement basically the same as most law enforcement? Like, you know, the guys and their job's not easy by any means, but the guy on the street, is your retirement similar to their, are they expected to work the 30 years or the 20 years or whatever it is a police officer is required to work to reach retirement age?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Senator, I think if they're in that corrections capers, I think it's a little bit shorter. If they're classified law enforcement, I believe it's a little bit shorter time frame. I'm going to look at my guy. It is a little bit shorter period. Is there a retirement age minimum? Or is it years?
It's 60 for officers.
It's 60 for officers, okay? 60. So what I see in our organization, you'll have people stay 30, 40 years on a lot. It's a high percentage of people that are near 30 years or more. What keeps people working is, at that point, often, is health insurance. If you retire, your retirement benefit, a good portion of that goes to get health insurance till you can get maybe to Medicare or whatnot. So people will continue working until they can get their full Social Security, get on Medicare, and get to a better spot financially.
Committee, any other additional questions? Seeing none, Secretary, thank you so much for being with us. Committee, we are behind schedule, but we have built in a little buffer time. So we are going to take a quick 10-minute break. 10-minute break. So we need to be ready to get started at 23 after. going to ask is for the secretary to come back up. Sorry, Secretary. So we have a couple of things that we need to circle back around on. So one of them, and I wish that they'll work their way back here, but one of the things that did come up had to do with funding, and it was funding that was going to community corrections. And that the money that was set aside went to each county, and they were instructed that it had to be used for increase or for bonuses, increased pay to meet the competitive market. And that the guardrails or the stipulation was it couldn't be to add more staff. And if you didn't use the funding for increase in pay, it had to go back to the Department of Corrections. So were you aware of that conversation that occurred earlier in the week about that?
Earlier this week, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes,
It
yes,
would
I
have been,
was.
I believe, Monday.
Yes, I was.
Okay. So can you give us some feedback on that? Because we've done some double checking. And the funding mechanism for that was a proviso, and in the proviso, there was no stipulation that said it couldn't be used for adding personnel if that was the need of the county. And there also was not a stipulation that the funds had to be returned. So talk to us about how that occurred.
Could I step away for just a moment and grab my...
You sure can. I'm sorry, what? Right, it was that they couldn't give bonuses, but they could give raises to make it more competitive salaries. So let's talk about that.
So Madam Chair and members of the committee, so my staff researched the issue a little bit and provided me with some background information. So, and if we misunderstood, I apologize. But in the governor's budget report that addressed, a portion of that addressed the funding, there's a quote, there's a line in there. The additional funding will be used to increase salaries for community corrections staff. Then KLRD budget analysis for the 2022 session on a specific page, and we can give you this information. In that budget analysis, quote, the governor recommends adoption of this request with modifications. The governor recommends $8.4 million exclusively for increased grant funding to community corrections agencies for the purpose of increasing salaries. In the appropriations report from KLRD, it's 5.3 million SGF for FY23 above the agency's enhancement request to increase aid to local community corrections agencies for the purpose of salary increases. And then in the Senate subcommittee report for bill number SB 422, the addition of 8.4 million SGF to continue increasing aid to community corrections agencies for the purpose of salary increases for FY 2023.
So where did it become salary increases other than that's what the governor wrote in a memo as a part of her approval of the budget? Because it was a proviso, and there was not language in the proviso for it to be for salary increases. So how did that become a part of the guide rails or guardrails?
Well, Madam Chair, maybe it was an error on our part. I don't know that we knew that there was a provision that the constraints weren't there for additional staff, if you will. Our understanding was it was solely for pay increases, And maybe that was a misunderstanding on our part. I don't know.
Representative Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think what happened is that because the governor put it in that way, and when the budget was put together, there was that, that language that said it, and I don't think we realized that was going to go into the budget, basically, because I don't believe that restriction was intended, and so. I mean, my feeling is that it needs to be talked about in appropriations and Ways and Means this year, because we can fix 23. I mean, we can't fix the whole year, but at least we can fix 23 so that maybe some of those new hires can be hired with that extra money, and not, because it's going to be quite a bit more money that would probably come back in 23. Because it's a bigger pot of money that was put in. So I think it was, we should have made it probably more clear in our line items, and that's something I guess we're going to need to remember to do, is make things a little more clear in the line items. But
Well, I think
I don't know.
it gets to that process. So the governor proposes a budget. It's just a proposal coming from the executive branch. But a budget only comes from the legislature. So when a budget is crafted by the legislature, that doesn't mean just because funding is included that the guardrails or whatever restrictions, if you will, in this example, that those continue to draw through. They have nothing to do with each other. The legislature, unless the legislature says, these are the guardrails, there are no guardrails. And so, because that came as a proposal, even if the dollar amount matches up, the guardrails can only be imposed by the legislature. And that didn't occur, is our understanding. So we finish fiscal year 22. We are in 23. We will, I believe, make it a part of the recommendation that what is in law with the budget will be adhered to. Not a recommendation from the executive branch, but what actually came out of the legislature that was signed into law is what will be abided by. So at this point, please do not have those counties return funds to you. And at this point, there is not a restriction. If new staff or additional staff is what's needed, then that's the expectation that those funds will be utilized for that. What we do know is we have some counties where they're already at competitive rates. So obviously, we would expect that they would demonstrate some discernment, but if what they're needing is additional staffing, that's how they would spend the money. For those that are underfunded as far as competitive rate, that they would receive pay increases. So I just felt it was important. We got caught up in your presentation and forgot about the business that we've spent actually 2 days talking about. So it's not casting blame, but sometimes things that are not law become a part of rules and regs. And the legislature did not put that regulation on there. The next thing that I do want to just touch base real quickly on, share with us, please, because, we've talked about Ellsworth, El Dorado, Hutch, Lansing, Larned, Norton, Topeka, Winfield, with regard to, and even our juvenile corrections facility. So when someone within those facilities commits a crime, they are within that jurisdiction. And that's where they go through then a new legal process. The same is true for Osawatomie State Hospital. The same is true for the Larned, not the correctional facility, but the other mental health facility. So that creates a financial burden on those counties to process that. So how is that addressed from a budgetary standpoint? It's my understanding that right now, the given county or given jurisdiction just has to handle it. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, Madam Chair, that would be my understanding of it today. I don't know of a mechanism where we would reimburse the county or where the state would reimburse the county if that's there, and I'll ask my staff, but if that's there, I'm unaware of it. I spent the bulk of my career in corrections in the state of Idaho prior to having the opportunity to come here in Kansas. And the same issue arose just prior to my departure from Idaho. And Idaho has 9 facilities, like Kansas does, but 5 of those are located in one county in a complex south of Boise. And that county was experiencing a number of prosecutions, and it was putting a burden on them. And they had come forward asking for a way to be compensated for that. And I think I left prior to that being resolved, so I don't know what the outcome of that was. But just to say that I have seen that before, and it does exist out there.
Is that something, please, that you could look into? I know that specifically that's had a detrimental impact on Miami County, and I've heard that there have been some concerns in Larned as well as other counties where these facilities are, because it does put a burden on them as far as that whole prosecution process. Senator Dahl.
Maybe you could answer this, or Secretary, but jail's full, so they ship them to another county. Would that money be able to be used for that? Like if Finney County was full and they shipped them to Kearney County, because I know that they transfer a lot of prisoners. I mean, counties do. So I was wondering if that money could be used for that.
Madam Chair, Senator, if we're talking about someone that commits a crime while they're incarcerated with us in one of our facilities, so they assault somebody or they rape someone and there's a criminal charge, typically the county would have them stay incarcerated with us. They might go out to a county for arraignment or a court date, but their incarceration, they would typically just stay with us.
That's not what happens when it involves the state hospital like Osawatomie.
Oh, okay.
They don't stay in Osawatomie. They go in the county jail.
Let's say, though, it wasn't, excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Let's say it happened in Miami County, but not in the jail or anywhere like that, but they were just transferring people out. That's a different situation than them committing a crime while they're incarcerated, correct? So that's where I'm trying to get. Maybe my question just probably is not asked well.
Well, the county does, if one county, I know Miami County for a period of time was using beds from Johnson County, and they entered it into a letter of agreement, and they paid for those bed spaces.
I just wonder if that money can be used for that.
We just don't have a mechanism for where that money would come from. So, but if you could look up the incidents and what that burden is and how that's compensated in any way, that would be helpful.
I'll ask my staff to work on that, and we'll get that back to you.
Okay, committee, are there any additional questions for the secretary before we let him sit down for the day? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee.
So committee, we are going to move on to our next order of business, and that is going to be a report from the Kansas Department of Corrections Facility Study. We've got Bruce, we've got Brooke, and we've got Rick, I believe, that are going to be speaking to us. Come on down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Senators and Representatives, for having us here today. Can everybody hear me? Sometimes I speak a little quiet.
If you speak right into that microphone, we're good.
All right. Well, good afternoon. We're excited to be invited to present. We will be presenting on the juvenile facility study. With us today, we have two firms. Clark Anderson is the prime with Dewberry, which is the justice expertise in partnership with them. We have Rick Wise here in the audience as one of the Clark Anderson's prime architects. Bruce Omtweit, my colleague at Dewberry, and then myself, Brooke Martin.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thanks, Brooke. Brooke mentioned that Clark Anderson's the lead, the prime on this project. They are the local firm. Dewberry is very much a national practice, and you can see by some of the numbers up there that we've been doing this for a while, over 45 years, and we've got a core team that has invested our personal careers in the development of proper, secure environments. And so we're really proud to be working with you. Our practice focus is on restorative outcomes architecture and the planning and the design that goes into that. Go ahead, Brooke. Just to start out with some basic considerations here that apply pretty spot on to what we're talking about today. The Kansas Department of Corrections vision and mission for Pathway for Success is a wonderful intent, and it's directly in alignment with the national direction for corrections, implying that we correct things, and really in restorative solutions that foster a case management approach to reentry from the point of arrival. And that's, we'll talk a little bit more about that. Go ahead, Brooke. So we're moving from punitive to restorative in every sense of the word. Operations is much more a part of this, and that hands-on interactive mentality. But the architecture, I'll show you a couple things here that really does matter, and it really does make a difference. Go ahead. So when we're planning environments, we're designing for treatment and for healing. And what we've learned is that environments really do matter, and in terms of fostering and encouraging basic interaction between staff and offenders. Anybody that's become involved in the system, and our planning and design has everything to do with these topics that encourage that to happen and encourage positive behavior. All right. So our project understanding, just to kind of get us all started, go ahead. This effort that we're going to go through today. Started with an RFP in July of 2021, led to our award and kickoff of data collection and analyzing information in October, and then brought us into a 5-month, pretty intense time frame of multiple tracks where we're looking at juvenile system overviews, options, and then dovetailing that in with the adult repurposing of KJCC juvenile facility if regional juvenilization was implemented. And so it comprises 3 different scopes. It's threefold. The scope 1 and 2 are dovetailed together. Scope 1 is the topic of regionalization of the juvenile system. Scope 2 is the rest of the story, right? So if juveniles were to be relocated and distributed regionally, what can we do with the existing KJCC in terms of the adult repurposing? And is there a fit? And so those two pieces of the puzzle have been packaged into one report, and then a separate report is the other option, basically. If we don't move juveniles, if we stay in that location, looking at enhancements that can really help, again, foster and encourage our youth. Okay? All right, so our approach, just real kind of quickly here, basically, I talked about the timeframes involved. We start with data collection and a lot of information to try to set the stage for really good, rich discussions about the operations and the space needs for that. That takes us through programming, both for the juvenile solutions of regional and for juvenile solutions of staying at this facility and planning for the future. And then an overlay track of looking at the potential fit for adults at that facility if regionalization happens. So that took us through basically through the month of May for a June 1st deadline on a report, and then of course that went to this committee in July. So there's two reports. Go ahead. How we start and how we look at this as it really is a three-step approach, and it's very focused in operations. Okay, this is not architecture for architecture's sake. This is very much form following the functions, and to get into that properly requires a deep dive into operations. And so the first step is to do a Gemba walk. And basically, we're out at the sites, we're interacting with your staff, we're understanding what works, what doesn't, what they've tried, how the space is responding to that, and what we can do about it. And then taking that information to the second piece, which would be our actual collaboration meetings, bringing that back to that programming and documentation process. And then the third step is really talking about the future. All right, so now we have a good understanding of what you're doing now, what you want to do. Now we're talking about how to apply that in three parts. Really, it's the youth, it's the staff, and it's the visitors. All right, Brooke.
So just like Bruce said, in January, middle of January, we came and we visited two of the facilities. We visited the KJCC, and then we also visited the TCF women's facility to better understand both, to walk through it with the staff, to understand their operations. And got to give a shout out to Mike Gieto and Megan Milner. They've been great in leading us through how they do operations at both facilities. So just like Bruce said, the lion's share of the work happened within this 22-week schedule between January and the end of May, turning in a report to the Department of Corrections by June 1st for them to then send on to the legislature. So we're going to talk about scope one. The primary purpose of these regional facilities is to continue to serve youth populations ranging between the ages of 10 and 22 and a half years of age in smaller, regionally sized facilities, looking at 3 to 4 facilities potentially. As we looked at the data, examining the 50-year county population projections, which you can see here on this map, the largest and fastest growing areas are in peach, and you can see that that's up in the top right corner of the map. The second fastest growing areas are in a dark blue, which are also 2 areas up in the top right corner of the map. And then the slowest growing counties are spread across the state in the bright teal. The population showed that the largest population growth is in the Sedgwick County area, showing the greatest needs in the southeast and the northeast. We also looked at existing locations. 10 detention facilities across the state currently bring youth to the existing Topeka KJCC as required by their court process. Larned, you can see in orange with an X through it, is no longer a juvenile facility. It had been repurposed during the pandemic and since. And then we also have in orange the actual correctional juvenile facility, the only one in the state, in Topeka. The circle is showing up at the top right corner of the map still those fastest growing and most dense areas. We also looked at where populations are being brought from. Beyond those 10 detention facilities, where are the counties with the highest density and the highest number of youth that are being transported to the KJCC? So here in this map, in the four teal areas, Sedgwick, Shawnee, Wyandotte, and Johnson County. Sedgwick was the number one county that had the most youth being brought to it, followed by Wyandotte, followed by Johnson County, followed by Shawnee. These four counties, based on what we already covered with the 50-year population projections, with where the detention facilities are scattered throughout the state, where the most youth are being brought from those facilities, these four counties are the best options for the 3 to 4 regional facilities based on the largest number of youth coming. Also, just to clarify on the map here, where you see kind of like the explosion in white in the two areas, those are the most dense areas of population within your state. We also looked at the gender breakdown, with 96% of the population being male and 4% being female. We also looked at the racial and ethnic group breakdowns, with 57.5% being white, 41% being black, 1.5% being Native American or Native Alaskan. And then if you see, it's kind of covered by the video here in the room, but there is a blue square that also looks at it from a different way, Hispanic versus non-Hispanic. So 26% of the population is Hispanic, 74% is non-Hispanic. We also looked at how the population is trending. So population is trending down, which means Kansas and the Juvenile Department of Corrections is doing an excellent job. Legislators are doing an excellent job in terms of laws that are being applied, in terms of opportunities and alternatives that can be applied to youth. And so you can see from 2017 to 2021, it is on a downward trend in terms of the population for the facility, which is excellent news.
We have a question from Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with your breakdown of percentage regarding race, so do you also take the population of black and brown people and then compare it to how many are actually incarcerated in that 41%?
This is the population within the KJCC, so this entire population that you're seeing on the slide is incarcerated.
Okay. Okay, so that's your total amount incarcerated.
At the facility.
And then you give a breakdown of those in the facility. Thank you.
Exactly, yep, you got it.
I'm sorry, Senator Dahl. I was looking at the screen.
You look just focused.
I was looking at
Age 10 to 22, you know, and they're smaller facilities. They're separated, correct? You don't have 10-year-olds hanging out with 22-year-olds.
Correct. That's just the age range that's allowed by law within the facility. 10-year-olds are pretty rare, right? But then when you do classify them, and I would say Megan is the expert on this, we don't do the classification as architects, but we do understand the classification. We would never whenever we're looking at those populations and how they break down within the facility, so say we have the regional facilities at 50 beds each, we would break those into pods of 8 beds each, so smaller groups for youth. And then they're classified based on their risk assessments, their mental health assessment, also their age range. Are they smaller for their age? Are they larger for their age? What's their vulnerability? And then also what's their cognitive ability? And then normally those classifications build the groups that go into each of those housing units.
Follow up, Senator Dahl.
My concern is, I have vision in my mind, we're talking about a smaller facility. There's no way that they're interacting, the 12, 15-year-olds with the 20-year-olds. They're not like doing lunch together or they work out together or that sort of thing.
So operationally, it would be based on risk, but typically, no, we don't see that nationwide. Typically, it's by unit, and they keep those units on their own schedules. Yep. Mm-hmm. So I just want to point out one thing. Along the bottom, you see the gray bar, and then you see the orange kind of on the previous slides. So we're moving from analyze into program. So after analyzing the data and talking with Megan and her staff about their needs, future plans, mission and vision, we then came up with a space program. And so if you're not familiar with what a space program is, it is looking at each space that's going to support that new facility or that existing facility and saying how much space is needed for that space to actually operate and function. So for example, if we were going to list an office within this space program, we would say 120 square feet. If we're going to list a bedroom in this facility, we would say a bedroom or cell, depending on your terminology. We would say 80 square feet because that's the best practice. We then take all of the different areas. So what you're seeing here is a summary and different program areas. So we have a welcome center, which is consisting of the lobby and different things that you would have on an entrance to a facility. We have the administration area, housing area. We have the health center that has medical, dental. We have behavioral health, mental health, food service and laundry, security and control, visitation, education and vocation, recreation, spiritual center, and then of course the core supports, which would be like your electrical rooms, plumbing, mechanical spaces, those types of things. All of that gets summed up. And so what we're saying here on this screen is, as a prototype, one of those regional facilities would be around 136,000 square feet. The prototype, just to be clear, brings in all of the programs that they currently have at the KJCC so that you're not moving backwards in time, you're still progressing and you're providing that same opportunity at different regional locations. The next phase that we would go to would be the master planning. And so we take all of those spaces and we see what the synergy is. We see what the adjacencies need to be. Does the school components need to be near housing? Does medical want to be near the fitness areas if they want to use those for rehab or something like that? And so we look at those and we created a prototype that would be used regionally in those areas. Then the square footage is then put into a opinion of probable cost. And it's a little bit hard to read, so you definitely can see it better in the report, but we've blown it up here for you. This is just the first scope, and then at the end of each scopes 2 and 3, we'll go through the same process here. But at the end of this presentation, we'll then compare what those scopes are together and what that means for cost and what those options are. So if we were to look at the first clump of rows, that's basically saying 1 to 4 regional 50-bed facilities. And if we look at that cost together as a whole and we built them all, that's around $662 million to have those regional facilities. 50 beds was what the RFP delineated as the bed need per region. Additionally, we looked at how could we save costs? Could we increase the bed count to potentially 64 beds, which is the next clump of rows there. So that's only 3 regional facilities at 64 beds, and that is around 568 million. So now that's about a little bit, around $100 million savings if you were to increase the beds a little bit more. There's also an operational cost. So at the bottom, those bottom clump of rows, we have staff operations, we have food contracts, medical contracts, educational contracts. If we look at that for 4 facilities, that is coming to around an annual fee of $45 million to operate. Also in that, just to note, that's also replaceables, utilities, consumables, and supplies within that $45 million. These costs were escalated out. So this is just the general schedule. 2022 was the initial master plan with the probable cost going to the legislature for review and approval and planning in 2023, your fiscal year. 2024 and 2025, escalating those costs out to where it then would be built if you chose this option in 2025. So that's what those costs represent, a 2025 number. And we'll move to Bruce for Scope 2, who will talk about the adults, and we'll come back and I'll talk about the staff enhancements.
Great. Thanks, Brooke. All right, for Scope 2, again, is looking at the potential fit for repurposing KJCC, the current juvenile facility, as a facility for adult offenders. And so we looked at the male topic of using it as the reception and diagnostic center for males. And then we looked at other functions, including that for the females. And so I'll go through a couple pieces of information on that. There's a fair amount of detail that we needed to get to understand both, design and operational implications. All right?
So Bruce, before we do that, if we'll
Yes.
just pause for just a second.
You bet.
Committee, are there any questions about what was presented so far about the juvenile centers? Okay. We'll start with Representative Hoy. That's why I asked. And then we'll go to Representative Heiberger.
Real quick, because I was trying to find it in here. The option B, I guess, in scope 1, for 3 locations, where were those 3 locations as opposed, I knew where the 4 were, but what were the 3, please?
Oh, sure. Yes, the 3 would then be the top 3. So it would go back to Sedgwick, Wyandotte, and Johnson County.
Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I couldn't see the estimated total cost for the four facilities because it was blocked by the Zoom. What was that number?
$662 million
Okay.
for the 4 at 50 bed.
All right, and you said that each facility was planned to be about 136,000 square feet?
Correct.
Okay, if I'm doing the math in my head, that's a little over $1,000 a square foot. Is that accurate?
So there's a couple things it's hard to see here. In a general sense, that is accurate when it comes to the amount of programming that you have built in to the square footage. But it's actually a compilation of different costs. So it's really hard to see on this screen, but you can see the top where there's a light green square, and then there's the blue square next to it. There's different ranges for the different types of construction that we have based on what it is. So we had a 500 to 600 square foot range that we began with, but once you start adding years of escalation on, and then a 10% contingency, and then architecture and engineering design fees, as well as permit fees, as well as 5% for FF&E, which is fixtures, furniture, and equipment, all of that is added in. So this is a more finalized cost than it is just to build the facility.
The escalation, sure. So the escalation, so just to pause here, I want to get this right. So $1,000 a square foot that was the sort of the big question, right? Nationally right now for secure facilities that are really intentionally built for the future, the costs nationally are varying actually from at the low end about $525 a square foot up to about $675, Kansas City numbers, for instance, okay? But they're also varying already up above $1,200 and $1,500 on the coasts in the New Yorks and in the California markets. So we're getting a bargain, right? So that's one, sorry. But the point is this. We were tasked with looking ahead at a crystal ball that we don't have, we don't pretend to have, and what's going to happen in the cost escalations over the next 5 years. And when you do that, that's where things keep compounding and compounding, and depending on how cloudy your crystal ball is, right, and how dark that future looks, right? So you've got those topics that are in play here. And so these are escalated dollar numbers that are, you know, no one hopes it goes that high, right? Thank you.
Committee, any other questions? Representative Smith.
And I don't mean to sound argumentative about it. It does take me back a little bit also. We're fixing to build a jail in our county, 49,000 square feet, 24.9 million at 49,000 square feet, 92 beds, much smaller than this 100,000.
You're in the 500s.
We are. And so you're talking about a 5 to 10% cost of what we're looking at here for one of these facilities. I understand the program changes for a juvenile facility. My gosh, double or more? I would like to know the details on that and how that becomes a difference between an adult care, we don't have juvenile, adult care facility, and this juvenile facility.
Sure.
And then I have a second question, if you don't mind. So in ours, what we're hearing, a lot of the designs that we looked at from different architectural went away from a linear system, but this has remnants of the linear system. I wouldn't say it's purely linear. So what is the idea there, can I ask? Is there a way to compact that?
Yeah, let's go back to a better visual here. So, and you said it was a county jail, right? That was, okay. So there's a couple differences. One, corrections is completely different typically than a county jail. Corrections is longer term. The jails are supplying. So if we were doing an adult correction facility, it would also be programmed similarly, and it would have that much more programming because people are going to be sentenced there much longer. We also want to get them the programming that got them actually to that correctional placement versus just being released from the county jail. County jails typically are, you know, a couple days, couple hours to 6 months. Maybe you have a couple that are being held there much longer and it ends up being a year. If you're in California and your caseload's behind, we've seen people in the county jails for up to 5 years. But typically they'll be transferred to a correctional facility. And in that correctional facility, we want to provide the programming that's going to not allow them or hope to support them and not to reduce the recidivism. So, so that's the difference in programming. So county jails have less programming, and then adult facilities have less programming as well. So that's probably maybe the square footage difference. Jails typically don't have vocational training spaces. To this degree, they don't have necessarily full schools. So in this case, we're trying to allow those that have been taken out of their school to continue their schooling so that they really can have a successful future. We're also building in a robust medical and mental health space for youth because typically the people that are in these facilities have so much trauma and so much mental health and behavioral health needs that they will not function coming outside the facility unless you intervene. Additionally, these, in terms of the linear versus the best practice now, is direct supervision, which KJCC currently has. They do direct supervision. So what you're seeing here on the screen, on the left side, we have kind of greenish teal boxes. And within each of those boxes, you kind of see these little peppered boxes that line each side of the wall. Those are the bedrooms, and within that main day room space is the direct supervision. So it's not a linear, it's a full direct supervision type of layout, so they'll be able to have eyes on everything. Line of sight is critical. I hope that helps answer your question.
And what, I mean, there's a lot of things there. I know that obviously we're going to be different from a county jail. It was more along the square footage position, but also on the linear versus the tiered system with the pie cut and that type of thing, was addressing PREA and things along those lines. So I'm sure you have that built into the system. And I guess that's why we went to a more of a tiered system. I'm not comparing them saying one's better than the other. It's just curious to me.
It is curious, and you're going to see them different all over the nation based on budget, based on mentality, based on how they want to operate, whether they are a progressive type of client, whether they're more of a traditional type of client. So it really does vary.
Senator Dahl and then Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You said something that interested me, just kind of clicked. You said criminal versus mental health issues. So, I understand if, a guy goes into a building and knocks out 23 people, there's something not right with his head. But we're not putting just people who have mental health issues into a criminal place, right? I mean, unless they busted, somebody's just, you know what I'm talking about.
I do, and I don't want to derail the conversation. So the way that I would answer this is, between the 1940s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, we had the mental health institutions that were shut down nationwide for the most part. We're very low on mental health beds across the nation. We have a mental health crisis across the nation as well. You've seen it in the news. You may have friends, especially coming out of a pandemic, how many people were not doing well. The goal is never to criminalize mental health. The goal is never to incarcerate criminal health, but the law is there, and if what they have done has broken the law and they have done it because they're off their meds, or they have done it because of a variety of reasons, wrong place, wrong time, or there is not an alternative to place them in a different facility, which is most counties need. They don't really have a different type of placement. They can then find themselves in these facilities.
Can I follow up real quick?
You can.
And there's thousands of studies out there. Someone who has committed maybe a very minor crime, but has major mental issues, I think if you put him in that environment, you're creating a worse criminal. Correct. Would you agree with that?
I would agree. It depends on the environment. So the goal here, as Bruce had mentioned early on, the goal for treatment and healing and a facility that's focused on normative design, that's very supportive in terms of its staffing and its operations, and the access to types of care is critical.
Representative Heiberger.
Thank you. Could you tell me the staffing ratio used for your operating cost estimates, approximately?
So I would say what we did for the operations from an architectural standpoint is we did 1 to 8 youth, and that's a PREA best practice. That's also, we follow a lot of best practices, ACA, NCCHC, and so all of those are to, one, provide the best type of staffing for results, and also to mitigate risk for the state of Kansas.
Follow up to that, but the staffing doesn't include instructional staff. That would be separate. It's not driven into this cost, correct?
It actually is.
Okay.
What we have here at the bottom, the grouping at the bottom, the operational costs cover the actual correctional staffing. It covers the food contracts, which includes their staff. It includes the medical contracts, which includes their care and their staff. And it includes the educational staff, so the school staff, their contract as well.
Okay.
It also includes replaceables, supplies, utilities, things like that that would be within a year for the 45 million for 4
Okay.
facilities.
I'm not seeing any other questions, so let's get to the adult.
Okay. All right, this is great. Let's see. All right.
We were looking at the,
Scope 2.
there we go.
There we go. All right. So scope 2, the focus is that we're looking at appropriate fit options. In the request for proposals, very, upfront in the first sentence or so, it says, look at repurposing KJCC use by adult populations as appropriate. And that's spot on what we're going to show you here. So we're starting out with the male the male adult topic. And the male the assignment for males was to look at the RDU, all right, let's see, reception. I'm having a brain block here. Anyway, the RDU, reception diagnostic unit, thank you, is is part of arrival when you're committed to prison and you're going through your admissions process. One of the great things that is, not just saying it but walking it is relates to the DOC's mission again for pathway to success, and that begins at the front door. And so this reception and diagnostic component, both for adult women and for adult men, is two different magnitudes, but basically everybody starts there. And if you've gone through the judicial system, you've been committed to prison, the wonderful thing to me is to hear that Kansas is taking this seriously and not accepting previous classifications of inmates by the counties that may have held them during their pretrial process. And so they're basically like allowing for that clean slate, and let's look at what your behavior really has been, what your charges are, and what kind of path forward can we find, and really allowing that look at every opportunity. So the male piece is going to be the quickest piece here. The male is not a fit at KJCC. Male adults are not a fit at KJCC. So that's the really short version. But maybe just go back for a second, Brooke. I need to provide a little context here, obviously. The male RDU is currently located in El Dorado at the EDCF facility. It is 512 beds. All right, we talked about the 8-bed juvenile units, and that being one side of this equation. To be staff effective and work with adult males that are at this point in the process, the units are 64 beds. So spot on, great question. But anyway, that's the magnitude of the male intake topic, right? So we've got big numbers of males that are coming into the system, and we've had peaks when systematic hiccups happen, like COVID, where we've had peaks of 500 and 600 males that are in this reception and diagnostic unit area. So KJCC is a 225-bed campus. So its core really wasn't set up for this topic to happen there. So at El Dorado, currently, The units in this diagram, L and G in the lower right, are the reception and diagnostic center. They have been, they've also occupied D and E at one time. There was previous planning for an addition to connect D and E to expand that RDU in that location, and that's still an option. This is a pretty flexible long-term male facility. It has expansion space below L and G to add more general population housing. If that happens, there's things that it can adapt pretty well to handling the RDU functions, even at that 500 type of magnitude. The average is less than that. It's closer to 300-ish if everything is working, on schedule and going just perfect, right? But the other thing about this campus location for men is that it's also the location in the system of restrictive housing and special management housing in those units, A, B, and C. And so there's a good fit there. The reason that we looked at the topic and use of KJCC is that there is a state statute requirement to make sure that we maintain separation between the general population and the new arrivals, right? We don't want to contaminate, the opportunity to improve, right? And so there's some things there that operationally they manage at this facility. Again, it's not the deal breaker that would push us to invest male population at KJCC. So go to the next slide. Thank you. All right. So I've explained kind of what this RDU is all about, how big it is, the relationship to KJCC, and then what I guess the rest of the story is that as a topic of repurposing or relocating in the adult system, El Dorado provides some good things to the male population. The access from I-35, the proximity to counties with heavy numbers of male intakes that are being sentenced to prison, the availability of medical and mental health staff. That's something it's shifted somewhat over the years, as I understand, but there's a good availability of staffing from the Wichita area, and that's viewed by the operations team as something that's positive right now, and they would be a little concerned about the staffing that needs to follow the RDU mission, and if they would be able to have that happen in Topeka versus at El Dorado. The other thing is the staffing efficiencies. We mentioned the housing unit sizes for adult males at 64 beds. KJCC is not designed to be that, and they're smaller units, which is better for juveniles and women, and so there would be some loss of staffing efficiency. So no apparent benefit to relocate men to KJCC. That brings us to women. The current TCF is the women's facility at Topeka. It's one big campus at first glance, but it's actually two separate campuses. On the right, there's a 582-bed minimum security women's campus that really is, even though it's not a new facility, but it's able to respond very well to best practices and doing everything possible to case manage the reentry in a positive way. There's options for work release in a large dormitory of 102 beds that's been open at times. That there's some good connectivity with community as far as work programs, things like that. So it's seen as being on the right path. On the left side of this image if you just kind of think of that road that comes and goes from the yellow square being the separator, everything on the left is very much a separate little campus, and it's dealing with the admissions, it's dealing with the RDU, reception diagnostics for women, in an outdated, obsolete facility. It has the maximum security housing for women in what's noted as demolishing building Unit J building. That's an outdated building of 203 beds that is a priority to address, to replace at some point. Still a needed function. And then there's a building I that needs to be renovated. At some point, it's I think it's something over 25 years old. And so we're hitting a point where it's going to need some pretty extensive renovation. So there's a couple priorities in play here on the adult women's side of the system that, okay, it's not what we're here to talk about, right? But the point is going to be that we did look at if the regional is a path that the state wants to go on for juveniles, and this facility at KJCC becomes available, it actually would be a great fit for adult women, okay? And I'll show you how we'll do that. Go ahead. All right, so this is that campus. You've seen a look at this already, and you'll see another one from Brooke in a minute. But what we're going to zoom in on here is there's three basic topics relating to what should be done to improve and basically be ready to be a solid operation for adult women. So if you could click to the first one. In the center of the campus, there is a mental health stabilization design constructed building. And so with some fairly basic, straightforward renovations, some new cell fronts, and some remedial work that's just time to do it kind of stuff. The building is set up to accept a new, very simple addition for a crisis care unit that would handle that crisis stabilization, acute stabilization for mental health cases very, very nicely. So this would take care of that special needs piece. If you go to the next one, the basic housing units themselves. We're looking at 15 cell units where we would add upper bunks. And doing that 10 times, we'd add the 150 beds. And so the idea here is that we wouldn't totally double bunk everything because we still do need some single cells and things like that. We've got the acute mental health taken care of in the other building. But this would get us to a 360 bed capacity for women, which would actually replace the need for a new maximum security building that's currently 203 beds, and the remodeling of the 157 bed building. That's the 360 that we'd be talking about bringing here. And what that does is it takes the pressure off from the off from TCF, so that minimum security facility, once the maximum security and the reception and diagnostics would move women to here, that would allow for a much lesser expensive all at one time remodel of that I building over there. And so anyway, there's some efficiencies here that lead to some cost reduction deltas. So go ahead, one more, Brooke. The actual women's reception and diagnostic unit. So the admissions area of the current juvenile campus is actually a very good fit for women, as opposed to a not at all the right stuff for males. So there's 6 units there of 10 beds each, just about perfect for what the women's needs are, all right?
We have a question from Senator Fusco.
And that's my question. So the facility that you're mentioning, is it that used to be the facility for nuns on the ground there by the Topeka Correctional Facility?
Yeah, it's right next to that.
Okay.
Yeah, the J building, I don't believe, there's probably somebody here that knows exactly, but the more historic building for nuns is actually across the parking lot, if I'm.
Okay, and then so in the current population of the women is what? And then the new facility or the refurbished facility piece that you're speaking of for women.
Okay.
How many more beds would it need?
Right now, the current women's.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator. The current women's campus is 582 beds of minimum security, okay, and 360 beds of maximum and special mental health housing. And so the piece that we could replace if we took over the KJCC campus would account for that 360 bed need for the women's. Now, the actual current population of incarcerated women in the facility, I don't believe that's an add up that you can say it's 1,000 people in there. I think we're in the 400s, but I really am not sure. Because our task was really not deep diving like that like we did on the juvenile.
But then, Madam Chair, would you say this would suggest our concern where we saw women sleeping in a boiler room there that was.
Yes.
Thank you.
This would, regardless of which approach, either repurposing the juvenile corrections facility or expanding in the existing site, would address the growing population of women incarcerated.
That's correct. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I just have to tell this gentleman.
Senator Fusco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're doing a great job to not be reading anything, and he's just, so it lets me know you really know what you're talking about, and I'm, good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that. All right. Just to bring it back to that current campus situation. So if the juvenile regionalization doesn't work, doesn't make, whatever, if we don't go that way, then instead of all the things that we can do to make some upgrades at KJCC, what we'd have to do is handle all of that at this campus. And so it really relates to a new blue building to replace the one in red that we're going to need to demolish at some point. It's really past its usable life on so many topics. And then the yellow building would be that reception and diagnostic and medical type functions. And then either way, we're still looking at a piece here that we should remodel that center building that's 157 beds, not for capacity as much as as a resource to the minimum security population, because there are still breakdowns and mental health things that have to have ongoing care. So, okay. One more? Here we go. All right, so I think I've probably said all this a couple times, a couple different ways right now, but it comes down to 2 different adult women's options again, so that if we use KJCC, we can do some double bunking, partial double bunking, get it up to 360 beds, and it replaces the need to build a new maximum security cell house for women. And so there's a cost savings at that point. And as I mentioned, there's still that specialty unit at TCF Unit I that'll remain as a remodeling need in every option. So then the other flip side, option 2, is that if KJCC remains a juvenile facility, we do have to look at keeping a priority tag on the new Unit J maximum security housing building at TCF. So that's the key. That's really the key difference, the key cost difference. There's a cost delta that we'll come to, I believe, on the next slide. All right. So
Representative Hoffman has a question at this time.
You bet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't remember. Remind me, how many youth do we have at the Juvenile Center, and how many women do we have at the TCP Center at this time?
Do we have someone from corrections or someone that can answer that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative, we have about a little over 700 women at the Topeka Correctional Facility today. That's down, we were at 960 or 980 at a peak. And then we have about 100, a little less than 140 youth at Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex today.
Okay. And so then the TCP facility, or
TCF.
TCF, yeah,
You're good.
sorry.
That's right.
How many, what is its total bed capacity?
If you turn around, you've got someone with the answer.
I think Randy.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is
Representative
quite a
932.
bit bigger than the juvenile center right now.
Yes, then the entire juvenile. Yeah, I think the proposal is just to take a portion of the women and move them over to a repurposed facility. Not all of them would
Okay.
go. Not all of them.
Okay, that clarifies that, yeah. All right, thank you.
So make the distinction of where the high security, they would stay, and minimum security would move, or is it vice versa?
Vice versa.
Okay.
Madam Chair, the minimum security would stay at TCF Women's Facility currently, and the high security would move to the KJCC current juvenile location. And again, this is only, that whole option, of using that for women is completely dependent on the decisions on juvenile system and the regionalization, okay? All right, there is a cost summary sheet, and again, the report has much more detail on a lot of these topics that have gone into this, but basically the work to prepare KJCC for women, when cost escalated out 5 years, comes to about $54 million. And then the overall women's need currently as a kind of a benchmark is pushing $200 million. So and again, that's today's dollars escalated out to 2025, and heavy predictions of escalations continuing that we've seen the last 2 years, which in the last 6 months since we issued the report, even the jury's out on where we're going, right? In cost escalations. But what we know from a lot of sources with the contracting end of the ship is that this is, our prices are not going to come down, period. And there's an expectation that there's going to be another year of high escalation on construction costs before we get anywhere near tapering off. So, so the bottom line comparison here at the bottom of the sheet is the total cost of women staying at TCF being $196 million. Total cost if we have the minimum security stay at TCF and take the high security to KJCC at about $103 million. So there's definitely a cost delta here of about $93 million as a magnitude. So close to $100 million cost delta if of potential less cost to the women's system by being able to really maximize the use of a great resource at KJCC. Again, if it makes sense to regionalize juvenile. Okay? I think. Nothing earth-shaking here. I mean, we've delivered the initial master plan report, scared everyone with these probable cost escalated values. We're looking at legislative review and approval as a goal for 2023, and then getting into design and hopefully construction on at least some pieces of this by 2025. So there's options, obviously, with the women's magnitude of scope of whether it's 100 million or 200 million or whatever it is. There's always options of phasing, and you could chunk this out and set it up so you could do, you know, a piece every 5 years if that helps the budget flow. So I think that's it, and I'm going to turn it back to Brooke. Brooke's going to go ahead.
No other questions for scope 2 before you go into scope 3? Okay.
Good, okay.
Sounds great. Thanks for hanging with us. Only a couple more slides here. So scope 3, to study the repurposing of the existing Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex, only staying at the complex and looking at enhancements. How do we continue to help support the youth at this facility? So the primary purpose is to serve the youth populations. Again, we're looking at that age range of 10 to 22 and a half years. The 235-bed facility will remain a youth correctional facility in this scope that we're going to talk about. It would continue to operate daily as a range of minimum to maximum classifications within their secure campus, and the existing design would be enhanced to improve staff retention and wellness, which you guys have already been talking about today, to reduce recidivism and to better connect nature to the youth as well. It's a beautiful campus that's out there, and to build in greater flexibility for the future for robust coverage for the youth needs in their general population, mental health population, incentivized population, which they call their honors, and reentry. So enhanced designs create more options and better alternatives, not only for the youth to have incentivized behavior, but for the staff to build on that incentivized behavior through their operational procedures. And together, this creates a lower stress environment for the staff and for the youth for long-term positive outcomes. So we'll go through this. This is the existing campus from an aerial view. You can see on the far right is where the majority of the campus is, with the dark gray roofing. There's to the immediate left of that, there's an individual housing unit, and then moving towards the left, there's mental health facilities, as well as some of the back of house facilities that have laundry, maintenance, those kinds of things. So when we met with Megan and her staff, we reviewed their mission, vision, and goal of enhancements and programs, and we reviewed their existing programs and activities, as well as their future desires for programs and activities for the youth. And so that is educational, vocational, rehabilitative, dietary, healthcare, including medical, mental health, dental, and behavioral health. Transitional options, so when we think about transitioning somebody back to community integration, you don't just drop somebody outside the facility, right? It should be gradual, it should be supportive, it should be a wraparound type of transition. looking at reentry for those that are within their last 6 months of their sentence. How can that be improved, as well as what did this mean for the courts? Is there anything that we could improve in terms of how they transport, video court options, those kinds of things? The other thing that we looked at, because of staff recruitment and retainment, is spaces and programs that do support the staff. So a robust area for staff training, health and wellness for staff, healthcare for staff, as well as staff amenities. And so this is a little bit different than what you saw in Scope 1, where we put together a space program and we listed those spaces. Because this is an existing facility, we evaluated those spaces. So what you're seeing here is a sampling of a space matrix. And what we did, what's shown here is the lobby, for example. What we did is we looked at it, at each space, from a different category. So for instance, what's the security level of that space? How is it connected to nature? Is it connected to nature? Is it just a concrete box, or does it have windows? Does it have a view to anything? What is the connection to the other parts of the building? What are those synergies? Is it operating well? Is it not operating well? What's the daylighting look like? So again, natural daylighting, connection to nature, all of those lower stress, not only for staff and youth, but it also promotes better behavior and actually affects the behavioral health of those within the facility. We also looked at lighting within the facility. Lots of facilities are moving to LED, so it's a KJCC. Again, you wouldn't know it, but fluorescent lighting affects behavioral health. And so if you move to LED, that's another improvement. Some of the other things that we looked at were redundancy. So what are the areas that require redundancy if a system should go down, as well as technology. So how far technology's come, how do we better integrate it into the facility, and so forth. So we looked at it as a master plan, and we looked at improvements. So what you're seeing here, and this is better delineated in the report, goes into detail for each space, but if we start at the top right, you'll see a large blue square. We're looking at a new vocational building for the campus. If we move to its immediate left, on top, you'll see new fields for soccer or football. If you move directly down from those fields in gray and light blue box, you'll see that's where facilities maintenance is, laundry, and maintenance both need sprinkler systems, so that's a improvement and a life safety need. As well as if we move to the right of that, past the two purple L-shaped buildings, you'll see the center kind of diamond-shaped building that's a standalone. That's looking at renovating it for an honors/reentry type of housing. So really promoting those youth that are exhibiting the behaviors and incentivizing them while they're at the facility. Beyond that, if we move to the far right, where the majority of the complex is, it's improvements to the housing in terms of softening finishes, improving daylight connection and connection to nature. It's adding a new gym at the far right end in the orange reddish square. Just above that, there's a little tiny square. That's a guard shack. It'd be adding a toilet to that. That's just bettering staff operations and not having to transition staff quite so much if they've got to leave that post. Additionally, within the main complex, we have medical improvements, the addition of 4 infirmary negative pressure rooms, which coming out of the pandemic, I think we all understand how important those can be in terms of infection control, as well as visitation upgrades to make it more supportive for families that are visiting. And to the bottom left, you'll see kind of in a diamond shape there, a new training facility that's outside the secure perimeter. So staff are coming there, they're getting the appropriate training, they're having space for their staff, as well as they would have a wellness component there with a fitness area. Just above that, you'll see a light gray area with kind of more of a brighter green arc through it. That is right next to their existing spiritual life center. And so it would be providing some gardens, meditation gardens, different types of outdoor space that can better support those types of programs. When we think about the costs that are associated with enhancing the existing KJCC campus, that's what we see here. And again, it's small, but delineated in the report. These options, all of these enhancements are ranked. And so ranked in order of importance in terms of operations and need. So the first one, which is blocked by the video portal there, is the first rank, and it's the new vocational building around 23,000 square feet, and that's a $35 million cost for that. The next is the second rank, and it's renovating those housing pods. It's the daylighting and acoustics, the softening of those finishes, making them really functional for today's programs versus when they were originally built. That's around 52,000 square feet, and that is a cost of $51 million. The next one you can see right below the video, phase 3, or the ranking 3, that is the new training and wellness center that we noted that was in the bottom left of the campus outside the secure perimeter, around 8,400 square feet. Renovating that independent housing pod that was kind of directly in the center of the campus, around 24,500 square feet. And then the laundry sprinkler systems, the maintenance building sprinkler system, and then adding some staff amenity areas for a staffing calm and quiet room, which is an area for staff to decompress. It's all about staff wellness. Softening that visitation area, adding that restroom to the guard shack, enhancing the exterior space, as well as enhancing, if we go back to the plan, there is within the main complex where those 5 housing pods are there, right next to the new orange gym that's on the far right. In the middle of that is actually a track, and it's an outside area. So enhancing that, and that would be enhanced with some amenities for basketball, pickleball, those kinds of things for youth recreation, as well as renovating their 2 dining rooms to be supported programmatically. That total cost comes to $24 million. And then the last ranking, which is the $5 million mark there that you see, that's adding some others rooms, one on the lobby side for families to be better supported when they come, one on the secure side to better support the staff, replacing their doors on their vehicle sally port from coiling to a 4-folding partition, and an exterior space to their existing visitation for a more incentivized approach for their youth and for families to not only be inside when they visit, but to have some time outside together as well. Now, all of that comes together for a total cost of $160 million at the bottom. And again, that could be broken down by phased sections. Then if we're looking at the operational cost for this in comparison with what was $45 million for the regional facilities, just having this one and keeping this one is around $23 million, and that includes the staff operations, that includes the food, medical, and educational contracts, as well as all the supplies and utilities and replaceables for that year. We then have that same similar schedule, so we're saying, again, that the report was done in fiscal year 22. Oh. I think there's a question.
Representative Heiberger.
Thank you. What's the capacity of the upgraded facility? Yeah.
It stays the same, so it's still that 235-bed capacity. We're not looking to increase beds. They're actually on a downward trend with their populations. There's no need to increase that. We're just trying to provide better enhancements and incentives for youth to see the reward for their changed behavior.
Senator Corson.
But isn't there just like an enormous benefit? Senator Dahl talked about this yesterday. Isn't there an enormous benefit to keeping these juveniles, especially closer to home, closer to where they may have some family support structure? And so we're now talking about kind of having one massive facility in Topeka. I mean, isn't that sort of contrary to what the research is as far as like what best practices are and how to get the best outcomes?
So there are best practices, and there is research out there that says close to home is the model to go to. So New York did do some research on that, and New York has a model that's called close to home. I would agree that if you can find the staff and if you can find the medical professionals to actually facilitate the operations of that facility, yes, close to home would be the way to go. But there's two caveats to that. In the data that we were looking at, as we move further west, the youth that are coming from, let's cut the state in half, and we'll say the left part of the state, are very minimal compared to the youth that are on the right. And so that's why we were suggesting the regional facilities in those dense areas. But also finding the right staff to actually facilitate and run these facilities, as we know, just with one facility is difficult. Now we're going to add 4 more facilities and hope that the professionals on the west side of the state would potentially put their hat in the ring to work at these facilities. It's less likely, data is showing, that those professionals are going to be out there in the more rural areas. They tend to be around the more population dense regions. So I would agree with you. That is the best practice, but only if it can actually be supported within the area that it's going to be planned for.
I'm not seeing any other questions.
So on this slide, we have the schedule. And so essentially just what I was mentioning is right now we're in fiscal year 2023. We're reviewing it with you, looking for the legislature to determine approval and funding. However this gets defined, whether it's scope 1, 2, or 3, this can be broken down. These enhancements can be broken down into smaller funding quantities like we already showed. So we compiled these 2 reports. Hopefully everybody has access to those to read them in detail. The keys to this project's success is really to understand and embrace the vision and mission that you guys have already established and to bring that to fruition through the Pathways for Success, to understand the composition and also the shortcomings of the existing facilities, to use an objective process to select the best regional sites if that is the option that you choose, and then to understand and implement that plan for best practices while taking into regard the market, right? The market's wild right now. So how do we look at that from an escalation cost standpoint? Making sure that all the stakeholders, are listened to in this decision-making process and determining that right solution. So if we look at all 3 scopes, these are really the options, and they've already kind of been alluded to as we've been talking. So option 1 is to say, yes, we're going to go with the regional facility construction for youth. We're going to determine 3 to 4. We're going to place them in the counties, and that allows them to move out of the existing KJCC. That becomes open for the women at TCF on the maximum side to then have that facility renovated at KJCC, and then they would move there. The cost for that option 1 in totality would be around $776 million. It might be $100 million less. It might be like $676 million if we went with the regional beds that are only 3 and they're at the 64-bed facility each, because there was that differential.
You never did factor in for 2 facilities to keep the Topeka facility and to go to something South Central near the Wichita, did you?
Are you talking about women or youth?
Youth.
We factored in 3 to 4 regional facilities, but not including the existing one, if that's what you're asking.
Well, right, and I'm just asking, knowing that you have a large population coming from that South Central area, I was curious why you did the 4 and the 3 and not giving us that option of the 2. I'm assuming, what is the bed space again of scope 1 of just 1 regional?
It would be either 50-bed or 64-bed, depending on which you went with. So right now, one of the reasons that we didn't provide the 2 options is that this facility would be way underused. You'd be taking in half your population right now and potentially moving them to the south, which is fine. But then this facility would not be well utilized.
Okay, thank you.
And then the other option is to say no to the regionals. And in that case, the KJCC would be renovated if you choose to do so in Scope 3 and enhanced for the $156 million. And then that would require, if you do want to do improvements to the women's, to build that Unit J as a new building, to build that new RDU unit, and then to renovate Unit I for the special housing, as well as then eventually demo the existing Unit J once it's no longer needed, since it's not in the greatest state. That option comes to $352 million, so quite a stark difference between the two. And so really it comes down to the observations and conclusions that you've heard and then that you guys will form on your own and what those next steps are. So reviewing the reports, the 3 different scopes, figuring out that objective process for the steps, determining which scope options you are in favor of and which are appropriate, as well as creating a consensus for that approval and identifying that funding and moving forward. We appreciate you guys giving us the time today.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the information. It's been very enlightening. When the concept of the 3 or the 4 came out, I thought that was maybe a really good idea. Last year, we toured the Juvenile facility, and it's a really nice facility. I was very impressed with the school. I mean, it probably does need to have some vocational improvements done because it was very small for what they were trying to do for the vocational. But I guess mine is not necessarily a question, maybe more of a comment. Just first blush, I don't see a real benefit in going to 3 or 4 units on the juvenile, especially if all we're doing is adding 2 up here in this area and adding 1 in Wichita. You're really not changing the distance that most of the population is going to have to travel. Because, I mean, putting 1 in Wichita, yeah, would help out, those that are coming out west. But when you're talking putting 1 in Wyandotte or Johnson, you're really not talking that much distance that the the families are having to travel. And I had thought, maybe that it made sense to flip the 2. I didn't realize that the women's facility was as big as it is, and that really the juvenile facility wouldn't be big enough. I personally, at just first blush, I think we need to be really looking at the women's facilities and putting that as a priority. I wasn't able to go through it when we went. I think it was 2 years ago, maybe, that we went through that. I was gone for some reason, but everything I've heard has not been good. And I really think that needs to be a priority that we make. The enhancements to the juvenile are great, something we can maybe get to, but I really think that women's facility is where we really need to be looking at improvements right now.
Committee, one of the things, we are going to take a quick break. You're going to get your lunch, and we're going to continue moving on our agenda. But I think that one of the critical factors is what you identify as a next step, and that is an objective process for looking at these. And I think as legislators, we need to lean in quite a bit on what that objective process is going to be. Because a group of us in this committee could say, let's go this option, but what we do know, what's going to be a driving factor is going to be, what is that long-term commitment for funding? Because the options are expensive. So what is that commitment for that funding? I would concur that one area that is of significant need is what's happening with those just over 700 women in that particular facility. Because we had bunk bed, bunk bed, bunk bed in an area that was about the size of in the center area of this loop of our U here. And there were probably 8 to 10 sets of bunk beds. And it was supposed to be a place to sit and watch TV or sit and read. But instead, that was where new individuals coming in, that's where they stayed until they got processed. And because they were at such capacity, and the secretary has already spoken when he came on board, so we have a capacity of 930, but we had at 10,000 women there. And so we were in violation of the fire marshal for several of the buildings because we so exceeded capacity. And I have to say, but the grace of God, that we didn't have a fire, we didn't have a disaster when we were grossly exceeding capacity. So we are going to take a quick break. Please get your meal, come back. We do kind of need to keep moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
How you doing?
Yeah.
and shared the information from our architectural firm. Any lingering questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess I would like if the Secretary would be willing to come up and kind of give his opinion on the findings and maybe where he thinks that he would like to see us go, the direction.
Absolutely.
All
Welcome
right.
again.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Committee Representative Hoffman. So first of all, I want to thank the folks from Clark, Emerson, and Dewberry for their work. I think they did a really comprehensive, deep dive into it, and I think they explained their study and their recommendations very well here today, so I appreciate that, and I appreciate the legislature funding the study to take a look at it. As to where we go forward, I think we all could agree that having kids closer to home is a good thing to where families can stay connected and strengthen those ties. And as Bruce said in his presentation, I think when we look at these studies, the first decision needs to be with that juveniles. What can we afford? What are we willing to do? Is it enhance what we already have at Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex to make it more a better environment for programming and well-being of those kids? Is it one, two, or three more regional centers and repurposing KJ? I would tell you, if we ever did repurpose KJ, there'd be no problem repurposing it. Those are a lot better beds than we have in most of our adult system. I'm not necessarily advocating for that, but it wouldn't go to waste, that's for sure. So I just think with the costs, which I think kind of have everybody concerned, I think legislature needs to deliberate on and governor, what kind of funding is available and what could we do. If we want to look at other options, we could always come back to these folks and commission them to look at a couple of other options potentially. I don't know what the path forward is.
Yes, Representative Hoffman.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, cost, let's take it out of the picture. Say we have, plenty of money, we can just throw whatever, which we don't. But to me, it doesn't make much sense to go out and build 2 new facilities in Johnson and Wyandotte County. Yeah. Maybe one down in Wichita, but then you have, just like they said, well, then you're going to be under, the population is really going to be under up here in the Topeka one. And so then if you did go to regional, I guess it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to split the women's campus up then, So, I mean, realistically, I know you're trying to be, I think you're trying to be very careful what you say, but I think realistically, what do you think is maybe the best foot forward?
Well, I really don't know, but let me say, Representative, let me say this. If you, what's going on nationally is smaller capacity facilities. What we have at KJ today would be classified as a large facility, and the move is more towards medium-sized or small-sized facilities. I think there's some research that says that does well. We know that having kids closer to home helps with those family ties, but you're not going to be able to build something in every region that gets everybody real close to family, or to the point that Brooke made, or that you can staff potentially. That's the other factor. That's a factor for us in everything we're doing going forward, is we're going to be able to staff this. So in an ideal world, there's gobs of money, you would probably have some small regional facilities placed appropriately, whether that's 2, 3, or 4. Split the state however you want, knowing that you're not going to cover it all, and then taking into consideration, can it be staffed? And what does the growth look like? It's not the growth today is not there, which is a good thing, and then, so that would be the ideal, if money's not an object, probably.
And I think, Secretary, you did mention something that really hasn't been part of the discussion, and that is staffing. And I do know that one of the reasons I made certain last year that we had the tour of the juvenile facility was there was concern by your staff in that facility that there might be a move to shut them down. And so that is one facility that consistently has been strongly staffed, at least the years that I've been on the Oversight Committee. And to lose that would be detrimental to what we're doing as far as juvenile corrections right now.
Yeah, Madam Chair, traditionally it has been strongly staffed. We're struggling there today, just as we are everywhere else. And I will tell you, our staff are paying attention. There's probably some listening today, you know, and rightfully so. They have an interest in it, and they're very committed to the job they do. They do a great job, and none of what happens would be a reflection on the work they're doing today. It's a matter of what's the best way forward.
Okay. Committee, any other questions? Are there any additional questions that we have for the architects that were here? Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I shared with you my question, and I went and asked the fellows in the room, the lady and fellows, and I'm going to ask it out loud so that we can have at it. I was involved in planning the new institution and went to the pony process by the National Institute of Justice when we built our county facility, which is a pretty good-sized facility. And at the time, in the 90s, they were changing the model from rectangular to circular for many reasons, but one, when we were there 2 years ago and the one woman was guarding a very large unit, I believe I heard 100 inmates in that unit, it was rectangular, and I thought, what's going on down there? And we can't see that. And it worried me. And I was very worried about it. It's just haunted me ever since that she was there alone. At that time, it was the way it was. We've taken care of staffing. We're trying to continue to take care of staffing issues. But I wondered why we are not seeing the circular model where there's one guard in the center that can see everything and a person on the floor or more persons on the floor interacting with inmates to socialize and kind of control the activity on the floor. And so I would like somebody to just tell the group what you told me and see if anyone else has questions about that, please, Madam Chair.
Jump on up there.
So we're going to both answer this similar to what we said just a few moments ago, but that is an excellent question. And there's many different thoughts that can accompany this. It goes into different things such as staffing deficiencies, but it also goes into what can be normalized. So I'll let Bruce speak to the staffing deficiencies, and I'm going to speak to the normalization. So we're thinking about a juvenile facility between the ages of 10 to 22 and a half. If you are a youth that does happen to get incarcerated in the correctional system, all you've known up to that point is your bedroom at home or your bedroom somewhere else, or hopefully you were not homeless, right? Because there's varying options there. What you don't find in a normal built environment that you can leave is triangular space, which is the circular space that I believe you're referring to. And that means in a triangular space, if I'm at the point of the triangle up here, I can see out. I can see into all those spaces. And so it is about line of sight, and line of sight is safety. But if we're thinking about normalizing and heavy treatment and heavy program for youth, we want it to be as normalized as possible. We want it to resemble a college campus, or it's never going to resemble home. But not being in a triangular space, which is often associated with corrections and jails, we want to disassociate that and create as normative of a space as possible. We would not have a 100-bed unit if we were to have anything over, 8 to 16 beds, the safety point is to go to that triangular type of design. But these are small. 8-bed units, they're very intensive, program intensive, relationship intensive. They have the direct supervision model of that staff that is on that unit, plus the staff that are roving, plus the behavioral health staff that are visiting or depending on the youth curriculum. And so we really want to create that intimate environment where trust and role models and direct supervision is in place as much as possible to create that normal environment.
Right, so now we overlay that the rest of the story, right? And there are staffing ratios that we're trying to hit. We're trying to right-size unit sizes for juveniles, 1 to 8, and staffing levels of 1 to 8 for the actual housing areas, and then, of course, there's additional programming staff in every facility, things like that. For adults, for males, 64-bed units work just fine. For females, the best practice is more like 32 to 36, and I'll leave it at that. I won't editorialize why. So, but there's a number of things that we do. Fundamentally, every facility that we touch, one of the first things we're looking at is lines of sight. And then we're talking about staffing ratios, we're talking about staffing budgets, because you have to be able to, again, run what you can, afford to run. We're talking about direct supervision. So we're really trying to do everything we can to set up an environment that encourages interaction, because locking them up and having barriers between inmates and our only staff is not a good idea. So what we do a lot of actually is over-the-shoulder type observation, where we do take the diagram that you see, and there's a number of things that can be done from a planning of how many boxes, how many pieces of the puzzle do we need. So we defined that we needed 287 puzzle pieces, and the next phases of design are to kind of put that together and have these deep discussions. But we look for opportunities where we can have flexibility in staffing if we can't always staff to the highest level that we really want to have. And we look for opportunities for staff connectivity and awareness of what's going on in the facility, so that benefit and value of a casual glance, where you can look up and go, Sue's in trouble, or whatever. Just that immediacy, even if you have a primary job responsibility that ends at the border of your desk, anytime we can create that. So there's a lot of layers to this that don't necessarily show up in a programming diagram of how many puzzle pieces we need, that we definitely will look at. I don't think that it's been thrown out. I don't think the idea of the podular design and working with some geometry to improve those conditions and allow for better lines of sight definitely has not been thrown out at all. It's still very alive and well. And I guess what I would say is it's an exciting time because everybody's trying to do it better, right? And so one of the things that we're really trying hard to do better is daylight and views of nature and things like that. And so you pair that with the studies on mental health, where more of a residential setting, normalized rectangular living rooms and bedrooms have actually some fundamental value. But you pair those things together, and sometimes it works very well to get an end wall of what appears to be a bunch of rectangles on the plan, and that appears linear. What they went away from was linear, where it's literally a hallway, and you literally have to make rounds, and you never see Joe or Sam or Bubba unless you're doing that. That's what's like, that's not cool. And there's a lot of things that have been put in place now as far as ACA standards, and restrictive housing is not what it used to be. It needs to, stay more normalized. So it's a longer topic than we have left in today, if we used all the day. So go ahead.
And I would just note, what we show is just, we're talking about adjacent space. How is the space related? What does it need to be next to? The next, if you guys were to fund that and say, we want to see what a regional facilities looks like, it's probably not going to match that prototype. But that's the prototype that we came up with in this study. Once we would then go to the next step, which is a more detailed design, all of that would be vetted. What is the line of sight? How many staff do you actually have? Can this work? Does it need to be changed? What's the level of risk of the youth in this facility?
Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we wanted to see this model live, and you've stated already that it wouldn't be the same, where would we go to see the closest model that represents what you're showing us?
You'd have to pay him architectural fees. We'd have to go that step, wouldn't we? In all fairness. For design.
Sure, yeah. Yes, that's normally part of the schematic design phase of work, is to get out and see things and talk to people that are operating these various flavors. And so my list wouldn't be Kansas only, certainly, or even Kansas, Missouri. It would be, there's reasons to go to multiple states to see kind of the most current and the various flavors of how to do this and how to put the puzzle together. And Representative Carlin, I applaud you for attending the PONY program, the National Institute of Corrections. I've gone through that myself, and it's yeah, but it's all good. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Committee, we are going to move forward. I'd like to start by thanking Derek Hine. Derek, you want to? There we go. Because Derek with 1861 Consulting did provide our lunches today. So we certainly appreciate that. Clap, clap, clap. It was actually healthy. At this time, we're going to have a presentation about Arista recovery in Paola. And so, Robert, come on up. Robert is the Vice President of Operations for Arista. So if you would just jump right in and tell us about Arista, how it ended up in Paola, and what it is.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for your time today. I'm here obviously to speak a little bit about Arista. We have already opened up I'm going to use some acronyms, so if I lose you all, just buzz me and I'll be happy to explain. We've already in Overland Park have opened up an intensive outpatient and partial hospitalization for substance use disorder. It is our model is built off of commercial insurance and private pay. But the big news is we opened up a full 80-bed residential facility in Paola, which had been formerly an Ursuline Academy/convent property that, to be perfectly honest, we rescued and did all the repairs necessary and got it up to snuff that we're now licensed in the state of Kansas. We have a Joint Commission accreditation starting in, I think, about 10 days. We'll have our Joint Commission. Since we're already Joint Commission in Overland Park, it's kind of it's not a no-brainer, but we'll be able to pass our Joint Commission and then be able to be in network with insurance providers. The reason why we kind of picked this area is, there's a couple of things that we do as an organization. First, I want to say that Arista is obviously a company, and it's our company name, but it's really more of an ideology of how treatment can be approached, right? I think that for most people, we know that, for most people in our industry, we know that there are hard and true, evidence-based treatment models that have been proven to be effective. However, the way we go about providing that treatment model it can change, it can morph, and there's lots of different ways that it can be approached. An example is whether you're a good OJT type learner or if you're a good book learner, right? Yeah, that's us. Yes, sir. Now, I am not a tech guy, so I will probably mess this up. I'll do my best not to. Do I just, that seems easy. So I'm not, I got to tell you guys ahead of time, marketing team put this together. It's not my deal, but it does have like our mission statement. But again, getting back to the treatment modalities, you're going to see a bunch of different treatment models that we provide. But it's all rooted in this evidence base. The way we go about delivering that evidence-based treatment is where we're kind of different. And it's definitely different to the Kansas market and Missouri market. With a high intentionality to every part of the client's journey through their stay. I've been fortunate enough to open up around 33 different treatment centers around the country. The reason why we picked Paola is it's a pretty simple formula. We look at a heat map. We look at arrest blotters. We look at overdoses. We look at the community needs assessment in the area. We look at which, committees like yourself put together these community needs assessments, and that's very informational. I mean, we know what the community's missing, or you all know what your community's missing, and then we try to be in places where it's important or there's the need. So, we develop this area, and of course, as we started to look, Miami County was definitely red on the heat map, and we looked at the trends, right? So if we looked at 42% more overdose deaths or overdoses in 2021, followed up by 2022, looking at going to be somewhere around 48% more overdoses. And if we compare that number back to 6 years ago, then it's kind of frightening, right? When we talk about it in these little incremental steps, it doesn't look nearly as serious as it really is. So we saw that there was a void. That's why we picked Paola. We were lucky to find this amazing building. It's a 88,000 square foot building that we've, if you were fixing an old car, we touched every nut and bolt. Everything got painted, floored, redone. We're still working on some of the grounds. It's a 38-acre space. It's kind of the gem, I think, of Paola, and otherwise was in disarray. So I feel like we've restored a piece of the area that otherwise was beyond neglected. And we've also created a space where we could provide Miami County and the surrounding area about 100 jobs, which is what at full staffing, at full capacity, we would probably be right around 100. That would not include all of our contractors, that we hire out, such as our kitchen and stuff like that. So I just want to talk real quick. I know you guys have been on the grind today, so I'm going to try to get through this stuff quick. I worked in adolescent long-term treatment for about 10 years, and what you all are trying to solve it's a serious thing. So God bless you. One of the things, so when we're talking about treatment models, I can't help but think I can sit up here and write on a board for you all, and you guys could take pictures with it with your phone, or I could hand you a handout sheet, and I could say, I want you to read everything on this, and I want you to put into play or into practice everything I just gave you. And that's kind of how we do treatment. Everybody sits around in a round room or in a round circle, and we got to think back to a time that we were struggling and bring those emotions and feelings to right now. And then we have to honestly say what's going on with us in this group of strangers. And then let's for a minute consider that the one thing that we've used in our life to regulate, which could be drugs, alcohol, sex, tobacco, Monster energy drinks, gambling, internet, Facebook, all these things, and we take those away. And now we're going to put you in a room, and I really want you to tell me how you feel. Like, do we see the kind of the insanity of that approach? And the reason why we're working at a 6% success rate is because that doesn't work. I'm 17 years sober, and that doesn't work for me right now. You know, I think they say the average attention span of a master's level graduated person in a board meeting is 6 minutes. So now I'm going to grind out an hour-and-a-half group with people that we just took everything that they used to regulate and take it offline. Did I do something? Okay. So our idea is let's get it out of that kind of function. Let's get it out of that kind of tried and true method of delivering treatment, which honestly isn't true. It's tried. And I think it's tried over and over and over and over. And I promise you, we could go to any treatment center in the country right now and walk into a group room, and there's going to be a circle, just like you all are in right now. And there's going to be a Kleenex box on one side, and there might be a fidget spinner over there. And there's going to be a whiteboard, and we're going to be talking about relapse prevention. And the whole time somebody's sitting there, they're thinking, I can't wait to drink. I can't wait to get out of this room. So we've done a couple of things at Arista, again, as an ideology, not necessarily as a company, but how we're going to engage clients that's just different. Several years back, a friend of mine and myself, I'm a clinician and he's a clinician. We were working in adolescent, like I had said, and we would get these 14, 15, 16-year-old young men into our center, and this was long-term, year and a half, 2-year treatment, and they would come in on 15 medications, maybe more, right? So then we wonder why the kid doesn't get any traction. It was like insanity. Like, these poor kids have been medicated into some sort of compliance. And that's all we really did. We kicked the can down the road. So we started trying to figure out how can we help these kids. And I'll be honest, not all these kids were addicted. They really weren't. They might have behavioral issues. They may have really poor coping skills. They may have all these other things. But man, how do I tell a 15-year-old kid that he's an alcoholic? There's got to be some environmental pressure there that's creating this. We got to look at all the luggage, not just the top of the luggage, right? And how can I blame this kid? Kid's doing whatever parents told him to do or whatever whoever of authority is making them do. So we also noticed that there was a huge disconnect between 12-step recovery and adolescence. Like, it just wasn't that strong. This was in the state of Arizona, a very progressive 12-step community. A lot of famous, in our industry, a lot of famous centers in Arizona. However, adolescent was really highly underutilized. So what we looked at was what's kind of the hip thing that's really healthy, right? And how can we help these kids? And by all means, let's get them off these medications, because we don't even know if the change that we're experiencing after a year is real. We're going to send them back home, and they go off their meds, and they're right back to the way they were because we medicated them into compliance. And they were good boys and girls for 12 months, and they get to go back home. And they see a different psychiatrist that changes their medication, and they're right back, right? So you guys, you're shaking your head. I'm assuming that Senator, that you've experienced or heard stories similar to that, right? So.
You may. Senator Falcone.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So serving on the Child Welfare Committee, so a lot of times those in foster care, I hear the stories about they're on so many different medications and then they spiral into this situation. So of those 14, 15-year-olds that you spoke of, that came, that you encountered, were some of them from the foster care system? When you said really they weren't even alcoholics or drug addicts, so what was their initial problem to come to you? Or were they in foster care?
Usually when they came to us, they came from some authority, right? Either through parents, grandparents, state, however they got to us, right? And there was a qualifying substance use event because we were a co-occurring center. The reality of it is when we're talking 14, 15-year-old adolescent boys, it's easy to make that like a really subset, very small part of our population. But if we don't stop it there, in 5 years, in 3 years, we have legal adults, that are now the problems multiply, and they get more severe for unfortunately, for this kid that had been medicated most of his life. So now we see them in our treatment center today at Arista. This isn't like they turned 18 and they decided to start drinking, or that they turned 18 and decided to try fentanyl. They've been altering the way they feel for a long time. And now the consequences have gotten more real because it's not about getting in trouble at school. It's not about flunking a test. It's not about ditching. It's about not showing up to work, getting a DUI. The consequences are progressive, just like the disease of addiction is. So one of the things that we looked at was there's a book called Spark by Dr. Rady, and it focuses on ADD and ADHD and ways that we can kind of combat that non-medically. And it was kind of the genesis of this idea. And what happened is we got our hands on this science and we started looking at it. We worked with the Rady Institute, and what we did is we developed we call it synergistic recovery program at Arista, and at different centers throughout the country. We've put in kinetic recovery and Recover Strong, a couple of different, but the basic same premise, which is we use the science that happens through our own body evolution. We have certain things that happen biologically when our heart rate gets to an elevated level for a prolonged period of time. So there's a couple of chemical compounds, oxytocin, GABA, neurotropic growth factors, which are basically fancy words for miracle growth for the brain. And what that does is that is what actually helps us develop neural pathways. And if we think about what a trigger is, right, and I think everybody knows what that word is and what it's supposed to imply, whether we're talking about trauma, a triggered trauma response, or a trauma addictive response, that lives in a hardwired, going to be a pleasure or an altered feeling neural pathway in the brain. It goes directly to, so if a person, say, takes fentanyl, it's kind of a hot button right now, right, and has been, there's nothing in the body that produces the same reaction or the same hardwired response neural pathways as fentanyl. There's nothing, there's nothing we can do. So if we imagine a hard ground, there's lots of fields out here. We just margin one plow line going through a field. That's our neural pathway. And we're never going to get that deep. But what we can do is by using an elevated heart rate, we can produce chemical compounds, and we can create a bunch of small plow lines going opposite that plow line. We'll probably never cover it up. But what we can do is we can provide enough pause in the client to allow them to make maybe a different choice. So we use, and if you look at old type of long established therapy, Glasser, or even CBT, it's like, what are you doing? Is it working? If it's not working, what are you going to do next? That's kind of the old kind of talk therapy. Well, we put that in The other kind of cool thing about the oxytocin, and that's a popular word, or it's a known word, because that's the chemical that's produced when a mom and a baby are nursing, right? There's something in the eyes, they lock in, and this oxytocin gets flooded into the baby's brain. It's a connection, basically a connection drug that is produced in the brain. It's also produced when our heart rate gets above a certain amount. So now we have this group of strangers that are participating in movement exercises, getting their heart rate up, that are all now starting to feel this. And what we've done is we've been able to create a culture where that bonding, when somebody comes into treatment, that bonding is done very quickly because we're all producing all this stuff. The clients, I'll say things like their brain got hijacked, and it sounds horrible, but we're promised we're not brainwashing. Well, I mean that in a way that there's no mental defense against what's happening because it's biophysiological. There's no other way around it. So that evolved in us over time in our DNA and our body structure. If we, as cave people or evading a saber-toothed tiger, your heart rate goes up. You live through the event, you'll never forget that event, right? But you might forget what you had for lunch yesterday. The reason is because of the way that we think it's because it's more important. It's actually, all memories are stored exactly the same way. It's just what chemical was being produced when that memory came into play. So we do this, and then, of course, we would go directly into like our most difficult therapy session of the day is after that. If anybody's worked out here, it's pretty hard to be in a bad mood the minute you finish your workout. It's pretty hard to even be argumentative right after the workout. So we kind of harness this thing that's already in our body. And the amazing thing is we did this in kids. And we had 80% reduction of pharmaceutical drugs that they needed. So a lot of them came off of their meds entirely. We also had an interesting thing happen. We were a academy in addition to being this long-term treatment care facility. And we had year-round school, and we had kids that would come in maybe as a junior, but only have the same credits as a freshman. And they were completing school inside of 12 months, 13, 14 months. We actually had to alter seat time and petition the state of Arizona because the kids got so effective at schoolwork. Now, these were kids that came in on 15 different meds and had ADD and had IEPs and all of this kind of, I would call it like negative kind of response to being an adolescent. And we figured out a way that we could reduce the medication. So then came the big test. Would this work in an adult population? Can we get a 60-year-old guy that's been drinking a case of beer every day for the last 40 years? Can we get them to do this? And what we found is by culture we could. By creating a positive culture, we were able to bring those people in. We opened a center in San Antonio called New Choices Treatment Center. And in an entire 12-month study that was done by Drexel University, by a PhD there, we had 2 AMAs. And for those of you who don't know what that is, it's against medical advice. So we had 2 people in a 16-bed facility that was operating at close to 100% capacity for 12 months. We had 2 people, AMA. And one of those clients came back, but it was outside of the 12-month study, so we couldn't include that. But so it does work. And what it does do is it also teaches our population that they can do something about it. They can do, we don't have to take a magic pill to feel better, right? It's really interesting that we would tell somebody that they got to get off of this drug. But to get off of this drug, we want them to take this other drug. And we're still altering the way that they feel based off of taking some sort of external factor. So We do, in Paola, we offer medical detox, residential, and for co-occurring. SUDS, which is substance use disorder, being the primary treatment modality that needs to be kind of primary. But anxiety, depression, PTSD, we'll treat all of those things along with the substance use disorder. We also firm believers in family programming. So this is not recovery is not a solo process. The people that I know that have tried to recover solo have not been super successful. So as a licensed social worker, I kind of look at environmental systems and try to make sure that whatever we do, they're provided environmentally. We invite the family into their own counseling sessions and make sure that these two things should meet, right? Like when I went, I'm a self-divulge here, when I went to treatment 17 years ago, almost 18 years ago, my wife was not ready to be in the room with me. She was not having it, right? So it needs to be a parallel process. That doesn't mean that they're together, right? But it should be a parallel process. So family programming is really important to us. We offer a full continuum of care, so we go everywhere from detox, residential, partial hospitalization, intensive outpatient, and outpatient. Now, they're not all at the same place. Paola is detox and residential. Overland Park, our Overland Park location is IOP, or sorry, I start using acronyms. Partial hospitalization, intensive outpatient, and outpatient, and soon offer MAT treatment, which is medically assisted treatment, which would be, examples of that would be Suboxone, Vivitrol, and those types of medical interventions. And then everybody sees a psychiatrist, everybody sees a psychiatric nurse practitioner, and they don't see them like once. They see them not only as needed, but on the schedule every week. And that's at all levels of care. Some of the things I was talking about, cognitive behavioral therapy or didactic behavioral therapy or somatic therapy, these are all kind of evidence-based things. However, how we go about the media that we use to get there is just different, right? So we'll use things like horticulture, which is a fancy word for saying we have a garden. But what are we going to do in that garden? Well, I know I'm a farmer at home in my regular life. I'm a farmer and I'm a rancher. And when I put that seed in the ground, I have a certain expectation. And that expectation is that if we get enough rain and I took care of the soil the right way, that something's going to grow up out of there that I'm going to get to harvest for my cows. But I have to put a whole lot of intention into that happening the way that it's supposed to. I also have to do the work, hoping that God will provide some rain, right? Same thing kind of happens in the treatment world, right? Is that if I don't do the work, if I'm not putting the same intention into my recovery or into my relationships with my spouse or into my job, then how can I expect a flower to grow, right? So often we'll have like stunted emotional areas with clients where I should have that job because I deserve it. Well, what kind of work have you done? You know, what does that look like? So we'll take a simple seed, some soil, and a pot. And they think they're doing something really fun. I mean, there's a grounding to working in the soil anyway, right? Like I don't think too many people complain about that. However, we do have a certain amount of expectation once we put that seed in the soil. And what are we going to do for that seed is we're going to water it. We're going to take it in and out when it's going to be 28 degrees outside. We're going to bring that in at night. And when the sun's out and gives above 60 degrees, we're going to put it out in the sun and let it get. If not, we're going to put it in a window. And we're going to do all this intention. And then I got to ask the client, and I would ask you as you're painting that picture in your head, do we put that much intention into our relationships? Do we put that much intention into our workspace or into our recovery or into my children? Now, those are very simple therapeutic questions, but we used a seed and some soil to get there. And it's just kind of, and it's getting them out of the classroom. We use equine therapy, for those of you all that have horses. I was explaining not too long ago to Derek that horses are basically a 1,200-pound mirror. If I go up to a horse and I'm not feeling it, or I'm anxious, or I'm nervous, or I'm jittery, that little 1,200-pound cuddle monster is going to stomp me like a cigarette butt. So what I have to do is I have to kind of check myself, because that horse is going to reflect exactly what I'm putting out there. So we're in the process. We would like to work with the State Bureau of Prisons if there's anybody here that can help us. I know there's a wild Mustang program with the prisoners that we would like to get in contact with, because this is what I see. Just, you can't write this, right? Like, you really can't. You have horses that were saved by prisoners. Those horses then get brought in, say, to a treatment center like ours. We'll be happy to pay for them. And then now those horses are helping keep people out of prison. Like, you can't even write that. You can't even make that up. Like, that's how cool this program could be. So we have a 80-year-old barn on our site that I'm getting bids on to get fixed, and we plan on having equine therapy at the site. And my hopes would be to have those horses. That would be perfect for me. Art therapy, which I think everybody's pretty familiar with. There's sand tray therapy, which is a type of play therapy, which really wasn't enough for me. I was not happy with the idea that something would be called like play therapy, even though it's really effective in children. Adults, not so much. When they hear that it's play therapy, they don't really dig it. So we take the idea of sand tray, which is basically there's an ashtray, and you use miniatures to kind of act out scenarios in your life, things that have happened, maybe some trauma, maybe some things that you want to have happen, and you kind of create this imaginary world, and it works great with kids, and it can work really well with adults. But we kind of took it a step further, and again, we have this almost 90,000 square foot facility, and we basically gutted an entire room and put 8 inches of sand inside the room. So we go from this toy idea, right? And then we take them, and now we're practicing immersion therapy. And we actually put them in the sand. It has a little shower to rinse off and kind of do all that stuff after they're done. But we actually put them in the sand. And now, what does it feel like? What does it feel like now can we actually actualize what we're imagining? I mean, is it more real? The somatic response to that is super powerful. And the one thing I can say, is that we're the only place in the country that has that. Not like in our company. Paola, Kansas is the only place in the country where this is being practiced. Who would have thought, right? Psychodrama, family therapy, individual therapy, and of course, all the acronyms that I talked about, plus EMDR, which is another kind of on the cusp of whether it's evidence-based or not, just so that you know whether something's evidence-based or not has to do with being able to identify the mechanism of change. Not that there isn't a change, but if you can't identify where it is, they kind of leave it up to you. So, again, we're low ropes course, alumni programs, hiking, jogging, like all of the things that make up a treatment center. But more importantly, this is some of our team. Sarah Workowicz, which is actually forgive me, I don't know if it's Paolian or Paolite or Paolin. She is a resident of Paola and came to us through KU hospital system. She's been a nurse for over 30 years. We have Dr. Saha, who is with, we got him through IPC, Dr. Adma and his team at IPC, where they have admitting privileges at MCMC, plus they're board certified in addiction and in psychiatry. Brian Going, another guy, he's our clinical director. We got him from KU. And Lynn Ford, who's our psychiatric nurse practitioner. Just some of our leadership team. Thought we'd show you some smiling faces. These guys aren't nearly as important. This is our CEO, myself, our national clinical director, and then our director of business development. Smiling faces. I don't think you need any of that. But, you know, there's the reason, and I just want to end with this. Like, I self-disclose that I'm fancy myself as somewhat of a farmer and rancher, which is kind of weird to do both at the same time. But I've trained a lot of horses in my life. And I don't use the same bit to train every horse. That would be pretty unproductive. I can't expect the bit to fit every horse the right way in order to train them. We can't expect every treatment modality to work with every addict in the country. It just doesn't work that way. The bit's not always going to fit. So our industry, and Arista in particular, for me, I hold accountable that we are really able to pivot and that we hire people and retain people or recruit and train people that are able to pivot with the client, not the other way around. I don't want somebody calling me at, which happens on the regular, y'all. I don't want somebody calling me at 1 o'clock in the morning saying we have a client that doesn't want to participate, or a client that we need to administratively discharge because they've reached maximum treatment benefit only because we're not doing the work. It's unacceptable. You know, when I first got sober, Eric and I were talking about it. You know, I go into a room of AA, and they used to laugh and tell me, like, yeah, man, you don't think you belong here? Go out and do some more recreational drinking and see how that works out for you. That was like a normal response. The addiction today is not that way. We don't get to tell people that. Fentanyl kills people right now. Right now. We have to pivot as an industry to do a better job, because 6% is not acceptable. I know you all have heard this. If a 747 crashed every single day, we would be doing something about it. There'd be people standing in Washington pissed off and wanting something done. Well, that happens and more every single day in addiction. We have to be willing to meet these people and work with them. Nobody volunteers. When I took my first drink of alcohol, trust me, I didn't think I was going to end up in a rehab 10 years later. I really didn't. That's not how I saw that playing out. But yet that's where I found myself. Thank God somebody was there when I picked up the phone, that somebody answered the other line. And that's the kind of passion and intentionality we put into what we're doing out there. And I appreciate your time, and I'm certainly open to any questions you might have.
Committee, what questions do you have? Representative Ressman, and then Senator Fascadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned some of these kids come in on like in 15 different type of drugs. How do you determine which ones they should come off and which ones they should stay on?
That's a good question. And with Arista, we're serving an adult population. Previously, I was working adolescent. You know, time is our friend, right? And normally what we do is we would have to find homeostasis, which means that we have to have staff qualified to handle those clients as we start pulling medications away, right? It means we have to have a psychiatrist that sees them on the regular during that time, and that we have staff engagement that understands med interactions and counteractions and half-life of medications. But we don't know what homeostasis is when we have a client right now, 22-year-old little girl right out of Miami County. Her grandpa rolled up every penny they had to bring her in. It breaks my heart. But she's been medicated for 10 years, since she's 12. She doesn't know how she's supposed to feel. The only thing we can do is, without causing serious physical risk is start peeling those meds back in the hope that we can find some homeostasis. In 30-day treatment, that's very difficult because the half-life on some of the stuff can last 15, 20 days. Plus, we got to give them some comfort medications while they come off their medication. So it's a complicated, very difficult thing to do. Without time, and that's really our biggest fight with insurance companies or even private payers, is time. How do we know? We don't if we don't ever take them off, right? If we never get the opportunity to be able to do that in a safe way, then we're kind of punching in the dark. I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you mentioned when they first come in, you take all their crutches away, like energy drinks. Is that really a big problem?
Oh, yeah. Vaping and energy drinks are like, it's a whole nother world.
Is that an addiction also?
Absolutely. So I think most of these have gone out of favor, but if you look at, we know that caffeine is one of the most addictive drugs on the planet. So when they're getting 2 and 3 times, 4 times what they should get, the body becomes dependent on it. It's just, the body is just an engine, right? And it's going to utilize whatever we put in. It's also very adaptive, so it'll use that caffeine. The other thing about vapes, right, is the disposable vapes aren't as bad. They're all horrible, I think, personal opinion. However, the rigs and the rechargeable ones and the ones where they order stuff from outside, and Amazon shows up and they have their little chemical kit and they're charging their battery and they screw the top off and they put their stuff in. Well, God, doesn't that kind of sound like making a rig for heroin? There's a process addiction that also kind of goes along with that we have to be really aware of. So we don't allow that. And I'll tell you, it makes people angry. And it's hard to outlaw something that's legal, right? Or have a rule against something that's legal. But once we can if we can build rapport quick enough and we engage with them, and the culture is such that, let me show you how getting together your vape rig is very similar to getting your heroin rig together. Let's just walk through that. What chemicals, because our body primes, right? When you go to a steakhouse, you're going to order your steak or you're going to order your fish, your body is primed for that, Pavlov, right? Like, we know that that's going to happen. It's no different when we're getting ready to take our drugs. When I was at the height of my own alcoholism, I felt better the minute I purchased the alcohol. I hadn't even taken it yet, but I felt better the minute I purchased it because my body started priming for it. So we have to kind of take those things offline and deal with the emotional consequences of it. It's tough. Great question. Thank you.
I think some of us all learned something just then. Senator Foscato.
Madam Chair, first let me take this opportunity to say thank you to you. This is one of the best joint committee meetings on corrections and juvenile justice oversight ever. And to hear from people with real stories, it's just amazing. Robert, how to pronounce your last name?
Olivares.
Oh, I like it. It's almost like my first name, Olitha.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Madam Chair, over the years of being in these meetings, conferees have come and they've said about children who are on a lot of meds, they've said, love them, don't drug them. And so just everything that you've said today is so raw and real. Appreciate that. So what exactly, again, do you want this committee to do? You want us to recommend to the secretary sitting behind you to do a contract with you? And quickly, do you have so your facility in Paola, is it coming up? And do you have another facility where you can show us the evidence of real people?
Come on down and see us. It's open and ready in Paola. So we have clients there now, but we would love to entertain anybody to come see the work that we're doing, see that it's real. I would never recommend anybody over a presentation or a phone call. I want to go see. I'm not from Missouri, but show me, right? Like, I want to see it. I want to feel it. I want to touch it. I want to put you in that sand room and have you experience what we're talking about, because I think this is humanity, right? Like, I'm a licensed clinician, I'm a long man in recovery, I'm all those things, but I really see this, and I hope nobody gets the pitchforks out. But I see this as ministry, not in connection to necessarily one person's independent higher power. What I'm talking about is ministry in the most human element of connecting them back to humanity and feeling human. And to feel human, we have to feel hope. Hope doesn't exist without faith. So it kind of happens anyway. But we have to have hope in not only ourselves, but in each other. And I think that's the work that we're doing. I think that this is, yes, getting people off of drugs and alcohol, but I'm a everyday, minute of the day, waking example of what happens when somebody can break that bondage, right?
Madam Chair, just to follow up, so I think, yeah, she's 28. My 28-year-old specializes in art therapy. However, I remember exactly when you mentioned about, the mother and the child, that bonding piece. And still to this day, Madam Chair, when I'm acting up, my daughter just looks at me and it's like, Mom, and I just straighten up, and so seriously, no, it's like something there. I still remember it, and I like to embarrass her a lot, but she can just give me that look and say, Mom, and I'm like, okay. And so I think that works. I'm just saying that I saw something, Madam Chair, seriously, on television the other night. Maybe any of my colleagues from Wichita, at our zoo, this gorilla. Oh, Mike is shaking his head. The gorilla. It actually made me cry, Madam Chair. The gorilla. They showed a piece where she had just had a baby. And for some reason, she couldn't be with the baby. The baby had to have a little surgery. And gosh, the first thing after the surgery, they put the little chimp back in the room with the mother. First, she just looked at it for a while. And then when she saw it move, she just ran over there and grabbed that baby, her chimp, and hugged and kissed her. I mean, it was like, wow. So that human touch, and I think that's what we have lost along the way. It's just kind of policy and procedure, and we need this human touch. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question, but before that, how long have you been in Paola?
We bought the property February 20. And then we've been through an 18-month remodel. It was a significant investment in Paola.
And so, as the community became aware of what this was going to be, what was that journey like? Yeah, I see the smile, because we went through kind of a journey just trying to get a mental health wing and people's perceptions become reality for them, right? Before you ever get started, what did you have to deal with there?
So my approach, my hometown is in Texas, in Crawford, Texas, and 717 people. So I know what it's like to be from a small town. And so the very first thing I did was hold town hall meetings. That was the very first thing I did. The other thing that we had is we just bought a convent. And I mean, like a convent. There was a full chapel, Vatican I chapel inside the building. So, honestly, the financial team is like, that needs to be square footage that manufactures dollars, right? Because we are a business. And I said, well, that ain't gonna happen. So we need to figure out the right thing to do. So the first thing I did is I contacted the diocese, right here in Kansas, and talked about how we could get all of the artifacts, the 3 altars, the stained glass, all of that given back to the church. And who was going to fund, the removing of it? We were openly giving it, but we wanted to make sure that it was all recovered. As far as I'm concerned, it didn't belong to the church. It belonged to the people that paid tithe for 130 years. It didn't belong to us. It didn't belong to the church, but they were probably going to be the best stewards of it. So some of that's being, I believe there's a new church going up in Olathe, and some of that stuff's going to make it into that church. Some of it got spread out to some other places. I just didn't want it to end up on eBay. So that was like the first commitment I made to the community, which got me a little bit of street cred with them when they saw that that's what we actually did. We also hired locally to remove the artifacts, right? So that was kind of key, but we really had to educate the neighborhood on what we were actually doing, because if you hear, there's going to be a drug, because I don't know if you all have ever been there, but it is smack dab in the middle of the city. There's bedroom communities across that sidewalk right there, right? So.
I appreciate that you called it a city.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's the sign says City of Paola.
I know.
So I really felt it was important that we answer all their questions. But I think you're 100% right. The pitchforks and the torches came out right away, and then after spending some time face to face with them a couple of weeks in a row, and then an update every 3 weeks, I went in front of the city council and tried to work as closely with them as I could. There were still some barriers, we changed the face of a beloved institution, right? But the reality of it is that we bought it from a private owner. We didn't buy it from the church, and it was in complete disarray. I think total was somewhere in the neighborhood of about $3 million that we had to put into the building to get it, in addition to the purchase price, which was a lot, which was more than that. So, all in, our investment in Paola was right around $10 million. So, we also had to follow through. And I think that was probably one of the biggest things, is we didn't tuck tail and say, this isn't worth it, your community's not worth it. Miami County doesn't deserve a, honestly, world-class treatment center, which, to be perfectly honest, could have really been pretty easy for us to do at any time. Is just sold the real estate for what we bought it for and went somewhere that was more willing to work with us. But I think, we stayed in it. We stayed in the work. I think it's vital, the work that we're doing. And we were committed, and our entire organization is committed to it. So it didn't come without hiccups, but we did get through it, mostly.
Madam Chair, I think the point in any of this is, especially in rural Kansas, trying to develop centers, the first thing, people own their communities. And when you're trying to come in there, what they want to think about the negative impacts and what they could, that might do to their community, and trying to get that education out there about what you're really trying, because everybody wants people to get fixed.
They want
people to get help. They want mental health treatment. They want drug addiction treatment. But then I don't want it in my backyard. I don't want it, so that's something that we have to overcome. A facility like yours, you had a lot to overcome, because you're talking about an innovative way of going about it, and that's going to be complete voodoo to them, right? So, and that's no negative look on that community. I think any community is going to have that perspective at first, until you can get your foot in there and explain it.
Absolutely. And that's, again, I've been fortunate enough to open up, this Paola was 33 In the time that we opened up, that I opened up Paola, we were able to open up quite a few in that time frame. So, but I also know that the squeeze is always worth the juice when it comes to what we're doing. And there is a real need. You know, I was sharing, we opened November 1st on a temporary CO, which is a whole nother thing. But we did get it, and we've already seen 30 clients, you know, so and that's without doing media blasts, and that's not bringing people in from St. Louis or bringing people in from Chicago and California. That's not even in network, right? So we're not even getting insurance companies saying, go to this place. We're talking just opening the doors and opening our call center. We've already seen 30, you know? So the need is real, and the need is real there. We're grateful to be in Kansas State. Licensing people have been fantastic. They've been really easy to work with. The state fire marshals have been great to work with. And to be honest, at the local level, this is nothing against Paola, but they had kind of a huge leadership change, like kind of in the middle of what we were doing, and probably some different competing or different ideals. But once we kind of got through those, they were great to work with too. So we're happy to be here for sure.
I think it's important to kind of go back to how it is that you found the area. And it's about our communities also owning the data, the heat map. No one wants to say, yep, that's our town, or yep, that's our county. We're bright red. But that is the reality. I would say from one standpoint, the number of individuals that applied for positions to work there, and they are local folks, and to just see that sense of pride that I'm working locally to help people in our surrounding community, that's been big. And I would also add that law enforcement, where there has been a lot of support, has been law enforcement, because there's been no place for folks in the more rural areas to go to. And so they've been very supportive to know that they can at least say to families, by the way, just right there in Paola, this is available, and start that process.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. In fact, in my mind, I've got a list of folks right now that I'm thinking need to get in contact with you.
Absolutely, and we are also telesession capable. So when we're talking about very rural areas or native reservations or any areas that are really mental health deserts, we have telesession capabilities, you know, to be able to service them through telehealth.
I'm just going to say thank you so much for being here. You know, we usually hear from our local governments and communities, but I thought this was an interesting take on service that's being provided in our state that's really, in just such a short period of time, has been so impactful. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move forward, and we're going to go to that next step. We're talking about service deserts, and so we are going to talk about our juvenile crisis intervention centers, which, wow. So we have with us today Robert Sullivan. He is our Director of Corrections for Johnson County Department of Corrections. And he also has with him Ellen. Please wave. Ellen got here, what, 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago? So thank you for hanging in with us. This is an issue that most folks don't realize, but this committee has been haggling and arm wrestling with this for years. So Robert, thank you for being with us, and share with us what the hope and dream is in Johnson County.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. And again, my name's Robert Sullivan. I'm the Director of Johnson County's Department of Corrections, and I really appreciate having the opportunity to discuss this topic with all of you today. What I'd like to do is discuss the initial attempt to provide a juvenile crisis intervention center in Johnson County, explain why we eventually had to rescind our proposal that we had submitted. I'd also like to describe how a crisis intervention center we feel would help us better serve the youth in Johnson County along with their families. And then finally, we'd just like to discuss steps that we think would help us to accomplish this eventually. And so with that, I'm going to jump right in. Just a little bit of background information. In 2018, the Kansas Department for Children and Families announced a request for proposals to provide juvenile crisis intervention centers in Kansas. And so the Johnson County Department of Corrections, in collaboration with our local mental health center, submitted a proposal. And we did that in November of 2018 with the goal of operating a juvenile crisis intervention center, giving priority to children that resided in the eastern half of the state. On December of that year, we were notified that Johnson County had received a grant that we had requested. And then over the following weeks and months, we had lots of communication with the Department for Children and Families with regards to follow-up questions, some information requests, but we had never gotten a contract. And I'll get into why this is significant here in a bit. But ultimately, due to uncertainty, we finally just had to notify DCF on April of that same year, or April of 2019, that we were going to rescind our proposal. And that's what we had done. And so why did we withdraw our proposal? Our funding strategy that we had for a crisis intervention center was a mix of state funding, county funding, municipal funding, and then of course our mental health center also was going to look at potential Medicaid reimbursement for service. And we had verbal commitments because it was a very fast timeline when we submitted our proposal. So in working with our municipalities on this project, we had 9 verbal commitments that were going to participate in this. And as time went on, we had to get into our budget cycle for the coming year, and so did our municipalities. And so for those reasons, we thought that it was best to go ahead and rescind that proposal because we weren't sure that we'd be able to deliver what we said we would. But having said that, I just want to make it clear to this committee, Johnson County's not given up on the idea of providing a juvenile crisis intervention center. But a lot's changed since 2018. I'll talk a little bit about that. One of the things is that our Juvenile Corrections Advisory Board, for the last 3 consecutive years, a juvenile crisis intervention center has been their #1 priority. So when we submit our priorities to the Kansas Department of Corrections, that's what our JCAB has listed. So what would having a juvenile crisis intervention center do for Johnson County? It's going to provide 24/7 crisis assessment and triage, referrals, short-term observation, crisis stabilization, treatment, and case planning. And our goal of having a crisis intervention center would be that we could decrease hospital admissions, that we would be able to increase 24-hour community diversion options for youth with mental health, substance use, and/or co-occurring mental health and substance use disorders. We'd also be able to increase 24-hour community options for youth who are at risk of out-of-home placement. I think what a lot of criminal justice, or what a lot of places are seeing, is that right now the system that we have in place, it kind of lends itself to everything becoming a criminal justice problem. And what I think a a juvenile crisis intervention center would allow us to do is to be able to come up with other solutions to what would otherwise become a criminal justice problem. And so, in closing, what would need to happen, since a lot has happened since 2018, is that we have to re-engage our municipalities and see if they can get commitments again to participate in a braided Fordham funding so that we could have sustainable funding in place. We would need to get renewed support from our Board of County Commissioners. We have a different board than what we had in 2018. But the biggest hurdle we have overcome is the fact that we have a facility already in existence. It's a 30-bed facility. If you do double occupancy, for this type of a project, we do single occupancy, so we'd have potentially 15 beds that could be used for this purpose. The structure of this program would look different than what it did in 2018. This would be a 100%, likely be a 100% mental health run program, and we would provide some staff support and obviously facility support. Our Juvenile Intake and Assessment Center is already housed in this facility. The other thing that our ask would be that not only the sustainable funding piece from the state to partner with us on, but to better serve children and families, we really think that amending the current law and making just a subtle change from a mental health crisis to a behavioral health crisis would allow us to much more adequately respond to the needs of youth and their families. Right now, if we just go off of a mental health crisis, it does not include substance use disorders, and a behavioral health terminology would encompass the full spectrum of frequently encountered mental health, substance use, and other dysregulated behavior that we often see with this population. Behavioral health is an acceptable term recognized by the Department of Health and Human Services and the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. And to be clear, we also firmly believe that the final determination of what constitutes a behavioral health crisis should remain with a qualified mental health professional based on their clinical judgment, not our juvenile intake and assessment staff, not our law enforcement partners. And so with that, I'm happy to stand here and answer any questions you might have or further elaborate on our facilities, but I just appreciate the opportunity to come today.
Thank you, and I want to start off with one question because you mentioned that the language changed to behavioral health crisis. So a teenager that is demonstrating behavior, schizophrenic behavior, perhaps manic behavior, while a mental health professional might say, oh, schizophrenia, that's a mental health issue. It is that behavior that people are recognizing even before there is some type of diagnosis.
That's correct. That behavior will manifest itself in such a way that often gets law enforcement attention.
Okay. So it is actually broadening the ability for a juvenile to get in and have that crisis addressed rather than narrowing if we were to change that language. Is that correct?
In conversations with our partners back in Johnson County, that's my understanding.
Okay. Committee, what other questions do you have? Representative Resman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So are there any centers that are operating right now?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So there was a letter that was actually one of the times we've met back in 2020 that's addressed to Senator Wellborn. And in it, it says DCF will award a contract for family crisis response and support program that will provide statewide crisis intervention services. So that hasn't occurred either then?
I'm not sure, Representative. We're not part of that.
Well, I would imagine that if there aren't any centers, then it didn't happen. I would imagine. I'm only guessing, so I mean, I'm just asking.
Yes, I'm not aware.
Okay, and you mentioned the funding part. Is there a holdup in the funding?
There's not been another request for proposals since the 2018 request went out.
Go ahead and ask the question.
I was just wondering, is it in our budget for the centers?
The money for the RFPs has been sitting there as, that is our understanding.
My understanding is that it comes from the Justice Reinvestment Initiative funds.
Correct. Okay, so Randy. So we'll ask Robert to step aside and identify yourself and tell us where
Randy
we
Bowman,
are.
Kansas Department of Corrections, Executive Director of Public Affairs. So just a technical clarification. The JJOC did have that in their budget that the Secretary went through over for a number of years, but they have dropped it for the same reasons Robert's talking about. So it would take, if that was desired to be a funding source, it'd take the JJOC rebudgeting to include that at this point in time.
Okay, but year after year after year since 2018, and I believe the amount was $2 million. Randy, is that your recollection?
2 million? Yes, Chair. 2 million is
Okay.
my recollection.
And it was set up so that the RFP process would be handled through KDADS in conjunction with the Department of Corrections. Is that correct?
I haven't read, I think that was 179, if Natalie and Jason may remember that bill. My best recollection it is our role and the JJOC was simply the bank account. The standards, the policies, all the processes would be done by those social service agencies. But that's a rough recollection. Natalie
There we
might
go.
correct me.
Okay, and Mr. Klump in the back? We saw nonverbal communication, and we would like that to become verbal.
So the Crisis Center, my name's Ed Klump, and I represent the Kansas Sheriff's Association, Kansas Association Chiefs of Police, Kansas Peace Officers. The Crisis Intervention Centers, there's actually two arms of that. There's the juvenile centers, and there's the adult centers. And if you want to talk about adult centers, though, that law was passed like 6-7 years ago, and we're still waiting for KDADS to get the regulations in place to make it happen. We've got about, I think when that was passed, we had like 4 counties that were interested in doing it. I think we still got 2. Those regulations are in process. They've gone through the regular, long story, and I won't get into that, but they have now been through that process, sent back to KDADS from the AG's office with some changes that need to be made. They hope to have those in place sometime, they say, soon. I don't know what that definition is. But they do need to make some changes and then re-implement them. We have requested them if they would consider doing an emergency or the temporary regulation, so we could go ahead and proceed with that now that it's been through the vetting process that far. But
So talk to us about the juvenile.
I don't know as much about the juvenile. I know that law was put into place, and I'm not sure if there's any of those out there or not at this point. I don't know of any, but that doesn't mean they're not. I'm just not as familiar with those because I wasn't integrally
We
engaged
don't
in
know
that
of
conversation.
anything going through that RFP process successfully.
I'm not aware of any, but then, like I say, that's a little bit off my normal track, so I can't say there isn't.
Okay, thank you. And committee, so you can imagine that this portion of the hearing is intentional, just like every portion so far. But Robert, come on back up here. Talk to us again about the facility that does, it's brick and mortar.
Yes.
There are beds.
Yes, so we have.
There just are not kids in there.
Yeah, we have a facility that was built in 2012, I believe it became operational. It's a 30-bed facility, 3 individual or 3 self-contained units within the facility, total of 33 beds, but we're licensed for 30. For this purpose, we would probably want to look at a 15 so that we could have just single-person rooms. We have classrooms, rec areas. It's a very nice facility, therapeutic environment. So again, I just got to make sure to be clear, while we have those facilities, while this is a Juvenile Corrections Advisory Board priority, we would still need to go back out again, visit with all of our municipal partners, make sure that there's renewed interest by our Board of County Commissioners, and those things have not been done yet. But having said that, we have intentionally left this building vacant for this potential purpose.
Okay, Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has never been open at all, ever?
Not as a juvenile crisis intervention center. It served other purposes
Was
in the
this
past.
the Rainbow facility?
No.
Okay. Can you tell me what the facility was prior to this, please?
Yes, and so for a very short, this might be better. Ellen, could you kind of give a history?
Trying to track it.
My colleague, Ellen Hawks, is the director of our Juvenile Services Center. And so I'm going to let Ellen kind of give you a history, if you would, Ellen. Give you a history of how this building's been utilized since 2012.
Thank you. Thank you, Ellen.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ellen Hawks, and I am the director of the Juvenile Justice, or the Juvenile Services Center, which encompasses both the detention building and this brick and mortar building we're talking about for potential crisis intervention centers. The building, when it opened, was initially, prior to that, we had occupancy in our facility that far exceeded our bed capacity, so we were constantly outsourcing youth, and that drove the bond initiatives and the grants to build the facility. And then we became a JDI site almost parallel to that time. JDI, Juvenile Detention Alternatives Initiatives. So finding interventions that would keep the families engaged with the youth and keep them in the community rather than in detention. And so our need for those overflow beds became virtually non-existent. So initially, for a short period of time, we housed minimum custody youth over there, but it became problematic to just run 2 campuses for a handful of kids. We tried to house females there. Again, our female population was very low. Again, not a good utilization of resources. For a period of time, we were a youth residential center, or YRC2, then Senate Bill 367. Sunsetted those programs, and so in advance of that, we operated that program for a little over a year, and then shut down, and about 45 days later, ACT moved from a 21 bed facility across the street into that to increase their bed allocation. And then they reduced their footprint following COVID and some other impacts and moved to a Shawnee campus and lowered their treatment program. And so that facility has been vacant other than support offices in JIAC for over 2 years. So that's kind of a brief history.
I'm trying to recognize some of the pieces that I may have heard before to try to fill in what I should know about this. And so the money that we're talking about, is that the issue that it hasn't been, is it the RFP that's the issue, or?
Where it became stalled was in April of 2019, when there still was not a contract extended to the organization. And quite frankly, you know, you originally submitted the RFP November of 2018.
That's correct.
We are now November, the last day of November of 2022. And to this point, there has not been an RFP actual proposal that's ever gone through where that money has been distributed. So when we as a committee, and in our other committees that we serve on, and when we are dealing with budget and we are continuing to put more money into K through 12 funding for mental health services, and when we are talking about all of the mental health issues that were exacerbated with COVID, and we're talking about increased risks of suicidal ideation, and how busy our 988 system has been just in the state of Kansas, for us to have a facility that's already built, that already has beds, and just waiting for the state to uphold the commitment, because it was this committee that said, wait a minute, how did this happen that this money was shifted over there? And we found out how it happened, that it actually was a part of the budget. It just wasn't, much light was not shown on it in the process. But this committee worked to track it down and to make sure that that RFP process would move forward. And the last time, or the first time that I know we had extensive discussion is when we were down and part of our meeting was in El Dorado. We did the tour of the facility there, and then we met in the community center there, and we were trying to figure out where this money went. And we were assured that it was going to go so that specifically juvenile crisis intervention centers could be built and established throughout the state, and that these funds, which were drawn from the funds that we were saving by kids not being incarcerated. So the fact that we have a facility, and we don't know, there may be others in the state, but those beds are empty. And we continue to hear about kids that are having crisis situations. We heard about that yesterday in our hearing as well. So it is a domino effect. If it's going to be a state partnership with a county and other communities, the state has to come through with the funding. So you're still sitting there waiting, is the state really going to be willing? And you're not going to move forward until you know that from the state.
I think that's fair to say, Senator.
Okay. Senator Dahl.
The old localist coming out of me. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah.
This will be in Johnson County. I have a county that I serve that is about 8 hours from Johnson County. Are there any other of these services that are anywhere west of Wichita?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, and I'm not aware of any either, and that's, yeah. So I just, we're put all our money in this, it concerns me.
We put no money in this.
Okay, I understand.
We
but
put no money in
We're
this.
talking about this right here where, you know, I'm being protective.
You get one started, and when I think about juvenile crisis, we can get a kid from Topeka to that center. And if they're being transported, they could probably get there in about 45 minutes. Now, when I drive, it would take me an hour to get there. But if they're being transported, but you think of the circle it could serve. So what counties did we hear about as far as a proposed juvenile corrections facility? Wyandotte, Johnson, and here in Shawnee. When I think of the circle, if we had this facility open, it could serve those counties, including Douglas and others surrounding, because we do know one thing, to speak to your point, Senator Dahl. If we put one of these crisis centers in Salina, if we put one in Sedgwick or Cowley County, as soon as we put them in there, those beds are going to be full. But to do nothing because it's not in your neighborhood, we've gone 4 years where we've done nothing, but the money sat there. We have to get something moving and happening so that there is a pattern for how we can make it work. And how can we make it not just one county, but multiple counties in western Kansas and central Kansas and south central? How do we start to make it work? But to have empty beds and yet to wring our hands and pull our hair and say, we've got all these mental health problems, what are we going to do about it? We have to do something. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But to Senator Dahl's concern, if we're going to make a recommendation on this, and absolutely we should also include identifying any other centers that have been set up and not used so that we're ready to go and pull the trigger on those as well.
I would absolutely agree with you. Representative Carlin.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up because of your comments. What did we build in Hayes? What did we see when we toured Hayes? Was it a mental health facility? There was supposed to be, there was like no staff. What was it? Do you remember, Kyle?
I've not toured Hayes.
There is a facility in Hayes that they built a couple years ago or provided.
Representative just said that that was a PRTF.
Okay, so it is for kids in crisis, but it's a different kind of center.
It is different.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go to Senator Fascadeau and then Representative Hoy.
Madam Chair, so for those listening in, if you would just clarify when you say the money is sitting at the state where, and to the conferee here, so again, state your facility and your location in the state for me, and who did you submit your proposal to? Exactly, tell us what that process was. That's just continues to be the question mark in my head of who's submitting what to whom, and where is the money still sitting exactly, Madam Chair, or staff, or Jason might know, he knows everything.
Well, here's what we're going to start with. So let's go ahead and have Robert, you step us through the RFP process that you went through.
Sure. So in 2018, we received a request for proposals from the Department for Children and Families to provide a juvenile crisis intervention center and to fulfill the requirements of Senate Bill 179. And so it was pretty quick turnaround. And so what we did, we knew that the allocation the state was providing was not going to cover all the costs. My understanding is the way that our regulations are, it's very staff intensive, and that's a cost driver. So we wanted to look at a braided funding approach so that we could look at what a partnership with the state would look like in conjunction with a braided funding approach. And that's where we had verbal commitments from 9 of our municipalities to help with this project. And then the county support. And then in addition to that, mental health center, at the time we submitted the proposal, did not know what Medicaid reimbursement services might look like. So that was kind of an unknown as well. So we went through that process, submitted the RFP. We were notified in December of 2018 that we had been awarded a grant.
And that went to KDADS, correct?
Our communication still is with the Department for Children and Families.
Oh, okay.
And this is 2018. And so that notification came in December. And then between December then and when we rescinded our proposal in April, there was frequent communication and, but just no contract and no idea when a contract would be provided to us. So we weren't being, DCF would communicate with us every time we communicated. It's just, we started getting deep into our budget cycle, as did our partners. And we couldn't enter the budget cycle with no contract. And so that's why we were at a point in the year where we were uncertain if we would be able to provide the services that we had laid out in our proposal. And so at that point in time, it seemed prudent on our part to go ahead and just rescind our proposal and wait for another RFP to come out at a later date.
Shirley says she has some information about the money. And then we're going to go to Representative Hoffman.
I have a, I have a table on the evidence-based juvenile programs from the Department of Corrections budget. The note here says that the 2018 legislature added $6 million to the evidence-based juvenile program account to KDHE to fund youth crisis intervention centers for 2019. However, in 2019, the legislature deleted the $6 million from KDHE and added that amount to Department of Corrections in 2019 and 2020 for the same purpose. So since that amount of money in the account has never been expended, it's still there.
It's with
It's in the
KDHE.
evidence-based juvenile programs account in Department of Corrections.
Okay.
But the RFP process is through Children and Families.
Okay. So now we're going to go to Representative Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And that's what I was going to say, because I remember we put the money into there, because that's part of what, under the bill, these were supposed to be started up. I mean, that was part of the bill that passed. And we put that money in, and then later on, we did pull that money back out because we didn't want it setting in DCF, because it needed to be put back in the Department of Corrections, because that's where it's supposed to be until one of these gets opened. And we didn't want, frankly, we didn't want it to get spent in DCF for something else. And so we got it pulled back into DCF, or into Department of Corrections, back under the evidence-based program. But this has been going on forever, and it's talked about every year in appropriations. It's and it's on both sides of the aisle. I mean, there's a lot of people on both sides of the aisle that are not happy that we've gone this long and still have never gotten one going. And to Senator Dahl's credit, I think if we'd have gotten this going back in 2019, there probably would be one, but nobody else is going to try if we can't even get one going in Johnson County.
Yes, Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I get some clarification trying to vision which building this is? Was this the Johnson County Youth and Family Services Center?
Correct.
Thank you. For those interested, you can Google Johnson County Youth and Family Services Center. J.E. Dunn constructed this. It's a LEED Platinum certified building. I don't know if they've maintained that, but this center opened when I used to work at the county, so I've toured it pretty closely. It's got, I assume the artwork is still there.
Yes.
The most beautiful, colorful mobile when you walk in. And when you think about what we've heard over the past couple of days, this is the place where those kids need to come. And if we can get something like this going, of course, all kids across the state deserve something like this. But really, when you look at the facility, it's state of the art, and it would, in my opinion, be very smart use of taxpayer dollars to help the county and the surrounding communities and areas that we've already identified as needing this, help them reinvest in this and get it open for use.
Representative Resman, did you have a question? Okay. So Representative Carlin.
So what would be the commitment of the community and the state in ongoing operations cost? I'm not sure if I know, is this going to be totally state funded once it gets going, or is it like the Crisis Intervention Center in Manhattan had to have matching stuff? I don't know if there's a qualification. I just need to know about that. Do you know, is this proposal that you have given completely supported by the state?
No, though, at least in 2018, it was not. It covered about half of what it would cost at that time.
And you had the commitment from your region for the other half?
Due to the time, how quickly we had to move, there were verbal commitments. But yes, at that point in time, there was interest on the part of the Johnson County Board of County Commissioners, as well as our partners.
So I wanted to hear you say that, and I wanted to understand who was going to pay for the operations.
But if I may, in current year, those conversations we don't know where the board stands now, today. And so we may not know where the board stands until we know what the level of commitment would be in a form of a state partnership.
In Riley County, a lot of the funding for operations ongoing care was going to come from Medicaid. And so that was one of our big plus private donations. But the funding is a concern, and I don't know who's concerned, but I wanted to ask. Thank you. Thank you for your answer.
Representative Resman.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to make sure I understood that when Ed Klump said that there was an adult side to this also, that a crisis center that hasn't happened either.
Realized I didn't have my name badge on. Ed Klump, the three associations I mentioned earlier. Yes, it's actually two different statutes. They're similar, but they're not exactly the same. The juvenile crisis intervention centers are, the regulations on them are supposed to be done by DCF. The adult side, because it intermingles with the state hospitals, was a KDAD's function. So that's, and there hasn't been any adult ones yet either because of the lack of regulations.
And the reason the juvenile is funded differently, again, is because it's to have come from those savings experienced.
I wasn't really questioning the funding. I was just concerned that it's taken this long to do something that we really, really need.
We do need.
I share that concern. I'll just say this, though, at least the last 12 months, it's moving slowly, like molasses, but it's moving. That's more than we got the first, 6 years after the Adult Crisis Intervention Center statute was passed.
So could we have some clarification from the revisers with regard to, so the money is no longer with KDHE. It is with the Department of Corrections. So what does the language say with regard to the RFP? Who is responsible for that? So if we were to make some changes, what might those be? And I think with respect to the issue that Senator Dahl raised, do we need to reserve some funds for different areas, different regions of the state? Because I think, with all due respect, this is just one facility that I'm familiar with. And it was only within this last year that I knew that I became aware that the beds were empty. If there are other facilities out there that likewise have empty beds, we need to know. But if there are communities that are willing to take that step to move forward, knowing that there are funds available, then likewise we want to make sure that that's available to all areas of the state.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
give them a little more time to look if they need to, but you got it? I'll let them go ahead.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, thank you. There's nothing in the statute that puts any that talks even about a request for proposal. So, essentially, the way it works, that $6 million that you're talking about was kind of an amount of money that you guys put in at the beginning to kind of start the funding for that. The only other funding piece in the statute is that the Secretary of Corrections can enter into an MOU with another cabinet agency head to transfer up to $2 million every year from that evidence-based programs account. So back in 2018, if one of these had gotten going, you would have had that $6 million initial investment, and then DOC could work out with DCF an amount not to exceed $2 million every year to kind of move over for that purpose to continue the funding of them. But that's the only thing that it talks about in the statute. There's no mention about an RFP, just that the Secretary for Children and Families and the Attorney General's office was to collaborate on some rules and regulations for administering the provisions of the Act.
So I guess as a point of clarification, do you believe that the rules and regs have been outlined, or is it specific that it has to be the RFP?
Madam Chair, I do believe that there are rules and regulations. I will have to look those up as to what they I don't know if they reference the RFP or not, but I will look at that.
Because again, if we have created rules and regs within an agency that are so convoluted that no one can utilize the funding, it defeats the purpose. Representative Smith,
So
you had a question or a comment?
I did. Well, maybe both, but the idea then, Mr. Sullivan gives us the idea that they had to collaborate with communities in order to come up with enough funding to run that center, right? So the idea now becomes, that was 6 years ago, is 6 million enough? Should we run into the development of other centers elsewhere, right? So do we need to look at the idea that we increase that amount? Maybe not initially, but maybe. So that there's some confidence given to these communities that they'll have a state partnership that they can depend on, so we can get them going.
I agree with you that that is very likely. I recognize Senator Dahl next, and then I'll get to you, Representative Carlin. So Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate, talking about putting money back, but as Representative Hoffman said, I believe yesterday, right now, for the first time since I've been up here, this will be my 10th year, I just finished my 10th year, we have a little bit of money, and it's going to go away fast. That's just who we are. That's what we do. We spend money. I'm afraid that, if we don't put money back now, and I'm not taking anything away from Johnson County, that's where the people are. I'm just saying, we have mental health issues in western Kansas also.
We do.
And so when you said that, I wanted to tell you how much I appreciate it, because this money that we have now is not going to be around for a long, I don't think for very long at all, because that's just how it goes here.
Well, one thing that you and I and others do know, that oftentimes it's the initial cost of the brick and mortar that is a stumbling block. And that's why we spoke last year in this meeting about how precious that spark money was, because we knew that the spark money was one-time use. And the best utilization of that was going to be for capital projects. Because once you have a facility, then what you're talking about is the ongoing operations. But for that capital, and I think we've probably missed some of that opportunity. But you are correct in the context of the money's not going to be here forever. But what we do know is it's not 2 million, but it's 6 million each year has been there with the intention that it would address juvenile crisis intervention, and it's plural, centers. And right now, it's not even singular, it's zero. And so what can we do? And I think we need a little help from the secretary. I know he's so glad that he stayed after the lunch break, but we are going to need some direction. What does he see? Because I haven't seen a press release that says you're not going to, at least through next week, continue to be secretary. Though there was a press release, I guess, what was it, yesterday?
There's one yesterday.
Yeah. But so how do we move forward? Right now, we're at a stalemate. So how can we move forward and, one, not waste people's time? We know there's a facility. It's not being utilized. But let's not send them on a fool's errand to talk to new leadership in county commission, new leadership in city councils. Let's not have them spend time trying to drum up support, thinking there's a possibility that $2 million or $3 million or some portion might be available from the state standpoint, so that the rest of us can go out to other areas of the state and say, have you looked at this? How can we come up with some type of an agreement, like a regional agreement for a center, knowing that there would be some state funding? So
Senator, if I
Yes.
may, real quick.
You may.
It's a match, though. So it's the one in Johnson County is a match. So if we get a facility in Salina, Dodge City, Garden City, it would be, the 2 million would be matched by local entities. I think that's so important that they have skin in the game.
I agree. As to whether it is a 50-50 match, I don't know even necessarily. I'm not ready to make a decision on what that match should be, but should there be buy-in locally? Yes. I don't want to see us build a building if there's not going to be efforts to make sure that we have the right people there to work within the facility as well. We know the needs there, but Secretary, how do we get past this logjam?
Yeah, Madam Chair. I'm heard Randy say that we're probably the holder of the funds.
You
and
are.
I'm assuming that DCF is involved. Maybe they have some regulatory oversight, something like that. I'm not sure, but
It just says, I think, if we got this right from Natalie, that you, as secretary, may enter in a memo of understanding for up to 2 million. Is that beyond the 6 million?
So, Madam Chair, what the legislation would allow would be that the secretary would be able to enter into that MOU and transfer up to $2 million for that purpose. But the Secretary of Corrections doesn't have any regulatory oversight over the facilities or licensing ability. That's a totally different agency. So it's just the ability to transfer that money over for use for this purpose. Because you remember that when you created that, the evidence-based programs account, you put some pretty strict parameters on what the money can be used for. So that would just be moving it over and allowing it to be used for that.
so Madam Chair, if I could, if this is helpful,
You can?
given that, we can reach out to the Department of Children and Family Services, see if those regulations are done, assuming for the sake of conversation that they are. We have the money there, and then we could reach back out to Robert in Johnson County and report on what we found, and that gives them, if things are in order, they can go forward and start reestablishing those connections, if you will, and if they're not in order, then we figure out what we need to do to get them in order.
Mr. Secretary, we need you to lean in on this.
Okay?
How we had an RFP process, and we went from November to April. And I understand why you bailed, because the new fiscal year starts in July. And if over the course of November, December, January, February, March, April, 6 months, we can't come to an agreement that the money's coming, we don't have a contract, then there's a problem with the process. So if you could lean in to make sure we smooth out that problem. And I saw Representative Smith had his hand, and Representative Hoffman. I was going to call you something different. So. Okay. So Representative Smith.
My question is for Natalie. You mentioned that the rules and regs come under another agency. Do you know that agency?
Madam Chair, the agency that the language in the bill that requires those rules and regs says that the Secretary for Children and Families, in consultation with the Attorney General, shall promulgate rules and regs for the implementation. The section does say that those rules and regulations were supposed to have been promulgated before January 1st of 2019. I'm looking for them right now. And I haven't been able to locate them. I've been able to locate the draft of them, but I haven't been able to find that they are actually codified anywhere. So I'll have to see where they are in the process. I may be just missing it somewhere.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh. I'm sorry. Who called? I didn't hear what was just said. I had 3 people talking. Where are we?
She's going to see if she can find the rules and regulations and if they've been actually promulgated.
They would
That's all I
have to
had.
be submitted and presented in the Joint Rules and Regs Committee, correct?
Madam Chair, yes, and I believe I found the document that would be. I was able to track down the proposed rules and regulations. I just haven't found if they've been codified yet, and so if they actually got implemented.
Okay. Yes, DCF and KDADS, I mean, it was a joint submission. I did request they come and testify about this, and they chose not to. They did send a letter, but they chose not to come testify. Yes, Representative Hoffman.
So yeah, I do not understand why they did not come and talk to us about this. So I'm just now real quickly looking through this letter, and I mean, it sounds like to me they are wanting to go in a totally different direction. And it just irks me that they knew this was on our agenda and they did not come and talk to us about this. I mean, I don't know what we can do about it at this point, but yeah, it looks like to me that they're wanting to do crisis mobile centers or something like that. I'm just real quickly looking through it. So, yeah, and that's from 2020. Yeah, I said they. So I don't know. This just floors me.
Here's the deal. When we are talking about different areas in our state where we know that there is mental health deserts, mobile units might be appropriate. Senator, I think you would agree with me. You'd rather have a mobile unit than nothing. And so that might be an approach. But again, we're not going to try and say that it has to be this square footage or anything. We want to make sure that the funds that we have set aside are made available so that the communities can find the ways to best serve their needs. And there might be some areas in western Kansas or central Kansas where a couple mobile units might work well. But it's not the purview of the agency to dictate or to change what was legislative intent. So Senator Dahl, and then we're going to give some direction to the secretary so he doesn't have to keep standing there.
Not only central Kansas and western Kansas, but I think southeast Kansas. I think we're talking about rural Kansas, which, there's not a lot of the people, but southeast Kansas, they lack services just as much as we do out west.
They do. So, Mr. Secretary, you will get on speed dial when you leave the meeting. No, but you will work toward this. We will obviously have a recommendation. I'm thinking we will definitely have a few recommendations about this as we wrap up our meeting today. But if you can make sure that that we work, I say we, that you will work with the secretary to get this moving, and that you can get in contact with Robert so that he can move forward. Again, we have been talking about this for years. 4 years, the number 4 years. And we've seen nothing from it. And the needs have exacerbated in that time. So if you can glean any information with regard to what they're thinking as far as mobile, that's fine. But that was not an ask of the legislature. The legislature the ask was specifically juvenile crisis intervention centers. So if you can move forward on that. And if you wouldn't mind, if Randy can provide this committee with some updates.
Absolutely, we'll do that.
Keep us posted
Will
on
do.
what's
We'll do
happening
that.
with this. We're back in session January 9th. I think it's fair to say there better be some significant movement between now and then. Status quo for 4 years isn't acceptable. So if it appears there's not going to be movement from that agency, we need to know sooner rather than later so that we can move appropriately come the start of legislative session. Not a threat, that's a promise. We have to move forward on this. We can't just have that money sitting there. Committee, anything else that we need to say on this matter? Okay. I do thank you, Secretary, for being here.
Madam Chair.
And I will add, it does speak that you are willing to stay here for the rest of this meeting today.
Thank you.
Because you've come up repeatedly beyond what was your presentation. And that's what we need to have as a secretary, is someone that's there to help us work through this. We need you, and you kind of need us come budget time. Robert and Ellen, are there any additional words that you would like to share with us?
I have nothing further to add. I just thank you for your time.
Ellen, thank you for sharing with us. You were so gracious in letting me know this missed opportunity. But make sure that you have Randy's contact and the Secretary's contact, because the goal is we move forward. And as we move forward, we want you to be able to share with other areas in the state how to get this rolling, because we want to make sure that other areas throughout the state have the opportunity for the crisis intervention centers also. Thank you. Jennifer, it's almost 1:30. We're glad you're here.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Jennifer Casella is here from the Center of State Governments. And I'm going to let you set up and get started. I will be right back.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Right, you should be good.
You're good with us. But those are Yeah. You gotta want it. You're not the most, probably purposely.
Both of them might go to, so we do that. Small world. Yeah. Might be the first. It's a lot of questions these 3 days.
We really do need to get started. I didn't intend that we were stopping, but that's what happened when I left the room. So Jennifer Casella, thank you for being here. Committee, I want to remind you that we have Jennifer's presentation. We also have a presentation remaining on juvenile fines and fees that we are going to get to before we come together with our discussion and recommendations. So thank you for being here, and let's get started.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, members of the committee, for having me here. Jennifer Casella, Deputy Program Director at the Council of State Governments Justice Center.
And I need you to move closer to your mic so that people can hear you.
Thank you. So happy to be here today to talk about justice reinvestment in Kansas. For the sake of time, there's some slides around the Justice Center and the Council of State Governments more generally. I'm going to skip those for the sake of time to expedite things, but if you have questions, happy to answer them about the organization. So today's presentation is really to provide an overview of implementation of justice reinvestment in Kansas, summarize kind of the challenges that have been identified through JRI, kind of the recommendations that have been made over the past 2.5 years throughout this process around diversion, specialty courts, community supervision, behavioral health, and reentry. So a wide scope of work that's been done over the past 2 years. Also look at the progress that agencies have made through implementing justice reinvestment, and look at some of the data, trends, and challenges in tracking outcomes that we've encountered throughout this process, and recommendations to further JRI efforts and reach some of Kansas's goals. So with our technical assistance, it runs through the end of March. So we're kind of winding down our technical assistance in the state through justice reinvestment. So this, with justice reinvestment process, it's a 2-phase approach where the first phase is really reviewing the data and seeing what's happening within the criminal justice system in Kansas, and then looking at implementing those policy recommendations and tracking the data. Justice reinvestment has been a unique process in Kansas. It started right before COVID hit. So typically it's one legislative session. Here in Kansas, it spanned 2 legislative sessions in both 21 and 22. And so we've been working with state leaders to remain nimble and make adjustments as needed to fit the changing dynamics with COVID and tailoring our approach to the needs of Kansas. With our phase 1 of technical assistance, it was really a collaboration amongst a lot of different stakeholders who came to the table, which involved this committee as well as the Sentencing Commission and the Criminal Justice Reform Commission that met in 2020 and 2021. So a lot of work and effort has been put in this by some amazing people, including Representative Jennings and Representative Finney, who were amazing kind of thought partners and stakeholders throughout the justice reinvestment process. So just want to acknowledge their hard work and dedication that happened in that process. So in Kansas, there were 3 main challenges that we identified that were driving prison populations and causing challenges within the corrections system here in Kansas. So we saw an increase in sentences to prison for drug offenses. So having sat in some of the meetings today, behavioral health is a huge need. That was identified as one of the drivers driving increased prison admissions. We saw significant increases in that, as well as increased revocations and sanctions to prison for condition violations. So some issues around community supervision in Kansas and barriers to work around behavioral health and reentry supports, and really looking at workforce development, occupational licensure for people who are leaving facilities, as well as mental health, substance use support, which is especially challenging in the rural and frontier areas in Kansas, and housing stability to assist with reentry as well. And so those were kind of the 3 main core challenges in Kansas that really prompted the recommendations that you'll see here today and the implementation progress that we're going to discuss. And so as a result, the Criminal Justice Reform Commission, which was kind of the central hub for the development of policies for justice reinvestment, really encompassed the entire criminal justice system in Kansas. And so you can see topic areas ranging from pretrial and diversion, all the way through drug registry, community supervision, behavioral health, reentry. So a lot of work went into the Reform Commission work. So about 70 recommendations in 2020, 20 recommendations in 2021. So lots of stuff that happened, a huge scope of work. And when we took a look at kind of trying to figure out how to provide an overview of justice reinvestment in Kansas, providing detailed descriptions of 90 recommendations and the status of all 90 recommendations probably isn't high on your agenda to want to hear about. So we have boiled those down into kind of 4 broad policy areas that I'm going to cover today that the policies really target and take a look at. And so the first is diversion and specialty courts. And the policy recommendations really set the goal for creating pre-conviction and post-conviction diversion opportunities, especially for people with mental health and substance use disorders, and expanding expungement opportunities. So as you know, diversion on the front end is very impactful to help prevent further involvement in the criminal justice system and going deeper into the system. So we are excited to tackle that area. Also, community supervision, with the goal in Kansas to really promote best practices, improve system effectiveness, reduce redundancies and inefficiencies, and improving coordination and collaboration amongst each of the community supervision entities in Kansas. The next area that we have is around behavioral health. And the goal of the policies really look to increase access to mental health and substance use treatment services and continuums of care, expanding crisis response and reentry coordination. So we know improving access to treatment, especially in those rural and frontier areas, are desperately needed in Kansas. And so there's recommendations around increasing access to those as well. And reentry to expand housing resources, increase education and employment opportunities, so folks can be successful as they return to their communities and have the support that they need to successfully transition. And so as a result of justice reinvestment in Kansas, 7 legislative policies have passed, as well as 1 Supreme Court rule that was implemented. And so you can see here the list of bills that fall under justice reinvestment here in Kansas, which include expanding access to Senate Bill 123, infrastructure with prosecutorial diversion opportunities, looking at defining an absconder status so that each supervision agency is utilizing the same baseline when they're determining if someone is an absconder from supervision, formalizing approaches to supervision violations, extending the Reform Commission work so that things that weren't able to be addressed during that COVID period could continue to be discussed and refined and vetted with the appropriate stakeholders, and creating some mechanisms for coming off of drug registries, as well as funding advisory committees for the specialty courts. And the Supreme Court took a look at creating Supreme Court rule for the development and administration of specialty courts. So those are kind of the main core legislative policies that we saw through justice reinvestment here in Kansas. And I really want to dig in on some of the implementation work, because of those 90 recommendations through the Reform Commission work, a lot of those were administrative. So there were recommendations that agencies could tackle on their own. They didn't require any legislative changes, didn't require any bill drafts. And so we've seen movement in some of those administrative recommendations, as well as progress and work that agencies have made on the legislative front as well with the bills that have passed. So digging in on diversion and specialty courts, highlighted the different work that us here at the CSG Justice Center has completed in our technical assistance to the state, as well as some of the progress in each of those areas that Kansas has achieved. So in regards to diversion and specialty courts, there wasn't a whole lot of work that Kansas needed in this area for technical assistance from us. So a lot of what we did was help with peer connections and providing resources to the folks who are standing up those committees and those programs to make sure that they had the right connections and the right information to do the work that they needed to do. So you saw the Supreme Court rules being enacted for the oversight of specialty courts. Committee on Specialty Court funding was passed in legislation last year, which creates that mechanism that once they have funds, they can allocate that out to help elevate specialty courts across the state. You also have the Recovery from Addiction Funded Treatment called the RAFT program, which is the prosecutor diversion program with the ability to utilize Senate Bill 123 funds and treatment access for that population. And then training provided to the courts and stakeholders on the RAFT program. So over the next couple of months, we are planning to assist with promoting the RAFT program to help increase participation in that program and the utilization of that program. I know you heard from Scott Schultz yesterday, I believe, who probably shared some statistics around that. So we're going to be assisting with some of that before our technical assistance ends. Around community supervision, a lot of our work this past year has been around organizing interagency work group for community supervision entities to help enact some of the policies in Senate Bill 408 that was passed last year, which ensures that there's not more than one active supervision officer at a time supervising someone who is on probation or parole. And so we have been working together with them to execute and define an MOU to ensure that supervision is transferred if there's multiple supervision officers, what that process looks like, what the information sharing looks like, we partnered with the Center for Effective Public Policy to really help facilitate that group and have another voice at the table and national experts to be able to provide guidance and input, and also conducting stakeholder engagement with members of the judiciary and court staff to incorporate input and make sure that all voices were at the table. So that work group is starting to come to a conclusion. There's a draft MOU in place. It's been reviewed by DOC Legal. It's currently with OJA Legal for review. So we're super excited that that process has happened within 6 months, and hopefully will be fully executed after the first of the year. So excited to see that move forward. And we'll be assisting the agencies with training materials in order to help kind of push out that information to staff and train staff around the changes with that process. There's also support within the supervision entities to standardize general conditions of supervision. That was a policy that I'm sure this committee remembers from last year, to look at creating a more effective kind of baseline standard for folks who are on supervision. So lots of progress that has happened around community supervision. Also around behavioral health, we partnered with PRA, which is the Policy Research Associates, and utilized some of our technical assistance funding to put on a regional sequential intercept model summit using our funding, and it was in Western Kansas. So we got the Western Regional Summit that was held earlier this year, I believe in June, and had great turnout. And the sequential intercept mapping is really looking at behavioral health services at each intercept. So there's kind of pre-911, once you contact 911, law enforcement, courts, supervision, probation, parole, and looking at what services are available and how you can help divert people at each of those intercepts and engage them with appropriate behavioral health services. And so there were a lot of community partners who were at the table for that summit, and looking at really what are the needs in Western Kansas and where are the gaps and how they can start to strategize to fill those gaps. This was a huge success. KDAD's plans to fund 2 additional regional summits to cover the remaining portions of Kansas as a result of the regional summit that was held earlier this year. So we're excited to see that move forward. Additionally, we've been partnering with KDADS and the Kansas Statewide Stepping Up Coordinator on the implementation of administrative policy recommendations. Kansas is really unique. You have a statewide Stepping Up Coordinator. Stepping Up is an initiative to reduce the prevalence of mental illness in jails, and statewide Stepping Up Coordinator is actually a CSG employee, but she's a Kansan, lives in Kansas, and is really working to help facilitate and coordinate those efforts very closely with KDADS to be able to provide those services for people with mental illness and try to reduce the use of jails for that population. And so there's been cross-systems collaboration around trying to expand behavioral health in some of those rural and frontier communities. Jail liaison positions have been implemented through KDADS as a part of our JRI recommendations. So you're starting to see some jail liaison positions in the state. And then there's also been work to expand mobile crisis and co-responder programs in the state as well, which really seems to weave well with some of the previous discussions around trying to get that crisis intervention services and crisis stabilization services available for folks. On the reentry front, we have been having ongoing monitoring and coordination with KDOC to take a look at their implementation of recommendations. A lot of these recommendations are administrative recommendations that were done through the Reform Commission. We also partnered with the Center for Effective Public Policy, CEPP, to provide some support and targeted training for the Prisoner Review Board. So that happened earlier this month, where they were able to get some additional training from national experts on parole board decision-making and some best practices around parole board decision-making to try to elevate some of their skill sets as well. So progress in Kansas, there's the use of some American Rescue Plan funds to expand rapid rehousing opportunities, which is eligible for people leaving jails and prisons. So there's some expansion of housing availability for this population that was lacking prior to COVID and the use of those funds. There's also been collaboration between KDOC and KDADS to improve the reentry process, particularly for people who do not have stable housing and also have a serious mental illness, to be able to make sure that they have the connections that they need with the community mental health center so that they can be successful upon reentry. Also, KDOC signed new contracts with education providers to increase education services within the institutions, and looking at coordinating with the Governor's Council on Education Talent Pipeline Subcommittee to collaborate and address some collateral consequences to conviction to help reduce some of those barriers that people face with having a felony conviction and trying to gain occupational licensure and things of that sort. So tons of work that has been done around these 4 areas already in Kansas. And I think sometimes it's easy to overshadow because there's a lot of recommendations that were administrative and not necessarily tracked in the same way that legislative recommendations are tracked. But excited to see the progress that agencies have been making in Kansas to really, incorporate recommendations and try to move forward, especially in the challenging times that the agencies have had over the last 2 years, with just being able to do their jobs the way that they need to do them while experiencing COVID and all of the changing things that have happened in the last 2 years, just operationally, but to also work on implementing these different policies has been amazing to really see that happen in the state. So we are happy to share. Also want to share with you, as a part of Justice Reinvestment, the state was eligible for $500,000 non-competitive grant funding to be able to utilize to help break down implementation barriers related to Justice Reinvestment. Kansas was approved for these 4 areas to utilize this funding. They have started spending these funds, and will have through the end of March to spend the remaining subaward funds. And you can see here, the Sentencing Commission received the bulk of the subaward funds, which is supporting upgrades to their e-filing system. So this is creating electronic journal entries, electronic pre-sentence investigation reports, electronic violation reports, whereas currently Sentencing Commission staff are having to pull information from PDFs and kind of manually pull information in order to be able to provide folks like you with the data to let you know what's going on within the system. And so this is going to make it electronic, which is going to create significant efficiencies, not only for the Sentencing Commission and their data analysis and ensure that it's accurate and reduce errors, but also save county clerks time with not having to kind of scan and file PDFs and journal entries and things like that. So they're setting up that automated process currently, which is exciting. The Prisoner Review Board allocated around $37,000 to fund additional equipment, particularly around laptops, phones, and video conferencing equipment to be able to be more effective with remote technology and being able to utilize that technology within institutions where sometimes Wi-Fi is not readily available or workable to the level to be able to have remote hearing. So utilizing that for equipment purchases. The Department of Corrections is utilizing about $90,000 to make improvements to the Athena data system, which will allow us, like I work for DOC, right? Allow DOC to enhance functionality within their Athena system that wasn't a part of the original Athena budget, that will allow them to collect better data metrics around JRI-related policies. And then OJA is looking at around $91,000 to make upgrades to their Tyler supervision software system that they're currently implementing, which is going to automate the process of updating criminal offense codes, which is going to reduce errors and then also reduce the time it takes for that information to get sent back to KBI. So excited to see that progress.
We do have a question from Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jennifer, thank you for staying with us here most of the day. And we have talked about the Department of Corrections a lot, so that makes sense. In your research, gathering this information, did you see where those agencies kind of overlapped in certain areas where they could be consolidated? Do you see that those agencies are networking better to address the issues that we're here discussing today? Thank you.
Madam Chair, Senator, yes. So we have seen collaboration between you're talking about the supervision entities, right? To be clear. There is duplication and redundancies between the different supervision entities. So some of our work with the work group that we had put together that's been meeting this past year has been designed to try to look at some of that and address some of that, especially when it comes to someone being on supervision out of multiple jurisdictions, and not duplicating things like assessments and duplicating drug testing and services provided to people on supervision. There's also some challenges that are still, want to acknowledge and kind of lift up. And so those are in a couple slides. So if it's okay, if we can pause on that, and then you can let me know if the future slide addresses your question specifically. Excellent. So we were excited about the subaward funding that was allocated for Kansas and some of the efficiencies and things that it's going to be able to provide to the agencies, and kind of the progress that this is going to help kind of elevate some of their data systems specifically that wasn't budgeted previously for them. So there's definitely challenges remaining in Kansas. As we're rounding out some of our technical assistance and kind of finishing things, one of the things that we're really honed in on is taking a look at data and benchmarks and kind of progress that's being made. So we're going to be talking some today about data that's available, where there's gaps in data, where there's some opportunities for improvement in the collection and analysis of data, and also some of those challenges, Senator, that you alluded to with the supervision entities and how the system is set up here in Kansas. So to start us off, I think it's helpful to kind of look at the big picture and see kind of where the trends are. And so this is looking at, I know Secretary Zamuda alluded to this earlier and talked about this earlier, but the prison population dropped significantly during COVID. So the initial kind of capacity crisis that you were experiencing at the start of justice reinvestment kind of really dropped off as a result of COVID. You're seeing that rebound now. And so you can see on this chart where the blue line is, that is the projected prison population and where it's projected to go over the next 10 years. So you can see that starting to rebound. It's not projected to rebound to FY19 levels, but you see that creeping back up. I think the big concern and kind of our takeaway from this is that green line, which is the staffed capacity. And so you have the prison capacity line, that dotted line along the top, and then you have the staffed capacity with where DOC is staffing-wise, which is essentially kind of the same crisis, right? You can't fill more beds if you don't have the staff to be able to monitor and supervise those. And that overcrowding crisis that the state is currently kind of pushing up against within DOC. And our concern is that overcrowding crisis and being at staff capacity and kind of what that is going to look like if Kansas is going to have to send folks out of state again, contract with other states to house inmates, or what that would look like if they go too far above that staffed capacity.
Yes, Senator Dahl.
Thank you. You said you haul them out of state to, if ours are full. Do they do that instead of putting them in like county jails for security reasons?
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of our jails, that's how they make money, you know, so.
Yep. Yeah. Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Senator, yeah, that's typically an approach that we see. We see, either they go into significant overcrowding within the institutions, they contract out with county jails, or contract out of state. I brought up the contracting out of state because I know that's historically what had happened previously. So, yep. So, thank you. In terms of the supervision population has decreased some. A full picture of the supervision population is really unknown, so it's hard for us to be able to look at trends in terms of the supervision population. So with this and trying to take that statewide look of the effectiveness and the efficiency at the state level, this is just looking at adult felony populations within these groups. So it's really missing misdemeanor populations. It's missing specialty court populations, which are run at the local level. It's missing pretrial, and it's also not inclusive of absconders. So we wanted to provide the stats that we could provide a full picture of across all three entities with court services, community corrections agencies, and KDOC. So you see there's some missing gaps there in terms of being able to look at kind of the population and the trends, which then impacts the ability to take a look at how policies are going to impact what those trends look like. And so, as you're well aware, with those three different entities, there's a lot of local control, even at the court services level. So while it's one agency, it's 31 judicial districts. So things may look a little bit different within each judicial district. There's also 31 community corrections agencies, along with KDOC. And so you have essentially 63. Is that my math? And don't hold me to that number, because mathing this late in the day, it's hard. Getting to your point, Senator, around some of the challenges in terms of the supervision and kind of the coordination and collaboration between the supervision entities, there is a lack of clear guidance that limits the ability of supervision agencies to improve effectiveness and efficiency in Kansas's trifurcated system. So I think that's a reality that, definitely want to acknowledge. Each supervision agency is doing wonderful things. There's some wonderful stuff that we've seen, some great innovative stuff, some use of best practices, but it's not coordinated, it's not cohesive in its strategy in order to really elevate supervision as a whole in the state. So some agencies, as I'm sure you're aware, are better resourced than others. So some are able to improve on their supervision practices to a degree that other supervision agencies just aren't able to do based on their resources. Additionally, for things to work well, there has to be faith and trust between the different supervision entities on the quality and effectiveness of the services that they're providing. In order to reduce redundancies, you have to have that faith and trust within each other. But there's no formal mechanism for that coordination or guidance between those agencies. And I think that's where the challenge is with no formal mechanism for that coordination. And so things like trainings, the use of behavior management systems, so the sanctions, the incentives that people on supervision are receiving for their behaviors, the quality assurance processes, the continuous quality improvement measures that are being taken within each agency look a little bit different. And those inconsistencies then create those inequities based in what you, in the quality and effectiveness of supervision services based on the jurisdiction where you committed your crime. So I think that's kind of really the main challenge in terms of that we've encountered is just that lack of clear guidance because there's no mechanism that requires that collaboration and coordination, and there's different funding streams, right? And so they're utilized within their own agencies, and then you have community corrections that is also receiving local funds. They're overseen also by the local coordinating boards. And so approaches, funding, resources, and coordination all look different. There's also been a lot of implementation of new data systems during the JRI process, which really limits our short-term ability to monitor progress with data. So typically, when you're getting to the end of a justice reinvestment project, there's a lot of data slides showing what happened and exactly what things look like with implementation. That's just not possible with the implementation of the new data system. So Kansas Department of Corrections recently implemented Athena, which replaces their client management system, and community corrections are using that. They're using sub-award funds to make some additional changes to that system, which is currently in progress. Also, simultaneously, Office of Judicial Administration is implementing Tyler supervision for court services staff as their client management system, Odyssey for judicial case management system. That implementation is a long-term staggered implementation, which runs through next year. And so until that entire system is online, it's hard to get a statewide look, especially with Office of Judicial Administration, on what's going on with the supervision populations. So even though subaward funds are being utilized by both KDOC and OJA, just with the timing of how everything is, it prevents us from being able to share with you kind of that full picture from a data perspective. Additionally, there's still going to be challenges with data even after new data systems are implemented. So even, after everything is implemented and where KDOC wants it with Athena, even after Tyler supervision and Odyssey are fully operational across the state, there's still some data gaps. And so when you take a look at specialty courts operate at the local level. They operate within each individual court. At the local level, the courts can choose whether they utilize court services or community corrections for their supervision of specialty court cases. So there's no one centralized agency that can provide specialty court data. It's also not tracked at the state level. So data is not collected on specialty courts at the state level to monitor the number of specialty courts that are run throughout Kansas, the different types of specialty courts. We know that there's some drug courts. We know that there's some veteran courts. And then also the effectiveness of those courts and which ones are highly successful, which ones might be struggling, to be able to compare and provide resources appropriately. So we see if there's statewide specialty court data, that can give that specialty court funding committee direction on where to allocate funds when they have funds within their funding streams to be most impactful. Also be able to then highlight which programs to replicate. I know y'all were touring some drug courts earlier this week. I heard those went phenomenal, is what I've heard. So there's definitely some great stuff happening in Kansas. Just from a data perspective, we can't tell you which ones are high performing and which ones might need some assistance. Also, when we take a look at criminal justice system data generally, there's no one entity in Kansas that really looks comprehensively at the entire adult criminal justice system, from law enforcement all the way through to reentry. And so we're missing things like arrests, charging decisions, pretrial decision-making, misdemeanor versus felony sentencing decisions, and supervision across all three supervision entities in Kansas, and institutional placements. And the Sentencing Commission, their scope of work is at the felony level. And while they can request data from other entities, still their mission and their scope of work legislatively is at the felony sentencing level. And as y'all are aware, I know I'm probably speaking to the choir, is that what happens in one part of the system impacts other parts of the system. And so by the Sentencing Commission not having kind of full scope, or there not being an entity that's looking at the full scope of the system, it's hard to fully see how policies are going to impact other portions of the system. So in Kansas, you have an opportunity to really curb the growing prison population, continue to enhance supervision practices, and build on the state's history of making data-driven decisions. There's some amazing work that's going on in Kansas. I don't want to, kind of brush over that. Some of the capabilities that you have in Kansas far exceed other states that I've worked in, but I think there's still some really good opportunities to move things forward and make smart decisions that are fiscally responsible, have the intended impact that you want, promote success in rehabilitation, and maintain public safety. So there's still opportunities to really kind of leverage momentum that's already being made. So that brings us to some sustainability and next steps. So for us, we will be with the state through March of 2023 to assist with continuing to monitor the implementation, provide support to the agencies who need it, be a resource for you as legislators as well, and continuing to monitor data metrics in that subaward. There are kind of a total of 5 recommendations that I want to highlight for y'all today that can help continue to move forward and capitalize on the progress that's already been made with justice reinvestment. The 4 that you see on this slide are legislative policies that have been in front of this committee previously that I want to kind of bring back around, that we think could be policies that are smart, can further the goals in the state, be fiscally responsible, and hopefully avoid having to outsource prison beds with the growing prison population, maintain public safety, and address some of the behavioral health needs in the state. So going to walk through each of these individually, but I will go quickly for the sake of time. So first is to standardize the general conditions of supervision. And it's really, we want to create that equitable baseline. So anyone who's on supervision, they're starting from the same place and have that equitable baseline on supervision. Currently, every court jurisdiction creates its own set of general conditions of supervision. I think I looked at 60-some different conditions of supervision forms as we were working through this policy recommendation. Some have as high as 50 conditions, some have as low as 6 conditions of supervision, which really makes it hard if you're trying to figure out, someone who's on supervision at multiple jurisdictions. It's hard to know there's no apples to apples comparison when it comes to conditions of supervision. And they really vary in length and complexity. So this is going to allow them to be more evidence-based and kind of rooted in best practices, hopefully reduce violations resulting from overly complex or unnecessary conditions of supervision, and allow for easier monitoring of conditions of supervision by the supervision officers. The next policy is around expanding presumptive probation and border grid boxes for drug crimes and non-drug crimes. So with our initial analysis that we did in 2020, we took a look at some of those border grid boxes and judicial decision-making. And the border grid boxes that are recommended to be changed are where judges are using dispositional departures to kind of deviate from the grid, which requires additional work on the judicial side. So these changes are going to bring it more in line with judicial decision making as it's currently happening in Kansas, and reduce some of that extra work and justification that the judges have to do, and hopefully also help reduce the amount of admissions to the institutions. This will also hopefully allow for a little bit more treatment through Senate Bill 123. I know this kind of corresponds a little bit with the Sentencing Commission's hopes of expanding boxes for Senate Bill 123 eligibility, especially on the non-drug grid side, to be able to tap into some of the mental health and substance use treatment services with that program. And it really, it's all about prioritizing the prison space for the people who need to be there and the most serious crimes, and trying to get the treatment and services to the people who need it. And so the next couple of slides just highlight, I recognize it's not your first exposure to the sentencing grids, but trying to provide a little orientation to the changes that we're recommending on the sentencing grids. Because when you see all the boxes, it can be overwhelming. But the top row of boxes is looking at criminal history. Along the left-hand side is looking at the severity of crime. And so when you look at the boxes, I think the big takeaway is the bottom right box in the green is the lowest severity crime with the lowest amount of criminal history that someone can have. And kind of that opposite corner on the top left-hand side would be the most severe crime, most severe criminal history offense. And with the border box changes that are recommended, it's really kind of that orange slots that you see on the chart. So the current non-drug grid, looking at expanding those border boxes to create some new borders, which just allow additional judicial discretion and flexibility on whether someone would go to probation or to prison within those boxes, and gives one additional slot for presumptive probation. You see the same thing on the drug grid, with the orange boxes being the recommended new border, which just brings it in line with that judicial decision making and where they're doing the most frequent dispositional departures on the sentencing grid. Allows them that greater flexibility on whether someone would go to prison or on probation without having to have extra justification, and allows some additional presumptive probation boxes on there as well. Additionally, that kind of fourth legislative piece is really looking at expanding good time credits and program credits within the institutions. And the goal here is really, and the benefits is to improve the institutional behavior of folks who are in the institutions, provide those incentives for them to attend rehabilitative programming, provide kind of those consequences of having that time taken away for misbehavior, and really then allows people who are doing well and attending treatment and doing what they need to do within the institutions to be released, and those who are misbehaving to be able to stay. So really prioritizing some of those prison spaces, and giving some additional tools in the toolbox to department staff to be able to manage the population a little bit better. So some great kind of policies that are already in the works, so there's no need for us to redevelop the wheel. And our hopes is that, you know, Kansas is able to employ and invest in strategies to ensure sustainability and impact of these policy changes. So these are just some of the kind of best practices in terms of sustainability of policies, with definitely monitoring through data, having oversight bodies like yourselves or the Sentencing Commission that's able to monitor and track things, ensure that the right stakeholders are engaged, monitor the legislative policies, ensure that they're rooted in research and best practices in the field, and also incorporating race equity measures. And the last recommendation is really around sustainability, which is expanding the mission of the Sentencing Commission to allow for more robust data analysis of Kansas's criminal justice system. And so this includes expanding not only the purview of the Sentencing Commission to be able to analyze and take a look at things from the entire criminal justice system, but also some of the membership of the Sentencing Commission to ensure that there's representation from law enforcement, people directly impacted by the criminal justice system, and a victim's advocate representative. And really this is going to allow agencies as well as legislators to have more data-driven information on the policies and the legislation that you're recommending, and know how that's going to impact the criminal justice system as a whole versus just around that kind of felony supervision or felony sentencing level, to give you better insights on your decision-making and the impacts of that. Those will also kind of help cover some of those gaps in data, and allow an avenue for agencies to kind of work to fill those gaps if the Sentencing Commission were to have their mission expanded, and really also understand some of those misdemeanor trends that you're really missing out on in terms of data capacity. There's some states who already have kind of more expansive sentencing commissions like this. Some of those are Illinois, Oregon, and Pennsylvania. So there's already potentially some models or, you know, some references to be able to see how some other states are starting to tackle that and look at things more holistically throughout the criminal justice system. We have also added on here with the legislative recommendations, the impacts of each of those different policy areas that we've went through, with changes to the drug grid, the non-drug grid, and the good time policies, and how that would impact the trend lines for the prison population at KDOC. And so you can see all three of the policies together is projected to bring KDOC below kind of, and provide that a decent cushion below the staff capacity of where they're currently at. With our technical assistance, this is probably our last public presentation around justice reinvestment here in Kansas, unless there's a need after the start of the legislative session. But fear not, Justice Center staff are lingering around everywhere and available for you as a resource. So with the Justice Reinvestment Initiative, we're definitely always available as a resource. If any of you need anything, we can try to help out as best as we can within our means. You also have technical assistance around the Stepping Up initiative with the statewide Stepping Up coordinator. There's been some work with the Judges and Psychiatrists Leadership Initiative, providing training with judges around competency to stand trial and mental illness and judicial decision-making. And KDOC is receiving grants and technical assistance oversight by the Justice Center for smart supervision work that they're doing. So we're definitely around and able to be accessed and leveraged to be able to meet the needs that you have. So that is what I have today, and welcome to take any questions that you may have.
Committee, what questions do you have for Jennifer? Senator Foscato.
And Madam Chair, and I decided to stay because this is all really important.
I appreciate it.
And so, Jennifer, I think you have someone with you. If you would just mention his name and what he does with you.
Yes, thank you. Madam Chair and Senator, I have with me Kendrick Holder, who is a policy analyst here at the Council of State Governments Justice Center. So he is recently came to the Justice Center. We're excited to have him. And he's supporting the Justice Reinvestment Project here in Kansas through the end of March. And is kind of the main point of contact for anyone who needs anything in Kansas.
And he's based out of Atlanta, and you're based where?
Washington State.
Okay, thank you. And then quick question, just maybe if you could follow up with me even. I'm curious. So here in the state of Kansas, individuals that have been paroled from our state prisons, and they are clear, actually, they don't report anymore. They don't have to do anything. However, that parole status remains with them, and it's still hard for them to get jobs and housing. How can they get that, make that go away?
Yeah. A lot of states are, sorry, Madam Chair, Senator, a lot of states are looking at expanded expungement opportunities, as well as addressing additional collateral consequences of conviction. So there's a wonderful resource. It's the National Inventory of Collateral Consequences of Conviction. It's a website, and you can actually put in Kansas, and it will tell you how many collateral consequences there are to convictions in state, with detailed breakdown, statutes, and everything that are impacted for collateral consequences, which is a good place to start if to be able to look at kind of where are some of those main barriers and where there might be laws on the books that are prohibitive for people who have felony convictions in the state. Yep.
Committee, other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Committee, we now have before us Mike Fonkert, who is the campaign director for Kansas Appleseed, and Noah Bine, State Policy Manager for Justice Action Network. They are going to speak to us about juvenile fines and fees.
We're going to have Noah go first.
Okay.
Do you guys have a flash drive or? You need a flash drive for it? Yeah, do you have one? Not at the moment. I thought you guys had the slides. I sent them over to you. You have them? Give me 1 second. I've got my computer. Wait, let's see. Oh, there it is. There we go. That'd work. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Noah Bine. I'm the State Policy Manager for the Justice Action Network. I really appreciate you having me here today to talk about youth fines and fees, especially after your long day of work on so many important issues. So thank you for your time. I'm going to try to be brief I want to speak to this issue of eliminating youth fines and fees imposed on kids through the juvenile justice system here in Kansas. My goal is to be brief and to respect your time and to make sure that there's a little bit of opportunity at the end for some questions or requests for additional information. So first, let me introduce myself. The Justice Action Network, or JAN as we're sometimes known, is the nation's largest bipartisan criminal justice reform organization. So what that means is we work in nearly 20 states across the country, Louisiana, Missouri, Arkansas, Oregon, Washington, New Mexico. We support lawmakers interested in enacting data-driven, bipartisan criminal justice reform laws that make people's lives better and that protect the safety of the public. For JAN, bipartisanship is not just a logo or a slogan. It is also a mandate. We believe that laws that are passed with bipartisan support are stronger and longer lasting, more durable. And of course, Kansas has a history in recent years of enacting bipartisan juvenile justice and other criminal justice laws. So this mandate of bipartisanship is why I'm here today with you to talk about eliminating fines and fees. We are a proud member of the Kansas Debt-Free Justice Coalition, a partnership that includes groups from across the political spectrum, from the ACLU and Kansas Appleseed to Americans for Prosperity and the Institute for Justice. What I would like to do is to explain briefly why such a wide-ranging set of groups that are strange bedfellows in many other policy contexts would come together around this important common sense policy context. First and foremost, there is no evidence that imposing fines and fees on kids makes Kansans any safer. And in fact, there is some evidence that financial obligations can increase victimization in your communities through higher recidivism. So to put that another way, fines and fees have been correlated in studies with more of your constituents being victims of crime. If fines and fees make communities safer, I can promise you the Justice Action Network would not be here before you today, but we know that they do not. This is just pulled from one study of juvenile justice-involved young people in Pennsylvania. Again, it found that financial obligations like fines and fees are correlated with higher rates of reoffending, even after the researchers controlled for other factors like the severity of the offense or prior history. Why is this? What is the reason for this correlation? Well, having to pay off financial obligations can keep kids with less serious cases who would otherwise successfully exit the system trapped under supervision unnecessarily, which can increase their chances of committing a new offense. In addition, when a kid must work to pay a fine to the county government, they are diverted from the process of rehabilitation and transition into adulthood. So for any of you that know teenagers or have been one, these folks have limited attention spans, time, resources, and to the extent that they are spending that during their time under the court supervision, paying off their local county government to fund that government system, it's really diverting them from the things that we know work, and that Kansas has worked very hard in recent years to expand. Things like family therapy, substance use treatment, which we just heard about earlier today, those types of interventions, even interactions with a probation officer who is trained on techniques to connect with a young person and make sure they're not reoffending. All of that is blocked by fines and fees, which can really suck time away. The other piece of this that I think is especially important is that no matter what your ideological vantage point is, this makes sense as a piece of policy. I think one point is very strongly stated and well stated by a letter signed by prominent national conservative groups like Americans for Prosperity and Right on Crime calling for an end to youth fines and fees. They write that, quote, costs imposed on youth and their families for a young person's involvement in the justice system operate in part as a regressive tax on vulnerable communities. I could not say that any better. And I think it's the reason that you see such broad bipartisan support for these kinds of laws, abolishing the practice and replacing it with consistent funding. The probation officers here in Kansas, victim advocates, and others who work every day to help kids and families and keep the public safe deserve avenues for funding that are consistent and actually effective. Unfortunately, fines and fees don't even achieve that. Research shows that they generate little to no net revenue. That means that the cost of collecting from the kids is so high, and the rate of successful collection so low that it's an incredibly ineffective way to fund the government. So I just want to highlight here that states across the country have enacted these eliminations. You see here that even in a place like Louisiana, the highest incarceration rate in the country, voted unanimously to eliminate fees just a few years ago. And even in a state that's a little more divided by party like Nevada, you see a unanimous vote. So those are pieces that I want to highlight for this committee. I'm sure that if Louisiana can tackle this issue, then Kansas can do something similar. I want to yield my time back to the committee. Please do not hesitate to contact me with questions. If we can be a resource to you in any way, we have access to research and data as well as examples of success from other states. Thank you very much for your time.
Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. You know, and I agree quite a lot with what you say, but sometimes there's got to be accountability. If a kid tears up stuff and costs quite a lot of money, how do you feel that the victim should be repaid? Like, let's just say they steal their car and go carjack and wreck their car or something. What's the issue? How can we make the kid? I don't want to bury him by no means, but he's got to be taught responsibility. What's your suggestion? What has been effective?
Yeah, thank you, Senator and Madam Chair. I think one important question you raised there is about restitution. I think you mentioned the restitution component of this. The legislation that our coalition is working on and that will come before you this session does not affect restitution to victims. So fines and fees are a separate component. You have fees that would fund your local government operations or the operations of the system, as well as fines that could be imposed by a court. And, you know, in some objective sense, this is not the position of our coalition, but just my own view is that every dollar that a young person has to give to the county government to fund its operation is a dollar that could go to a victim for restitution. So that is one component, Senator. I think the other is that the remaining tools that you all have authorized as legislature for holding youth accountable remain on the table, whether that's lockup and out-of-home placement or in-home kinds of interventions that probation officers are doing right now.
Yeah, I could care less whether they gave a dime to the government, but I'm talking about the person, the victim who got his earbuds stolen or, you know, a $50 fine or something. Do you think government's responsible for paying that victim back, or the victim just is out that, or what? I mean, that's where and I'm not talking about high dollar. I'm talking about
absolutely
misdemeanor of some sort.
This legislation and policy reform would not affect that practice whatsoever. Young people would still be responsible for restitution of any kind, and that's a really important distinction. I'm glad you asked about that, Senator.
Other questions? Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear with us, so exactly what fines and fees are you speaking of? I know it's a burden on young people, and however, so are you talking about like if they are convicted and then they are sentenced to their home with an ankle bracelet? Or you mean don't pay that fee for the ankle bracelet, that monitor? Or do you mean just court cost of, I mean, in what age are we talking about for the youth? Is there a certain age to 18, 19, or I mean, just be a little more specific of which fines you're speaking of?
Sure thing, Senator and Madam Chair.
And maybe those fines, that individual could submit a waiver to the court and for hardship and get those fees and fines reduced or waived. I mean, be specific. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you, Senator. And Madam Chair, anything with regard to the Kansas system, I would likely defer to Mike Fonkert and local Kansans that have the expertise in that regard. At the national level, and we're talking about a state like Louisiana, they abolished any fee, such as that electronic monitoring fee that you're speaking about, any fee that would go towards the operations of the system. and replaced it with funding at the state level. And so that's really what they're talking about in general. This effort here in Kansas that our coalition is advocating for would be for young people 18 and under.
Other questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you so much, Noah.
Thank you.
Mike?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Mike Fonkert. I am with Kansas Appleseed. I'm a campaign director with Kansas Appleseed, and just here to talk a little bit more about some Kansas-specific points of the work that the Debt-Free Justice Kansas Coalition is working on. So in light of the time, we're going to be very brief. No, I don't need the computer. Thank you. So starting off, why Kansas? Why should Kansas join this effort? You heard a little bit about how fines and fees can be harmful for young people. You know, kids and families that are involved in the youth justice system most of the time don't have a lot of means, and so the fines and fees that can end up piling up into the thousands on the backs of young people are a huge stress for them and can be a huge stressor for their families as well. But Kansas is quite unique. We're one of only 3 states that imposes fines at least 25 different points in the youth justice system. Only Michigan and Arkansas also impose fines in 8 different categories. Like I said, we've got 25, at least 25 different fines and fees. And to the senator's question earlier, an example could be a monitoring fee, could be a diversion fee, could be a laboratory fee for testing. There are fees for kids that get placed in detention, and there can also be fees for kids that are appointed attorneys. Again, there's a whole list of fees. We're not talking about restitution here, so if they destroy property, they can still be sentenced to pay back restitution. But Kansas is unique. We have a lot of places where we find kids, and we are on a path of reforming our youth justice system. The Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee many years ago and continues to identify fines and fees as a topic that need to be addressed in Kansas. And so that's why we really believe this is important work. Noah, before me, touched a little bit on this, but fines and fees actually have a negative impact on young people. There's no research that shows that a fine and fee enhances in any positive way or changes in any positive way a child's behavior. There's no evidence that it increases their empathy or their sense of accountability for crimes, but it does certainly create financial burdens that can follow them long into adulthood, things that will prevent them from potentially getting jobs, finding housing, getting into different school programs. We've heard stories from real Kansans that have encountered all of these hurdles because of fines and fees. There's also an inequality element here. While there is different points of discretion in the system, we know that there is bias within our justice system. There's racial bias, there's geographic bias, there's economic bias. And so when the decision-making is only the discretion of a judge, we know that oftentimes different judges would make different decisions, and those outcomes are not meted out in a truly fair way. What we do know for sure is that ending fines and fees fits squarely with the trend and the statement from Kansas that our youth justice system is designed to improve youth's ability to live more productively and responsibly in community, and recognizes that the ultimate solutions to juvenile crime lie in strengthening of families and educational institutions. So what I want to reiterate for you today is that these fines and fees have no positive impact on the lives of Kansans. Importantly, I should note, we've spent multiple years now working on this to find out what's the dollars and cents. We can go over that briefly here. According to our best research and the information provided to us by the Office of Judicial Administration, the revenue from fines and fees, juvenile fines and fees, was $539,000 in 2020 and has declined steadily since 2016, which was the last information we got in our request. So $500,000. What this doesn't factor in is the cost that it takes to collect that $500,000. So don't just look at it like we're $500,000 in the black because of this. We don't have a good study here in Kansas, but we know other states that have studied this issue have found that the collection process costs as much, nearly as much, or in some cases more. Oregon, in fact, I've got a statistic in my testimony. They collected, my phone's freaking out here. I believe it was $866,000 and spent $846,000 to collect that money. So not much benefit. We know in Kansas that is likely the same situation. So we don't have a financial benefit to the state. We have a huge financial burden to kids and families, and we have no positive outcomes in terms of positive impact on behavior. So restitution is not impacted. We're looking at eliminating these fines and fees for young people, and we think this is going to make sure that we have a playing field that is level for young people, that doesn't end up with kids from homes with means having all the consequences wiped away, all the burdens wiped away, and folks from families that don't have those means struggling long into adulthood. So with that, I will pause. But before I offer to answer questions, I would be remiss if I didn't offer up, as you make recommendations, I would encourage the committee to look at the recommendations on limiting youth shackling from last year, and all of the discussion about mental health here. I mean, take my Appleseed hat off, just me in this room. The single most impactful thing that you guys can do is investing in mental health services for kids and adults across this state. Whether it's juvenile crisis intervention centers, adult crisis intervention centers, mobile crisis teams, ending the PRTF wait list, these are things that will have huge ripples across Kansas. Law enforcement will appreciate it, schools will appreciate it, communities will appreciate it. So I know we've talked about the budget situation. We've got an opportunity here to use that money. Let's really invest in young people and invest in mental health and substance abuse treatment and programming for them. So with that, I'd open up for questions. Thank you.
Committee, what questions do you have? Senator Falscadeau.
Just a real quick one, Madam Chair. Thank you. I couldn't have Mike Funkard at the podium and not ask a question. But so for years, we've heard about eliminating fines and fees for our youth. So can you just name a couple of specific areas where those fines could be eliminated?
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So talking about probation supervision fees, there are fees there. There's fees for electronic monitoring. There's fees if you have to get drug tests. And then I mentioned earlier, you know, some counties will charge a daily rate for kids that are in jail, and then they or their family are on the hook for that bill. And again, when you look at fines and fees, and this is true for adults and kids, states levy lots of fines and fees. They collect very little. And so you all, as you determine policies, have an opportunity to influence whether Kansas is a state that steps on people's throats when they get in trouble, or a state that gives people a hand up and offers them a way to get stability and productivity back into their lives. Fines and fees don't help anybody. I mean, they don't generate enough revenue to be meaningful on the state budget level, and they hurt people at a really, really meaningful way at a personal level, because $50 to the state is nothing. $50 to a county is nothing. But $50 to a kid that doesn't have any money is a big, big burden. And we work with a lot of young people that can speak personally about how long fees have followed them and the opportunities they've had to miss because of fees that don't do anything worthwhile for Kansas.
Senator Corson.
So I just want to bring thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to bring the committee's attention. If you look at the lavender packet, you'll see at the bottom of page 1 that we had a unanimous recommendation from this committee last year on elimination of fines and fees. I would just very, very much hope that we would make that same recommendation again this year. And similarly, if you look at page 3, the second from the top, it's the final recommendation from our 2022 session. You'll see that we did request filing a bill that would prohibit the physical restraint of juveniles in court appearances without a showing of just cause. It was, again, that's something I very, very much hope will be another unanimous recommendation from our committee. We heard that bill in the Senate Judiciary Committee on the restraining of juveniles. It was much to my dismay. I don't want to speak for others, but I think that there were many of us on that committee who supported that bill. So I'm again hoping that both of these items will again be unanimous recommendations from this committee. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I can speak to that in the Senate Judiciary. It really did die in committee because the opponent testimony was from the Johnson County Sheriff's Office. And they just weren't sure what they were supposed to do if a youth in the courtroom became unruly. So if we could have some help prior to a hearing, that would be helpful. But we do know that it also didn't come out of committee on the House side either.
If I could speak to that, Madam Chair.
You certainly can.
Yeah, we were disappointed that the bill did not make it out of committee, but much like NOAA and the Justice Action Network, Kansas Appleseed are actually different from NOAA. We're not bipartisan, we're nonpartisan at Kansas Appleseed, so we even work with libertarians and Greens and whoever. I'm going
to have to boo hiss there.
We heard some opposition from the Johnson County Sheriff's Office about what to do in an emergency situation. I think we could easily clear up that in an emergency situation, which the bill did not, in my opinion, obfuscate that reality that they could respond to an emergency. But if we needed to enumerate that in the legislation, Kansas Appleseed would be happy to work with any members of this committee on really any reform bills and to offer our research and our nonpartisan expertise on that. I would say in the House committee, it was a little different. We heard some members of the committee speak that they hadn't seen youth shackling as an issue in their experiences. But what I would like to reemphasize for this committee is that Kansas paid the recognized national experts. The court system brought in the National Juvenile Defender Center to study for a year our system, and they observed courtrooms, and they observed shackling at a disturbing rate, sometimes kids shackled together. It's all in the report. But I think we can all work together to come up with a rule that would say children in Kansas enjoy the presumption of not being shackled in court unless it is deemed to be absolutely necessary.
Committee, any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here. Committee, we have all of our presentations are behind us. We have 2 courses of action. The first course of action we're going to get out of the way. You did receive some time ago the minutes for the April Corrections and Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee meeting, and we need to approve those minutes. Do I have a motion? I have a motion from Representative Carlin. Do I have a second? Second from Senator Faust Godot. Is there any discussion, any recommendations for any type of changes to those minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. We will now move forward to our second responsibility before we can leave. And that is to make our recommendations as a committee. So Let us start with where we were yesterday. So I have down that there was that discussion, and it's number 5, so 5 down or 3 up on page 1. And as with regard to the Department of Correction employees being included in the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System Corrections Plan, with first priority given to juvenile correctional officers. So, is there a desire to have it stay as it was recommended last year, or to change in some manner? Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just favor a recommendation that says, that eliminates the priority and just says we recommend allowing all KDOC employees be included in the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System Corrections Plan, just because I think just administratively it's hard if we're just moving some people over and some people not, and then we may later move other people over. And so it just seems to me we should just do it for KDOC and make that change and just sort of administratively do it one time. So that would be my motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Smith.
So the issue that I see in that is, first of all, we didn't have a hearing on or any information on what impact that might have financially on KP&F or Capers if we were to do that. And then the other part of it being the reason why that change was made in KP&F was to address the idea of having a 60-year-old individual out there patrolling the cell block, getting into fights. And I guess the third part of that would be, and I won't explain that any further, that seems like why water is wet. But the third part of that is, then if you're going to do that for KDOC, why just that agency? If you're going to include any and everybody in the KP&F in KDOC, then why not for the other agencies? And I think the argument then gets diluted in that somehow they've got more responsibility as administrative staff or whatever it is, that they can retire earlier. And so that's my thought process.
Okay, so we've got Representative Heiberger and then Representative Resman and then Senator Corson if he would like to respond. Representative Heiberger.
Yeah, the motion is to include all KDOC employees in Capers Corrections, not KPF. Yeah.
That was going to be my clarification.
Okay, I misunderstood.
That is what was read. For the Capers Retirement System Corrections Plan. So, Senator Resman, or excuse me, Representative Resman? So are we now at the point where we're in agreement, the committee recommends allowing all KDOC employees to be included in the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System Corrections Plan? Is that where we all are? So I have that motion. Senator Dahl, seconded? Okay. Any further discussion, questions, comments? Representative Hoffman.
I would rather we didn't put all in there. I would rather we just went with the uniformed personnel, but I won't stop it, if that's what the committee wants to do.
I think there is a question of clarification. Mr. Secretary, you're still here. As long as I have eye contact, I looked at you, you looked back, so I'm going to call on you.
I tried not to look at you, but.
So is there a distinction between uniformed, or are they already in the, so Department of Corrections uniformed individuals, are they already in the Employee Retirement Systems Corrections Plan?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I believe that the uniform staff in the adult facilities are already in corrections capers. I don't believe the other staff are in adult facilities, and I don't believe anybody in the juvenile facility is in that program. Does that sound right, Randy? Juvenile, not at all.
So Representative Hoffman is making the distinction of uniform only. So right now, adult uniformed are, but juvenile uniformed are not. So now the question is, do we want to just make it where juvenile uniformed go in, or are we wanting all Department of Corrections going in? Okay. So we have a motion and a second for all Department of Corrections employees. So we'll have a vote on that first. If it doesn't pass, then we'll circle around and see about the uniform juvenile. So all those in favor of allowing all Kansas Department of Corrections employees to be included in the CAPERS corrections plan, please raise your hand so I can see. 2, 4, 5. Well, I have 6 votes, but go ahead and ask your question.
My question is, what employees would that consider, what employees would it consider, secretaries?
I assume it would be all administrative staff that's non-uniformed. Secretary, you may use a lifeline.
And Madam Chair, Representative, so the staff at the facility, if you're including all of them, that would be our maintenance staff, our unit team staff, which are counselors, our administrative support staff, our IT staff that are assigned there, just everybody that's at the facility.
So they right now are just general CAPERS, but they're not CAPERS correction plan.
I believe that's the case, yes.
Okay. Senator Foscato.
Madam Chair, just a clarification from the maker of the motion. So would that be all, with the employment time, would that need to be considered? Or years of employment?
Well, I think it would be just the same eligibility criteria that apply to everybody who's already who to determine eligibility for the corrections plan. The same criteria would apply now if we pass this to all KDOC employees. So whatever those criteria are right now, they would be the same criteria. It would just apply to a broader group of folks potentially.
I will simply say this as chair. This discussion that's going on now, before, during, and after the vote indicates we don't know exactly where we are on this. We don't know the difference between CAPERS and CAPERS correction plan. There's one person I know that does know the distinction, and that would be our executive director of CAPERS. So are you wanting to stick with your motion and with your second, or are you wanting, in fact, a hearing so that we get to the bottom of what would be the most appropriate movement in Department of Corrections with regard to CAPERS? Senator Dahl, and then we'll go back to Senator
Thank you,
Corson.
Madam Chair. And I agree with everything you're saying, Senator, but that's why it's going, this is just the initial start.
It is.
We can get Mr. Conroy to come speak to the committees when they meet to discuss this bill.
Okay.
I understand their questions and everything, but I think it's important enough to the Department of Corrections that we make this first step. So I'm not going to withdraw my second.
That's fine. So at this point, we are recommending that the Department of Corrections employees, that all employees be included in the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System corrections plan. That did pass with a vote of 6 in favor, so we will move on. So what next do we have that we are wanting to take action on? Yes, Representative Heiberger.
I would second both of the suggestions that Senator Corson made during his remarks during at the end of the last presentation.
Okay, so we're going to need him to make those remarks as a motion, and let's do one at a time rather than both.
Okay, so taking things sort of in the order they just appeared on our purple sheet, my first motion would be that we again make the recommendation that we made last year, that we recommend the legislature consider eliminating fines and fees for justice-involved youth to include expungement fees set by each county.
Okay.
That would be my first motion.
That's motion, and we have a second. Who made the second? We're on, I'm sorry. Well, they do need to vote. So now we're looking at that recommendation. We have a second from Representative Heiberger. Is there any discussion about this? Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here's a disadvantage of not being in the committee. Why did it blow up in committee last year?
I don't believe it ever had a hearing.
This says it just had an informational.
Yeah.
So I think it wasn't a bill.
There was no bill written up on it.
Okay, okay.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? And so for my legislators that are online, when we say all those in favor, then go ahead and say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right. Now we will move to the next. That was unanimous. That passed unanimously. The second was Representative Heiberger. So now again, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would make the motion that this is again based off language that's it was a recommendation from last year. It's on page 3, second from the top. I would make a motion that we again recommend that we request the filing of a bill that would prohibit the physical restraint of juveniles in court appearances without a showing of just cause.
Okay, and we have a second again from Representative Heiberger. So we have that motion and a second. A question? Okay. Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What is just cause?
That was discussed during the hearing, and that was that it was just cause was the belief that the minor was not able to sit there in the hearing, and so there would be a reason that they would need to be restrained in some
So
manner.
it's hyperactive, just not that he may hurt himself or hurt someone else?
I'm going to, did Mr. Fonkert leave? Well, shame on him. Do you,
Madam Chair.
I couldn't, who said Madam? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
In
Representative
our
Smith.
committee, we spoke about it a bit. There's no level of evidence of just cause, right? So it's going to be a discretion call. And to me, the idea that we're now putting it in the hands of discretion, that became a piece of argument or controversy, in that one judge may and another judge wouldn't. And I think that's where we kind of got hung up in our argument, or in our debate, rather, on this bill. What do you want to call just cause, right? Now, if you're going to limit it, you're going to try to define it, then I suppose that's up for a hearing within the committees, how you want to do that. But just cause is one of those ambiguous words that create
Okay, we'll go to
controversy.
Senator Dahl, and then we'll go to Senator Corson.
Something that concerns me, just thinking off the top of my head, is are we setting ourselves up, or is the court setting itself up for a lawsuit because someone with the definition of just cause? That scares me in that aspect, because if the judge felt threatened or whatever and the other one didn't, I could see, I see this as, until just, I like this actually, I like this bill, I'd like to know what the heck just cause was.
And for some reason, I thought there was something in the bill that had language that the judge could determine ahead of time. I don't know why I'm thinking that, but I'm thinking that that was in the bill, that the judge would make the determination. Representative Heiberger and then Representative Carlin.
Senator, I believe you're correct about the hearing required before the restraints would be allowed. But we don't have to wordsmith this bill right now. If we pass this recommendation, it doesn't mean we're committing ourselves to some vague definition of just cause. That's something we can work out during our hearings. And so I don't think that should be an obstacle to us making this recommendation.
Senator Corson, I'm sorry, and then Representative Carlin.
So I'm really comfortable with just cause, both because of what Representative Heiberger said, that we can always further tweak it, but also just cause is, in lay terms, I think somewhat ambiguous, but it's also a really it's a very commonly used legal term in our judicial system, that just cause, it's sort of like what is reasonable doubt, what is, there's all these sort of different legal standards that arguably there is always some amount of discretion, but just cause is within, the legal terms, something that's very commonly used and commonly applied, sort of, within various statutes and otherwise. So we wouldn't be this wouldn't be the first time we're using just cause. I mean, I think it's something that judges would be very comfortable applying that standard, because they're used to applying that standard and other standards.
Representative Carlin and then Senator Dahl.
Thank you. That's basically the point I was going to make. If some juvenile has acted out on the day of trial or on every time they've been in a courtroom or something, that would be just cause. And the judges will know that, the prosecutors and the defense attorneys will know that. They will make a decision and make a recommendation. I'm sure that's the way that would go. They're not going to allow someone in the courtroom unshackled that is dangerous if they know it. So that would be the reason they would use to shackle. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Dahl.
And I'm sorry, I keep going, but I'm not in a committee, so this is my only time I get to argue. A lot of people think the police officers, and I'm not, law enforcement, I love law enforcement. My best friends are law enforcement. But a lot of people think that the cops had just cause with George Floyd. I'm not just saying the victim, I'm saying either way, they could set themselves up with a court case by, popping the kid rough. I'm saying it's either way, and now I'll shut up. I just wanted to make sure, because we're all talking about just cause on one side. I see it on being two-sided, because it's so much discretion that can be used on it.
Right. And I'm quite certain that the draft of the bill that the Senate had the hearing on indicated it would be determined by the judge prior to the hearing. So Jason, help us. I know Jason and I are
Thank you, Madam Chair.
struggling.
So I'm now remembering kind of what happened here, and this is one of those cases where the recommendation was the general language of without a showing of just cause, but the actual draft bill that was turned in based on that has a fairly specific bit of language about the court holding a hearing, making findings on the record, that they're the least restrictive means available, they're necessary for one of the reasons in the bill, right? Physical harm, flight risk, et cetera. So I don't think it actually even uses the words just cause. I think that was a kind of a loose legal term that described it, but the bill itself, as heard by the committees, one of them referenced there as 2471. I was looking for the Senate number, and I didn't have it. But Senate Bill 321 would have had the same language. So it's more defined in the bill than in this brief description, so.
So essentially, we could say filing of a bill that would prohibit the physical restraint of juveniles in court appearances as deemed appropriate by the court. Are we okay with that? And then our revisers will have specific language. So we have a motion, we have a second. I believe we are now ready to vote. Is that correct? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And you got that addition of the, as deemed appropriate by the court? Okay. Now, are we wanting this to start in the House? If it gets out of the House, then it comes to the Senate. Representative Heiberger?
Since the House has the Corrections Committee, I think we have more capacity for hearing bills. I think it'd be more likely to pass the first hurdle if it starts in the House.
Okay. All right, let's move on. What other motions do we have? Senator Dahl.
This is kind of a selfish one that's not in here. This was Russ Jennings' big deal here. And I can't put it into good words, but I would like to honor Russ with the name on this committee in some way, somehow, and somebody else thinking up the words.
Well, and you and I talked about that before, and I certainly support that. And my recommendation is that we did receive, at the very beginning of this three-day journey, an overview from Jason, our reviser, about the committee's duties and functions. And part of what he addressed were areas that needed to be changed, specifically deleted because of changes that have occurred within our corrections and juvenile system. So I think because we do have a history of standing joint committees that meet, I don't know how it is that the Bob Bethel Committee, when it was that was named, but we do have that history within our legislature. So it is fine with me, and I would say that we need to bundle those together. So the naming of, if that's the choice of this committee, as well as the changes that bring us up to date with what it is that this committee is actually overseeing. So I'm more than happy to second that if you're willing to include those other changes. So discussion about that. Representative Heiberger.
Well, if we're going to that bill, I had a couple of suggestions. I think the duties ought to be expanded to make it clear that we are authorized to recommend legislation for the improvement of the criminal justice system. And there's another piece that I just blanked on. It'll come in a minute, but I think we should make that authority clear.
Okay. Okay, and I believe our revisers have language on that. There are oversight committees that can recommend bill introduction. And that's what you're asking, is the ability for bill introduction.
I think making it clear wouldn't be bad. And the other piece I was going to suggest would be to monitor the activities of the Commission on Juvenile Justice that was established by SB 367. It had us monitoring the juvenile advisory, had us monitoring one group before, but I think the COJJ is something that ought to get some scrutiny from us because I'm not sure they're doing everything that the statute asks them to do.
Okay, so revisers, did you get that language that he just spoke to? Or are we still looking back at the other question?
Madam Chair, so I think we understand the clarifying that the committee can introduce legislation, although I think what Jason's looking at is whether that's what the language in the statute is about that right now. But Representative Heiberger, are you talking about wanting to have a specific thing about monitoring what the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee does, or do you want to move the requirements to monitor the implementation of the 367 legislation to this committee?
No, I don't want to do that. I think just similar language to the existing language about the the juvenile authority. Similar language to our requirement to monitor the juvenile
That
authority.
you're both monitoring the
Yeah,
implementation.
that we've
I
not,
see.
that
Okay.
doesn't exist anymore.
Okay, do we follow that? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to clarify on the legislation, you in subsection J, which is one right above the highlighting, you may introduce legislation as it deems necessary in performing its functions. And then the LCC layer kicks in kind of out of just accommodation and deference. You say you'd like a House bill, they usually agree. Sometimes they'll say they'd rather have a Senate bill. Sometimes you ask for both and they say yes, sometimes they say no. But it's more of a deference to them rather than a statutory requirement.
I withdraw that part of my motion.
I'm sorry.
I withdraw that part of my motion.
Okay. All right, so can our revisers please help us with what Senator Dahl's motion has now grown to be?
So, Madam Chair, if I could circle back to Senator Dahl's bit, I looked earlier because you gave me a chance to while we were working this morning. And yes, in the statute for the Bethel Joint Committee, it's named that in the statute, and it happened about 2015. So I would follow that model. We can, name it the J. Russ Jennings Joint Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice Oversight. And that would just be in the beginning. There are a couple other references to the committee that would change. So there's a couple other statutes you would amend, but only 2 or 3. And then it sounds like we would only need to fix subsection K2, which is that monitor the establishment of the Juvenile Justice Authority, to convert that into monitoring the implementation of the juvenile justice reforms and the work of the juvenile justice oversight and some things Natalie was just talking about. And then I think you're just getting rid of K5 because that's the obsolete one.
Okay.
And I didn't hear anything to replace that language, but I did hear replacement for the K2 language.
Right.
That would be my plan.
Okay. So we have a motion, we have a second, we've had discussion. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Where are we going next, committee? Okay. So Representative Carlin, then Senator Fauskadow.
Thank you. Maybe this one won't be too hard. We talked a lot about expungement, and we had a lot of good testimony about expungement. And when I was going through my notes and trying to make sense of what we heard, I think that one of the things that I want to be sure that we try to get through the legislature this year would be to amend the statutes to allow the waiting time to begin at adjudication, or whatever the appropriate word is, rather than the current law that states that it should be after all fines and fees are paid. And I mean, that can go into some other piece of legislation that we may be writing, but I think that to allow the time for expungement, the 3 years, 5 years, whatever it is, should start when they're convicted.
Okay. That's the motion.
That was suggested, and I thought it was a good-
Representative Heiberger. Okay, question?
For reviser, was that included in 2575 from West?
Oh, it probably was.
So, Madam Chair, House Bill 2575 was the bill on automatic expungement in certain circumstances. The Judicial Council also had 2 different bills about not being able to deny a petition for expungement solely due to the inability to pay. And so that would still allow you to have outstanding restitution, fines, and fees, but still be granted that expungement. Neither one of those bills dealt with the timing issue, though, where it's after the sentence is served instead of at conviction or adjudication. So that would be added.
I believe that was the judicial council person that spoke to that, but I'd have to go back in my notes and read. I'll look for it.
I believe that was Judge Sexton.
You know
So
where
are
it's
you
at
going
on
to
here?
table
Is
that
it
for a
in
period of
this-
time?
Is it this lavender thing?
I would say I could table it, but I also think that we could make the decision ourselves. However, there were other things that we talked about with expungement, if we want to include all of that discussion now, or we can table for later. But we talked about several points, and that's the one that I thought would be most meaningful and easiest to get through.
Looking for the bill. Representative Smith, I saw a head nod. Would you like to make a comment?
I got a question. Is it
Senator
on this
Dahl.
lavender sheet?
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it on our lavender sheet where we? Okay.
I believe what she was speaking to was actual testimony yesterday from Judge Sexton. Oh, sorry, not Judge Sexton.
Madam Chair, so last year, House Bill 2556 ended up with kind of all these pieces together in there. So the not granting a petition of expungement solely due to the inability to pay for both adults and juveniles is in that piece of legislation, as well as the part that the Judicial Council talked about, that if a juvenile hasn't committed a new offense in the immediately preceding 2 years, putting that look-back period. And I think that's maybe what Representative Carlin's talking about. So all those pieces wound up in House Bill 2556 last year. It got out of the House Corrections Committee, but it didn't get across the floor. Yeah, so the Senate, the Senate might have heard the Senate version of the Judicial Council bill. That I'm not sure of, but I don't think you took action.
So Representative Carlin.
Madam Chair, Natalie, did you say juveniles? Because I'm not limiting it to juveniles. I would like this to be for my addition that I just suggested should be for all people, but if it's in that,
So Natalie, can you please clarify, did that bill, House Bill 2556, did that include when the counting began?
So the only change for the counting that appears in that bill is the 2-year look back for juveniles. So it wouldn't change from the date of conviction. That's not addressed in this bill. Certainly that could be added, the changing.
just be added to that bill, that would be.
So what
that
I
would be
hear,
wonderful.
your motion is House Bill 2556 in addition with the count being,
Initiated at the time of conviction,
okay.
beginning at the time of.
Representative Smith.
So I'm looking at the testimony by the Kansas Judicial Council and Sagan. And there, under the adult, point number 1 was allow the expungement waiting period to begin before the person has completed payment of costs, fees, fines, or restitution.
Before?
That was the adult, but I remember the conversation beginning with the juvenile and the adjudication. I'm sorry if I'm sidetracking us here. I was digging because I remembered us having that conversation. But I think that's where it came from.
Okay.
But you're agreeing with my motion?
I am.
So we have your motion. Are you willing to second it, Representative
I'll
Smith?
second it.
So I have a second. Natalie, is there still a question? No? Okay. Committee, any additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? It passes unanimously. All right, where are we next? I'm sorry. Are you wanting that as a bill introduction as a committee? Or are you just supporting the notion? Are you wanting that bill introduced?
I would like the subject introduced in a bill. Maybe there'll be a place that fits in, or are we interested in reintroducing 2556?
We're looking at the language of 2556 with the addition of the language you said.
Okay.
So yes, and a House, keep it a House bill. Okay. Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following the discussion with former Representative Jennings and renaming this committee or adding his name to this committee,
Yes.
I know that Representative Hoy had mentioned legislation introduced by Representative Gail Finney. I also know that in our Child Welfare Committee, her bills were mentioned as well. Her bills were recommended by the task force in Wichita and presented to us in one of the 58 recommendations from Sedgwick County yesterday, I believe that was, when they were here. So, and I don't know if it would come, if one of her bills would come from this committee, or we would just keep it in mind that I believe her bills were House Bill 2468, House Bill 2469. Madam Chair, you mentioned naming one of those bills after Representative Finney. I actually just got a text message, and a host of other people have suggested that as well. I'm not sure if both bills would address what this committee is attempting to do or needs to do to address this issue, or just one of the bills. And perhaps you could help me, Madam Chair, or staff could, or...
I think with the assistance of our revisers, one of the bills is the Foster Parents Bill of Rights. The other is the Foster Child's Bill of Rights. So, I know that the Foster Parents Bill of Rights was brought up in the Child Welfare Oversight Committee. I don't believe that the Foster Child's Bill of Rights bill was specifically mentioned. So we could do one of two things. We could ask that those be bundled and just name it the Representative Finney's Foster Bill of Rights bill. That really is up to you, Senator.
So just for clarification, Madam Chair, so the Gail Finney bill for foster care youth bills of rights. No, I like the way it was stated prior. Hi. So, and if I could yield to my colleague, Representative Hoy, so those bills were already introduced in Representative Kocannon's committee. And so any thoughts on the name of it? And perhaps, Natalie, if you could just restate what the chair just said.
Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think what Chairwoman Baumgartner was talking about was taking the contents of House Bill 2468, which was the Foster Youth Bill of Rights, and the contents of 2469, which is the Foster Parents Bill of Rights, combining the contents of those bills together and then naming it after Representative Finney. Because you're starting a new biennium, there aren't any bills in existence right now. So that would either be something that would be filed by this committee or filed by someone.
Okay. Representative Hoy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did host hearings on each of those bills separately in the Children and Seniors Committee and earlier this year, 2022. And my personal opinion is that I think they could be combined. And I think that the representative worked on this. She had testimony, and I believe there is a broad support for moving forward on this and would be supportive of the, was it Representative Gail Finney Foster Care Bill of Rights?
Mr. Vice Chairman, thank you. So, Madam Chair, you walked in just in time. So, for clarification for what you just stated before you walked out, did you say the Representative Finney's Foster Bill of Rights? Foster Care Bill of Rights. That sounds good. That's my motion.
And do we have a second? Second from Representative Hoy. Is there discussion? Yes.
So, bill request?
Well, yes. I forget.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Madam Chair, and I
Yes.
just have one more.
You may.
Madam Chair, along with the recommendations from the task force established in Wichita and was presented by the Sedgwick County Commissioner, well, let me make this clear. So it was presented by the Assistant County Manager for Sedgwick County, and he only presented the 58 recommendations made by the task force made up of citizens in Wichita, organizations, members of different organizations who were concerned about the stand your ground law. So one of those recommendations was to establish or request a post audit, just to look into the policy and procedure of stand your ground. And we mentioned that yesterday, and you, Madam Chair, suggested that we get questions to submit with that post audit. And so I just want clarification from staff if in requesting a post audit to get just information there, so requesting a legislative post audit to be conducted to examine the implementations of stand your ground laws, would the questions for that post audit be needed tonight?
I believe if you're wanting support from the committee, we need to know what those questions are.
And with...
Yes, Representative Carlin?
I've done several requests for post audits, and the way it's worked for me has been that I can give that in a conversation to the post audit committee. I think if we just, and sometimes they're very difficult to write. So I'm wondering if we can give ideas and then give it to the post audit folks before it goes forward. I mean, this is a recommendation, it isn't a bill.
It is a recommendation. correct me, revisers, but because we make a request of a legislative post audit, doesn't mean we're granted a legislative post audit.
Absolutely.
But I think if we, as a committee, are going to make that request, I think we need to truly hone down what it is that we're asking of legislative post audit. Because I think if we were going to poll each of us, we'd have our own ideas about what that might be. So Senator Dahl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Formerly being on the city commission and such, you know, to me, this is a Sedgwick County situation, and Sedgwick County can run their own post audit, pay for their own post. I just don't see spending state money on a post audit for one county out of the 105.
Senator Fausto.
Madam Chair, again, Senator, just to respond to that, this is, I'm saddened by this whole situation, and the Sedgwick Countyans, they did the same thing. They passed the buck. They televised on television at their last Wednesday's public meeting, said, this is not a county issue, this is a state issue. They passed the buck, and so here we are. And that's why, Madam Chair, I want to make it clear that Sedgwick County commissioners did not request this. They only came to Topeka and made the presentation of, and I don't know if we have the copy. You can pull it up, actually, on their dashboard. It lists all of those citizens in Wichita, different black, white, poor, educated, different people are all on that committee. They made 58 recommendations. Madam Chair, the majority of them were dealing with DCF recommendations, and we're already dealing with those issues on the Child Welfare Committee. This particular issue, I think if nothing else, we're just simply saying, please tell us lawmakers what, or help us with our original intent of passing the Stand Your Ground law in 2010, and it would alleviate the confusion that one has about that. And so, Madam Chair, if I may, I was going to yield to Senator Representative Hoy, who could just share, because we're on this committee together and we want to get good information. And if I could just yield to Representative Hoy to explain the recommendations. Thank you.
Representative Hoy, though I did have Senator Dahl's hand up, but go ahead, Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that Stand Your Ground has been put into the spotlight because of the tragedy that happened to Cedric Lofton in Sedgwick County. It's also drawn awareness around the prosecutor's role in determining use of force and the pretrial immunity and not having to go before a judge to state these cases. And the way that this law has been interpreted over the past decade is very broad. We did see a Supreme Court case over the summer, the Betts case that did, the court did decide that in the instances of if a bystander is injured as a result of use of force, that the Stand Your Ground would not apply there, but otherwise it's really to the discretion of the prosecutor, and it's been applied very broadly due to other case law. And so I think that if we have the opportunity, since we don't, these aren't going to trial, we do not know, we do not have the numbers to study how many other Kansans have had these use of force laws applied before something even goes to trial. And I think it's important to take a look at this statewide. Those of us who have talked to our district attorneys, to Sedgwick County, it is a broader issue, and I think it's important to understand the implications of that law and how it's being applied. And I do believe that maybe KLRD has some copies of some suggested questions for a scope for the audit.
Senator Dahl.
Thank you, and I'm not downplaying, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not downplaying this or the 58 facts, but the 58 facts dealt with Sedgwick County. What they can do, what we can do is, first of all, they can pass a resolution, you know, that Sedgwick County should do an audit on this. Secondly, if this is necessary and if this is statewide, then I think that's what the committee ought to work on next year. What I heard this man's talk about, and he great presentation, 58 things, dealt with Sedgwick County. I don't believe that's the work of this committee. I'm not belittling this whatsoever. I just don't think that's the work of this committee.
Okay. Senator Fascadell.
I actually agree with a little, thank you, Madam Chair. I actually agree with a little bit of what the Senator Dahl has stated. Again, Madam Chair, the original situation occurred with the district attorney using the stand your ground law throughout the state of Kansas to justify his reasoning or his decision not to charge anyone. And so therefore, since I was one of the lawmakers that voted for stand your ground law in 2010, and reading through that law, at that time, the intent of the majority, Republicans and Democrats who voted for that law, was to allow Kansans to protect their homes, their property, themselves. You can't come to my house and ring my doorbell and I snatch you in and then kill you and then use that as the defense. So throughout the state of Kansas, yes, everybody's heard of this situation, and I'm trying to do a compromise piece and say, and not blame anyone, just revisit the original intent of our vote, our castle doctrine, our stand your ground law. So when you say that it's a county issue, I beg to differ. Maybe all the other 57 things he mentioned, but specifically it's there, it said legislative recommendation was to just request a post audit and to look at that state law. It's a state law, Senator. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I move my motion, but I was saying, and I understand, Representative Hoy, you've already passed out all of the questions. It's only 6 questions that we would ask post-audit to ask.
We've not seen any questions. Representative Resman. So who has the questions? Pass them out.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Resman.
I was wondering if the Judicial Council should take a look at this rather than an audit.
Okay, I got one. I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I was just wondering if the Judicial Council should take a look at this versus the having an audit.
Well, that's a good question. So.
Just a question, not a motion.
Okay. So could we, from the revisers, what it would be the process for Judicial Council to look at it as opposed to legislative post-audit?
Madam Chair, traditionally, Judicial Council will receive recommendations from the chairperson of a committee I was looking at their statute to see if there was any reason it needed to be the members. As most of you know, the two legislative members of the council are the chairs of the judiciary committees. So traditionally, the requests come from them, but they also do receive them from the legislature or the Supreme Court. So in theory, they could receive a request from you as chairperson of this committee or any member of the legislature, for that matter.
Okay, so I'm seeing these questions for the first time. Though it's interesting, they're not questions, they're statements. So let me go through them. Okay, well, I just got to question number, or statement number 3, a comparison of the number of use of force incidents responded to against the number of use of force incidents in which charging decisions were brought, and if possible, have those two numbers compared before the law took effect in 2006 and after it took effect. So you got to give some time frame to the before. So are we looking at just in 2005, or are you looking for a time frame? I mean, from 2006 to 2022 is obviously 16 years. So are you looking at the 16 years prior? And do we even have a means of collecting that data? And are we talking about every police department, every sheriff's department, every law enforcement group within the state? I see you nodding yes. This is a pretty darn heavy lift. Okay.
Could I add one correction? It would be, I believe, 2010, not 2006. That's an error.
And just in looking at this, and I mean, I've only been in the legislature for 8 years. I don't think I've ever seen a legislative audit that addressed this many points. Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. This is lengthy. I think when I've worked with audit, they take these ideas, they kind of combine them, they come back to you and say, you know, what if we eliminated these because this is so much alike? What if these are the key elements that we feel are important? And they work with the person who asked for the audit committee. I've not ever sat on that, but they also have the right to refuse it or to decide that some of those are too much. So for this purpose today, to get through and go home, we might decide if it's worthy to be looked at. And these are suggested questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the problem is going to be is if we adopt, as a committee, we say we want this, even if there's no way for the auditors to get back together with all of us to decide whether or not we clump these or how. I mean, if this is important enough, any legislator or any group of legislators can ask for a post audit. So I would say that that you guys get together and ask for a post audit on your own and we not do it as a committee.
Okay. Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to second the motion and then make a substitute motion. And then if the maker of the underlying motion doesn't second that motion, then I'll withdraw the motion, if that makes sense.
Well, why don't you just not second it and make a motion?
Okay. Oh, that's true. Okay. I will make a motion that recognizing that this is a heavy lift, but we're all hearing from people across the state that this is an issue that we need to study, that we propose an informational hearing to be held where we can bring in DAs, the prosecutors, law enforcement, victims and survivors, and open this up. A lot of this that we're hearing is because we've all talked to people and, he said, she said, we heard, and let's open up that platform for people to come here and tell us as the lawmakers how that law is impacting them and their communities across the state.
So are you proposing that, because now we get into the committee system issue, I have no say over what hearings occur in judiciary. Representative Owens isn't here right now. He's at another conference. If he continues as chair, on the House side, would have some say over that. So,
Madam Chair.
Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would withdraw my motion, and I would consider the motion that Representative Hoffman made of this committee making the recommendation to the Judicial Council to just look at the stand your ground law.
Okay. Representative Dahl.
I won that election. I'm a senator now.
No,
I did.
It was a tough election, but and I agree.
Senator.
I agree with Senator Foscato. This is too big of a deal to bundle it all up, and so we need to. I agree with Representative Hall.
So we have a motion. We have a second.
Yeah.
Is there additional discussion about that? So the request, the motion that she is making is based on the recommendation that it go to that a letter be written to Judicial Council asking them to address these issues. I'm sorry.
Mine was just a question if it should go there versus an audit. I didn't make a motion.
Yes.
Well, it's now a motion and it's a second. So I feel like I'm refereeing and it's the fourth overtime in a basketball game. There we go.
I don't think the way this is presented is a Judicial Council question. I mean, their function really is to review statutes and propose either new statutes or revisions of statutes. I mean, I think maybe we ought to word it as something, ask them to review the stand your ground law and make any recommended changes. But this is an information request, not a Judicial Council request, in my opinion.
I don't think I understood what you just
Me?
said, because I thought you were
didn't either.
supporting it going to the Judicial Council.
Yes, but not to answer these questions, but to review
But to address,
the stand your ground law.
right, okay? So, the motion is to ask the Judicial
Judicial
Council.
Council to just review the stand your ground law. And if they're able to review these questions, that'd be fine, but just I want to get the ball rolling on something. Madam Chair, I also had spoke with Jason Thompson and been looking at legislation, but I thought we could I mean, we need to do, in speaking with the representative and others, I want to throw the net out there and get something back to address this issue of, you know, we cannot bring back anybody who's deceased.
Right.
But we do amend laws all the time to make them better for our citizens. I'm not being, you know, it's not just about Cedric Lofton or Cedric County or Wichita. I am doing anything I'm doing, Senator, and I'm looking over your direction, because when they pass the buck from the county to the state level, they clearly said, stand your ground law, which we voted for, and it impacts all Kansans. I don't want this situation to happen to anyone else. I want policies and procedures in place to be followed to help all people who might find themselves in that situation. And so I have an email that I will forward to everyone that our dear legislative research did extensive work to break the stand your ground law down and broke out each point. And only one little place in there, it mentions law enforcement. The way I read it was that it was to protect citizens. If I'm at home and someone knocks on my door and I'm afraid and they're, I don't know, and I kill them, I can use stand your ground law as a defense. But I don't know. I'm not a jailer. I don't have someone already wrapped in my arms and I squeeze them tighter and I won't let them go even though they're trying to get away, and then I can use that same law in that situation where I've entrapped you. I don't know. So we do it all the time, is we amend existing law to clarify it. So that's all I want. And again, I am really, I hope the media is picking this up, because I am really upset to have county commissioners say on television, this is not a county issue, it's a state issue. And then to hear a lawmaker tell me it's not a state issue, it's a county issue. Who the hell is supposed to be doing this? We're all in this together, gosh darn it.
Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If we sent this 58th thing over, that's what we were talking about initially, and that's what got you angry with me, was the 58th thing. It's DOA. It's not going to go nowhere. If we sent what you just asked, the second thing, just the stand your ground law, it has a shot. So don't, people come at me, that's fine, that's cool, that's great, but don't judge me.
Okay. We're going to focus on the task at hand. And I am going to make a few observations here. We did allow the folks from Sedgwick County to come to present because the request was to get an update on that. The county commission can say what the county commission wants to say. If they really felt it was a state issue, there would have been folks represent from a state standpoint there. Representative Owens even shared that he requested to be on that committee and was turned down. You were not put on that committee. So they did not have state folks on that committee. But what we're going to continue to focus on is what's the best method that we can go about getting the work done that will help Kansans. I think, though it was attributed to Representative Hoffman, I think that the question that Representative Resman asked got us to the folks best suited to address this are the Judicial Council. They will do a better job of addressing this. And they are a pretty broad umbrella, and they will be thorough about it. We, sitting here today, cannot do anything about what county commissioners did in Sedgwick. But I do want to remind this committee that I asked not once, but twice for clarification that the reason that task force was formed was because the incident occurred in Sedgwick County. And that the task force might have been formed in a different county, in a different jurisdiction, if the incident had occurred there. And that the information that they gathered and they gleaned was representative of the recommendations for their situation that occurred there. Now, that gets us to a broader issue, and that is perhaps, because I've yet to see it addressed even after yesterday, but a recommendation would be that law enforcement and any other first responders, because folks still do have COVID, that they not allow an individual to be put in a prone position if there is an identification or concern that they have COVID. That's going to be true in our Department of Corrections facilities, in our police stations, in any place in which first responders are having to deal with an individual, that individual not be put in a prone position. Because one of the things that we did glean from what happened in Sedgwick County is that is an incredible severe risk to the individual, more severe than having COVID. So I'm glad that Mr. Klump is here, because he's going to be a part of how we get that word out. But I do have that recommendation that we call on the Department of Corrections, KDADS, and Kansas Department of Health, that information be disseminated about the risks for individuals that have COVID and any first responder placing them in the prone position. Do I have a second? That was a motion. I have a second from Representative Hoffman. That is how we take something that is local, that really could have a detrimental impact statewide, that we can do something right now. I'm sure my husband wants to know what's for dinner. So I have a motion, I have a second. Is there any discussion? You have, okay, Representative Carlin, then Faust-Godot, Senator Faust-Godot, then Representative Heiberger.
I absolutely agree with you, Madam Chair, about the COVID. However, I wonder if we could say it in a way that would include COVID, or say because of the experiences we've had with COVID, because the COVID issue is a lung issue. It's whether there's a heart or a lung function that's affecting this individual. And so if who could ever know to suspect? When I got my COVID back test positive, I said, I don't feel that bad. How would anybody, I'm sorry, your wording bothers me, that it.
That's fine if it bothers you. The reason I say that is because we do have in law that first responders are to be notified if someone that they're going to respond to has COVID.
Okay, so you want to limit it to those that are notified. Okay, that's fine. I'll support that.
I'm just talking about first responder situation.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
So next is Senator Faust-Godot and then Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday, when you asked that question regarding could this happen throughout the state, I think I confused your question with when Marilyn Harp and others were here talking about different workshops on expungement, driver's licenses, and so forth. So thanks for that clarification. But Madam Chair and others, I want to make it clear that that situation, we have deaths and murders throughout the state of Kansas, throughout the nation. However, when all of us here on this committee toured the Juvenile Detention Center here last year or so, and then we also went to Lansing, but we all saw and was given a presentation by how if they have an unruly youth, how the procedure of putting them in a wrap in that prone position. They are in our state juvenile detention centers. I even found out that how they do the wrap procedure in our state prisons and state juvenile detention centers, they do it totally different than they do in our local juvenile detention centers. And that's situation with that youth could occur in any juvenile detention center throughout the state. I think it would benefit us all to know what the procedures are, because to me, the procedure of putting a human being in that position should not vary. You know, I really, some of those questions on there were kind of thought through from some other people, but I mean, I'm still sticking to this occurred at a juvenile detention center. We already heard that even though our jails and detention centers and our prisons are operated locally and by different people, we still pay them. They still get funding from the state. It's a juvenile detention center, which it's all connected. All of us attorneys on this committee, don't we all have juvenile detention centers? There, people are incarcerated, there's guards, there's locks and chains, and that could happen anywhere. Don't we want to know what the procedure, the policy and procedure of the stand your ground law within the state of Kansas? Not just what happened to Cedric Lofton, but that procedure of using that wrap, that prone position. Should we be looking at the height and size of a person? Shouldn't we be looking at how long we leave them in that wrap? Shouldn't we be looking, is it a procedure that I wrap you up like a burrito and then I go take a nap, have dinner and take a nap and then come back and check on you? Or do I stand there and monitor you for a while? We were all shown on this committee that in Lansing or in the detention center, Randy took us on that tour. We were in there together. They explained to us how they do the wrap, how long they leave the individual in there, and that somebody stands there and monitors them. Do we do that at our juvenile detention centers or not? I'd like to know. And so there's a song that says, I'd rather have something than nothing. Something is better than nothing. So I support your motion, Madam Chair, and the second, I'll vote for that. But we need to know. I'd like to know if you're going to wrap me up and leave me for 2 hours with nobody watching, and does the detention, I mean, I don't know. Do you just come back whenever, or is there a time you have to come back? I'd like to know. It's not my job. I don't do that on a daily basis, but I do have constituents. I represent about 73,000 constituents. I'd like to know. I don't feel like texting Randy every time I have a question. I do, don't I? I want to know. I should have a right to know as a lawmaker. And so I'm asking a post audit, a bill, informational hearing, anything. I just like to know. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is serious stuff.
It is.
To keep saying it's not our job, well, whose job is it to know?
Could you restate the motion, please?
I'm going to have the revisers restate the motion.
Could I do a point of order?
We do have two pending.
Okay, that's what I was going to, okay.
We do have two pending. So let's go with the first one that is pending, and that is that I will draft a letter making the request of the Judicial Council to address the questions and the statements provided in the handout with regard to the Stand Your Ground law. To review it. Okay. So we have that motion. We have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. Now we'll go to the next motion. And if you can read that, that would be great.
Madam Chair, I noted your motion as something like Department of Corrections, KDAD's health departments, or
Kansas Department of Health.
The Kansas Department of Health should distribute information to first responders on the risk of placing people with COVID in prone positions.
There we go. And I believe I have a second. So is there any conversation about that? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That carries. What additional questions, issues, recommendations do we have? Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've talked about several times the 442 prisoners that were sent back due to registration offenses. I would move that, well, I'm not sure what the motion should be, but I would suggest that we can't just let people go without reporting. I mean, something has to occur, but I think we should amend the statute to allow for televised or telephone or some other kind of contact to suffice in an emergency where a person cannot get there. I mean, there are circumstances that you can't get in to do for parole. And I don't know how far we can go without being, risking someone hurting somebody because we don't know where they are.
Okay.
But I would like us to take that up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, the 440 were identified yesterday specifically as individuals that had not gone in on the quarterly basis. And either they didn't pay their fee or they didn't register quarterly. So that led to that broader discussion of do we do a universal where you go to one place, you don't have to go to three different. Representative Smith.
As I recall, that started with how many folks were sitting in there on violations. Right. And then the technical violation came out. And I noted that because as a person who watches that occur on a regular basis and deals with those folks who don't show up for their regular registration and have excuses, if you start making it as an emergency, I promise you more than half will have an emergency. That's the way that'll work. When it comes to individuals sitting in there on those violations, we don't know the background. We know what straw broke the camel back on that. But we don't know the whole background that got them there. I can tell you I have a number of people who violate regularly who don't go to jail. They're strenuously recommended that they make their next appointment. And that happens regularly. So when people end up in prison because they violated, there are situations that we would need the background on that got them there. And I'm not suggesting it never happens. Certainly it could. But on a regular basis, to put 400 people in prison, I'm doubtful that it was because somebody didn't pay their $20. So I just wanted to get that out. And since that came out, I've been holding on to that.
Well, I'm glad that you did share that because that was a discussion that I had with the secretary. So how long are they in there for? It's impossible to tell. And you can't, it's not like we can pass legislation and retroactively because we don't know the steps that got them there. I mean, we truly do not know that. There was a recommendation that came from the Judicial Council, though, that rather than requiring them quarterly, or rather than requiring them in where they live, where they work, and where they go to school, it could be up to 3 different counties that they have to register. Do we adopt a universal registry that they go to one place and it just shoots out there? So,
I thought the House, what did we do with that? If I could ask Representative Heiberger last year, what did we do with that? I know we dealt with that.
I think we stripped out part of it. I think that's where the drug registry portion was, and we took that part out and didn't do anything with the rest, is my recollection.
I thought that we addressed the idea of the multiple, that bringing it down to a single point of registration.
That's possible.
Yeah.
But I guess I would have maybe a substitute motion that we ask the Judicial Council to resubmit their bill regarding the offender registry. I mean, they could remove the parts that have already been enacted, and they did it. I sat in on those committee meetings. There was a really broad representation. They worked really hard. They put out what I thought was really excellently crafted bill, and I think they would be happy to resubmit.
so do we know the bill number?
Madam Chair, that bill last biennium was House Bill 2581.
Okay, so Representative Carlin, are you familiar with that bill? And are you comfortable with the reintroduction of that bill
I
to
am,
address your concerns?
that would. I did not make a motion. I asked us to address it, and that's perfect. If they have written a bill that they can stand up for, I would love to support their putting it back into the mix. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So Representative Heiberger?
Yeah, I would ask that we request that Judicial Council reintroduce HB 2581 from last year as revised as appropriately.
Do I have a second on that? Second from Representative Carlin. Any additional discussion? And Representative Smith, I appreciate you sharing that. At first blush, it looks like, oh my gosh, why are we spending 14.6 or 14.36 something million? But there's typically a lot more depth to the story than just, I didn't show up. Okay, so all those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? It passes unanimously. Is there any discussion with regard to the recommendation that was made to not have minors go on the registry? Representative, or Senator Corson, and then Representative Hoffman.
So I think that by what we just did, we took care of that because that was part of the bundle
Was it?
of recommendations. So that'll be part of that cluster.
Okay, all right. Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did we address the good time credit?
Good time credit. We have not addressed good time credit.
And I don't remember who made that recommendation.
Representative Heiberger.
I believe there will be a bill on the on the Sentencing Commission legislative agenda that addresses that. It'll be substantially different than the one that was introduced last year. But we won't know that until our December meeting.
Okay. I'm not certain if you guys looked at the testimony that was provided us by KDADS, but in that, one of the things that Secretary Howard said on the back page of her letter was that given the unsuccessful award of a center, and that we're talking about that $6 million for a juvenile crisis intervention center, and evolving needs of caregivers, exploring alternatives to a facility-based center set forth in KSA 65-536 has value to achieve the spirit of the law. So as you look through this, there is a timeline, and it shares in 2018 where they did let the RFP, and there was one bidder in 2018, and that was Johnson County for Northeast Kansas. And they were proposing that they would represent all of Northeast Kansas. One of the things that was shared in the hallway, unfortunately not here in the room, was they were, one of DCF's and KDAD's counter was for them to cover all of eastern Kansas. Now, didn't share how far west that eastern Kansas coverage was, but it was from the top of the state to the bottom. And that was part of this back and forth conversation that KDAD's had with Johnson County. They opened up another RFP in August of 2019. There was one bidder. And again, that was to provide service to 11 Northeast Kansas counties. It was then determined by KDADS that their plan was not feasible for implementation. So negotiations broke down with them. So in all these years, they did not even open up an RFP for 2021. They did not open up an RFP for 2022. So what they have done instead is, says in January, this would be January of 2021, Kansas Family Crisis Response and Support Contract was awarded for a 10/1/21 launch of crisis triage. Then the contract to lay the groundwork for the 988 National Suicide Hotline implementation. And then 2 DCF placement stability grants for in-home behavior interventionists was awarded to Kansas City and Topeka. So it lists some things that they went ahead and did, but not in keeping with the legislation. So my question to you in revisiting this and looking how the secretary has just over the course of the last 2.5 years just taken a different path, are we wanting to wait and find out what the conversations are between the 2 secretaries? Or what direction do we want to take with regard to, we know there's $6 million. We know that that is residing in the Department of Corrections budget. And that through memos of understanding, up to $2 million per group can essentially be dispersed. Are we wanting to give some direction, or are we wanting to wait and see? Senator Foscato.
Madam Chair, clarify the 2 secretaries.
I'm talking about the Secretary of Corrections, Secretary Zamota, and I'm talking about the Secretary of KDADS, and that would be Secretary Laura Howard. Representative Smith.
My knee jerk on this is if we say, let's sit and wait, that it's going to be status quo. And so no, I'm not for that idea. I think that we've encouraged them to get together and speak on this, to get it worked out. And the Secretary of DCF, KDADS, should engage them as well. And I believe that she should be encouraged to join that conversation and ensure that there's a catalyst to get this going. I think that's where I'm at with it.
So are we wanting to have something that is a part of the report so that that is documented in some manner, so that when we meet in our respective houses and committees in January, we have a springboard so that that actually is, we're going to receive an update and action will be taken while we're still in this fiscal year? Yes, Representative Carlin.
I kind of got lost in the trail on that. Is Kansas Department of Health and Environment out of this now? Or are they still holding a piece of it?
They're out of it.
Okay.
What had happened is the money went from corrections to KDHE. We didn't know about it. We found out about it and got it moved back to corrections the next year. And that's when it then became, there would be this memo of understanding, rules and regs would be, and we never did find rules and regs, did we? No? Okay. Let's have some language that we can take action on. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say maybe we, and I'll let the revisers start typing as I'm speaking, hopefully they'll, that we direct the Secretary of DCF to report to, and I guess that's kind of where I'm not sure whether it be Ways and Means and Appropriations or to our respective health committees. I'm not sure, but report on the progress of the, I would say the progress on that law and what they are doing in order to make sure that it goes forward. As that would be, and have to report by, let's say they report by the 1st of February. Is the DCF, it's Kate?
She's the secretary of both.
Yeah, but only one of the agencies is, it's DCF, isn't it? Yeah, DCF then, yeah. Did I make that so that you can? Yeah, and I'm not sure what, I would, you know, as far as the money side, it would be the budget committees, but it might be, you know, it's a kind of a health issue, so it might be our health committees might be the best place, and then, or
It could be. It doesn't have to be just one or two committees. It could be the public health committees, and it could be
appropriations, or you guys, the corrections?
appropriations, Ways and Means, corrections, and judiciary. Representative Heiberger.
Yeah, I would support the request, but I don't think we can direct the secretary to do anything. We can request.
Okay, well, highly, or very, very strongly request.
Well, you know what? We did make it pretty clear in the law how it was to be spent. And I'm going to share with you that DCF resubmitted in 2020 2 to 3 regulations that hadn't been approved by the AG's office, and then never addresses rules and regs again. And so what has happened is These other things that are on here have nothing to do with what was outlined in legislation. So what we have is spending that is outside of the realm of what was identified in legislation. So I understand what you're saying. We can't tell them what to do, but they sure have acted outside of what has been directed, not only by rules and regs that they were to establish, but by what they did for the course of the first 2.5 years. And then they just went another direction as if we don't have to answer to anyone. And there is a point where you do have to answer to someone.
Madam Chair, I would say the two respective health committees, the House Corrections Committee and the Senate Judiciary, because you guys don't have a corrections, right? And the Ways and Means and Appropriations.
Okay. So that's a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second from Representative Smith. Senator Foscato, did you have a question? No? Any further discussion on this matter? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, quick question, and then we have a motion.
So I just need to know, so the $6 million, though, when we say it was returned and it's housed in the Secretary of State Corrections, in where? In their account? And who? I mean, where? In your controller's department?
Shirley, go ahead.
I just want to know where, and then it just stays there until who gives you permission to move it if I know that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Shirley.
Madam Chair, it's in the Evidence-Based Juvenile Programs account, which is a state general fund account.
Okay. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't believe we've talked about this yet, but this goes back to the idea of the additional funds that were made to the community corrections grants, the community corrections grants. And so I think my motion would be that we encourage Kansas DOC to look and ensure that any additional funds from fiscal year 23 that were distributed to community corrections agencies are used according to the existing grant process and allow the existing local and state budget processes to determine the use of those grant funds, and for the appropriate Ways and Means and Appropriations to look at fiscal year 24 and any additional funds that would be appropriated to be appropriated the same way. Basically, that if it's being put in that grant fund, it should be used for what that grant fund is for. And I think the main question, the main sticking point here is that it was put into that grant fund, and that grant fund normally allows them to use it however they see fit. So that would be, I know we've already talked to the Secretary about it, but I think it'd be good for us to encourage that, and then also put it on the radar for Ways and Means and Appropriations when they start doing the budget next year.
So are you talking about the evidence-based juvenile programs?
No. I'm talking about the enhancements, additional funds that were made to the community corrections agencies.
Okay, I understand.
And they were only allowed to use it for salaries and not for
Correct.
For new employees.
Correct. So it could be used to additional staff or something of that matter?
I mean,
okay.
My understanding is the existing process allows them to use it for,
correct,
all the different things, so.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I don't think this
believe we're
committee can't tell them, but we're trying to clarify that that's what. And I'm basically saying, I'm trying to bring it up so that Ways and Means and Appropriations, it's on their radar, so that when they do the budget, they can then look at it and make sure that it's worded right in the budget. Does that make sense, James? Jason? Sorry.
He represents community treatment centers. Yeah, he's asking to broaden it. Do we think we have the language for that? Okay. All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second from Representative Smith. Is there any additional conversation? Again, this is to clarify that those were restricted funds by the legislature. They're not restricted funds, and so that they are to be utilized. Now, does that include not returning any unused funds carrying forward?
Well, fiscal year 22 is done, so by adding in fiscal year 23, I would think that would fix that, because
Okay.
they would be able to use it for whatever.
Okay. All right. Representative Smith.
Sorry about that. They did ask whether they would be able to keep those funds and roll them. So I'm not sure where I'm at on that. I mean, it sounds like a good idea, but then can that get out of hand? But
Yeah, and that's probably something that can be talked about in
Okay.
appropriations, I would think.
So I have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Any additional issues for consideration? Committee, are you wanting legislative research or our revisers to read back to you the list? Or do you want to see it when it's in print in draft form to us? Senator Dahl?
I don't know about anybody else, but I'd like to have it written out. But they explain it back, my mind's shot.
I know, it will just be words.
Yeah.
So what our committee assistant has just said is what she will do first is accumulate that list, send that out to us first, and then the minutes will come later. You may, we have a clarifying question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to remind the committee, you did approve one recommendation yesterday about renewing support of House Bill 2575 on criminal record expungements, which is different than the other expungement bill you were talking about. And I just wanted to know if that was a bill request or if that was just to support the reintroduction of that bill by someone else. I believe it was made by Representative Heiberger and seconded by Senator Corson. So was that a bill or just a support?
Well, I declined the promotion to start with. I think support is fine with me for this one.
All right, not a bill. We have 4 bills noted and then a bunch of recommendations, and we'll work those up.
Okay. Okay. All right, I just want to wrap us up. Have to say absolutely thank you to, I'm going to start with Meredith, because Meredith has been working on this all fall, and she has been sick all this week, and she's stuck with it. And so Meredith, thank you so much for what you did. Lindsay joined in. We started having Zoom meetings with the revisers and legislative research. I don't know how many we had, just to make sure that we would be able to march through these different issues. So thank you to our support staff. You are what keeps us going, particularly our revisers. You find the right words for what it is that we're trying to do. Ladies and gentlemen, we dealt with some very serious issues. very sad issues, some tragic issues. We also got to experience and hear some very positive things that are going on, and how wonderful it is that we were able to have essentially those bookends, both realms of the spectrum of that emotion as far as what's going on when we talk about our juveniles and our adults and their families, because they're all involved in that process, but also for our employees and all the work that they do to really be there to support these individuals as they try and climb out of whatever it is they're dealing with. Thank you for your patience when we got behind today. Thank you for your hard work. And please have safe travels home. We are adjourned.